You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, fools? Today is 5/30, 2026. It is 10:55 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing?
Quick update before you watch this video. There is a follow-up where I actually got a hold of Patrick Bet-David. So in this video, you'll see that I asked to talk to him multiple times. He did not respond until right before I uploaded the video. I tweeted about it. He got in my DM, says he actually does want to talk. So you can hear him address all the allegations I'm about to bring up in this video, and you can decide for yourself What do you think of Patrick Bet-David's response? So I've been waiting for Patrick Bet-David to reply to this Goliath story where he reportedly got a huge payment from a Ponzi schemer, and I want to know if they're going to pay it back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer, which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware. I reached out to the PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about a week. I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, if you don't know the full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick. Goliath Ventures was a Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees, business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a CoffeeZilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press.
Making them multiple what?
Business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a
multiple percents per month?
CoffeeZilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities, and about 6 months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged. He's even admitted a lot of this in interviews.
So what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend.
So this goes way beyond the like, oh, it's just allegations, bro. Like Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of this behavior.
Sheesh.
And where Patrick Bet-David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to seem legit. His entire organization kind of made this guy mainstream.
Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado. It's built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, and community.
And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David and his team only to get no response. I'm expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025 when this guy, Christopher Delgado, is on stage at the Patrick Bet-David Vault Conference. He was the title sponsor for them, and he used it as an opportunity to kind of pitch himself.
I could make passive income for myself, raise my family, and basically enjoy life.
Now, even when you go to Patrick Bet-David's own summary, you can see Goliath in this video, in their own highlight reel, where they are the title sponsor, Goliath Ventures. They're apparently on the lanyard. Right here, you can see Goliath Ventures, Inc. signed on as the title sponsor to the Vault 2025 conference. And they even made like a pitch video of why you should be a brand sponsor of the Vault Conference.
More than 2,000 CEOs lead teams of 75+ employees. They come from around the world to grow, scale, and do business. And they don't just attend, they engage. Last year, 85% interacted with sponsors on site. The response from attendees was overwhelmingly positive.
So it's pretty clear what Vault is pitching. Hey, we'll give you access to this, entrepreneurship conference, these attendees. You pay us, we'll get you hooked up with them. And that's exactly what Goliath Ventures did. Now, when you go to the Vault Conference sponsorship tier, you can see they advertise the benefit of the title sponsorship right here. Get an MGM strip marquee signage, a 40 by 40 foot booth, brand badging, that's what we just saw, on-site attendee email list. I guess you can email them if you want. Main stage moment with Patrick Bet-David, marketing, hard post on socials, PBD podcast shout out. I mean, I think that's one of the big ones. Patrick Bet-David's podcast reaches millions of people. And true to his word, he pushed Goliath like a lot.
Fall Conference this year is brought to you by Goliath Ventures. The title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founder Chris Delgado. We've spent a lot of time with these guys. They've come to Yankees games with us. They've been coming to Vault Conferences for the last God knows how many years. Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris. You can go search them, Goliath Ventures, Inc.com to learn more about them. They'll be at the Vault Conference all over the place.
Yeah, he said those guys would be all over the place, and he was right. Now, before, we didn't really know exactly how much this cost. We knew it must be significant, but this was used as a huge, like, social proof that Christopher Delgado was someone to be trusted. After all, presumably not just anyone can be a title sponsor of this prestigious entrepreneurship event, right? This was brought up by this guy who interviewed Christopher Delgado, like basically, hey, you're friends with, you know, Patrick Bet-David.
On social media, I follow him very closely. The private jet. You see the celebrities. You see Patrick Bet-David standing next to you at the Yankee Stadium. But you come from a trailer park.
Oh, who is that? You see Patrick Bet-David. He's being used clearly as a, hey, Christopher Delgado is rubbing shoulders with the right guys, okay? So imagine my surprise. All of this unwinds, you know, Christopher Delgado gets arrested, $328 million Ponzi scheme. It was all a lie. The Vault 2025 number one title sponsor was a big fraud that was trying to steal people's money. And then I see this on a Channel 9 Investigates segment. This is Darlene Jones. Guess who we see come up as one of the big payments that Goliath Ventures made?
$1 million to this long list of organizations across Central Florida. Some of the largest donations went to Equity Estates, Bet-David Consulting.
Look at that! 1 million smackies to go be the title sponsor at the Vault Conference, or at least that's what it looks like. Maybe he was just paying for this photo. I don't really know. And my key question to the Patrick Bet-David group, to Valuetainment, is are y'all paying that money back? You shouldn't be letting yourself be used as social proof for a Ponzi scheme. You know, I would think that would be a bad thing. I would think that that would be a problem. You know, I'd think that's be something you would address if they're your title sponsor, 2025, $1 million. You'd think you'd want to put that to bed immediately and say, hey, we don't want this basically blood money. So that was my question to Patrick Bet-David, among others. I said, hey, Patrick, I'm reaching out because the title sponsor of last year's Vault Conference was a fraud. Wanted to ask you for comment about this as I would likely address it in more detail. I asked him, you know, how well he knew Chris Delgado, if he's planning to return the revenue for the sponsorship to the Ponzi scheme victims. And this is an important point because I said, seems like even charities Goliath sent money to may be asked to turn the money over. So this is a very sad aspect of this Ponzi scheme is Christopher Delgado, you know, part of what he used as social proof was that he was also donating to charities like Runway to Hope. And reportedly, some of those organizations are gonna actually have to return the money back. Like they're going to have to claw that money back to give.
Whatever happened to his whole, like, detective setup and everything being dramatized and him, you know, wearing his little spectacles and everything? Did he just like throw that away altogether? Are there separate channels where he does that and doesn't do it? Does he only do that for like the bigger things, or like what happened to all that? Did he is that gone?
Give it to the Ponzi scheme victims, which is really sad given that most of them probably spent the money. I'm guessing these charities need the money a lot more than Patrick Bet-David does. So, you know, I think it's pretty important he addresses whether they're going to give the money back. We haven't heard back. I reached out also via email, you know, hey.
That's CoffeeZilla. This is Voidzilla. Okay. All right.
Address this, guys. You have to, seems pretty obvious, and you probably should apologize for your association. Because previously, you know, Patrick Bet-David was actually asked about none other than yours truly. About, you know, hey, CoffeeZilla, we did an interview with Patrick Bet-David where I confronted him on his MLM ties. That's, you know, where he made a lot of his money. And he said that he was unafraid to answer, you know, these questions, these key questions. Otherwise, why would he go on my show?
Of course. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? What do you think? Do you
think it's not really capitalist.
Hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? They were actually very strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation. Yes. We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on.
So there it is. He's not afraid to, you know, answer the hard questions. Well, I mean, here's another hard question, I guess. Give the money back. In fact, Patrick Bet-David was even recently subpoenaed in this case. So it's very likely he's going to have to turn over the records anyways. you know, it's very obvious that they're probably going to have to turn back the money. I think they just should take credit for it now. They eventually will likely have to do it anyways. But I think they need to go a step further and say, hey, here's how we're not going to let this happen in the future. Go into our Vault conference, our title sponsor. Here's how we're not going to allow a Ponzi scheme to be the title sponsor again. And ultimately, this guy needs to apologize. I mean, for a guy dogged by, accusations about his MLM past, to then get $1 million from a Ponzi scheme, you can't just ignore that and pretend it didn't happen. You have to address it. You have to say, hey, if my name was used to get you into this Ponzi scheme, I apologize. Here's the due diligence we're gonna do going forward. And let's be clear, you directly shilled this Goliath Ventures Inc. You even shouted out the website on your podcast. You gotta apologize for all of that. I mean, that's the minimum you can expect in a situation like this. I mean, to be clear, there's no evidence that Patrick Bet David knew at the time he took this money that it
No one could have predicted that PBD associates themselves with fraudsters, yeah. Yep. It's even now I'm not sure I believe it. Even now. I don't know if I believe it. I'm gonna need more evidence.
It was a Ponzi scheme. But also, if you just look at the business model for even half a second, it was obvious these things were unsustainable. So I think it was more of a case of how much was this really looked into? How much of Christopher Delgado's past was really looked at before accepting the money? And this is the problem, actually, that goes to a lot of these entrepreneurship conferences, right? They sell this audience, and who lines up in the doorway of a lot of these sponsorships? A lot of times, the people trying to get your money are not the most savory individuals, and the people running the events will often not take much accountability for it, which is actually a pretty insane business model when you think about it, that you're basically being sold as a product to sponsors. But then if you actually look at the cost of just attending this Vault conference, it's not cheap. They're selling $16,000 tickets. And for the 2025 guys, they paid a lot of money and then got pitched by a Ponzi scheme in the middle of it as the title sponsor. So yeah, I think a payback and an apology is the minimum that can be done here. I think it's just something they have to address. And if Patrick Bet David says, hey, I've got nothing to hide, I'm gonna talk to CoffeeZilla about my MLM business, I think you should talk about the Ponzi scheme that was the title sponsor. But so far, it's been radio silence on my end, so I just wanted to address this. I think it's despicable, obviously, what Chris Delgado did, but also there's a lot of people. Hello, quick update. Patrick Bet David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize, he should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not gonna make sense what we're talking about unless you have that context. He immediately did me say, hey, look, I wanna call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards, unedited, because I want you guys to hear my call with Patrick Bet David. I addressed the apology. You should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme, you promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million. Say, hey, can you commit right now to getting this money back to the victims of the scheme? And finally, I asked him, what do you have to say to the people who go to his Vault conference and want answers? Okay, just confirming that I'm recording starting now. This is Patrick Bet David. We're talking about the Vault conference sponsored the Goliath Ventures. Look, ultimately the big question is this. One, are you returning the $1 million paid to your consulting company back to the receivership, back to the victims? And two, I mean, I think, look, a lot of people got hurt in this. You were the number one, probably, credibility person in this. How does that feel? I mean, are you going to apologize? Are you going to address it, publicly? I think people want to know. People look to you, as this entrepreneurship guy. Oh,
what the fuck? Fix this real quick. Where were we? About 1:30, okay.
Hello, quick update. Patrick Bet David reached out to me shortly after.
Yeah, so first of all,
it is frankly a bad look.
Yeah, so first of all, you hate to see things like this. hate to see things like this that happens.
You do.
And every once in a while, this takes place. You know, when an issue like this comes up.
Oh no.
What?
No.
Call just dropped? Bro? Hold on, let me call him back. Patrick, how's it going?
Okay, I'm good now. I'm in the backyard. Service is good. Go for it.
We're back. Okay, so just to recap the question, you've got $1 million coming to you from Goliath Ventures, and first of all, I'd like to know where that's money's going. Secondly, you know, a lot of people got hurt by this. You are the #1 like voice of credibility in all of this, kind of putting this guy on, so to speak. I mean, you know, what do you have to say to people who lost money? I mean, do you apologize to them? Like, what can you do to make it right? All these questions.
Yeah, so look, all valid questions. This is, you know, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago because of this exact reason. We literally stopped. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years. The only place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic YouTube AdSense that you get, that you're accustomed to it as well, we do the events. So if I do a Vault conference, there's a moment for networking and people set up their booth. And so this guy came to the Vault conference for the last 4 years. And at the end of it, one of my reps comes up to me. I've never spoken to him. We've seen him at the event, you know, typically with everybody else. And he says he wants to be the title sponsor. Okay, great. He goes through the whole thing. We go through the background that our legal team does. Obviously, we make reference calls. We call others to see what they can say about him. And we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged him. Nobody flagged the like 4 to 5% a year. Or a month, I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not one person that's done business with him flagged him. Okay. And so then we say, great, let's go through the sponsorship. Now, when you do sponsorship, you have to deliver on stuff. So meaning we have to set up the booth. We have to set up all these different places where people walk up to them. You know, these 20 by 30, 30 by 30, 40 by 40 booth that you create for them, that they have an opportunity for people to go through. So we flew in. Typically when somebody becomes a sponsor, we fly in, we meet them in Vegas, and then we show them, or whatever hotel we're going to be at, and we'll say, hey, here's your location. You're the title sponsor. We're going to put it here. And then, you know, their logo is going to be in different places, but it's not a endorsement. So it's not like I endorse. It's a sponsorship.
It does feel like an endorsement, though. You know.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree. And by the way, again, we learn. So for us, we said we're going to do two, what do you call it?
Like, he's right, technically it's not an endorsement, but yeah, like, people will look at it like an endorsement one way or the other, and so you have to take that into consideration, even though, like, technically it isn't an endorsement, or you're not meaning to endorse them, like, still kind of is an endorsement.
The Vault conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title sponsor stuff that we're doing, where if it's not like a Fortune, 2000 company, we don't even want to entertain it. Because sometimes the best way is to make sure other investors have vetted them. And listen, in this space, there's a lot of risk in any of this space you get into.
Right, but he's the title sponsor. This is just last year. This isn't like 5 years ago.
No, you're right.
And it was 3 endorsements. You know, at one point it sounded like an ad read. You're like, the 3 pillars or this. It like read like ad copy the way
Not
you're
an
reading
endorsement.
it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And by the way, I'm just so you know, there's certain things I can't talk about. There's certain things I can because we're
again, so like a sponsor obviously is not technically an endorsement, but he did at one point talk about like what a great company they are and blah blah blah. So that literally is an endorsement. But even more importantly, like even if it's just an advertisement, I don't know that it matters like the difference between endorsement and advertiser, because if you're if your viewers are now going and using this company, or they're now giving them their money, you're the one who's leading them in that direction. Like, that's your fucking fault. And so you have to take that into consideration when now, like, that's your you know, that's your fan base. Like, they're trusting you because you're the one telling people that this is a company that they should go give their money to. Like, that's regardless of whether or not you called it an endorsement, it ends up being an endorsement either way.
Cooperating with the federal authorities, and we're having meetings with them, we're having conversations with them. All of this stuff will be public. We've learned
you've been subpoenaed, right? Like, you have been subpoenaed, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
So are you going to turn the money over? That seems to be an important question.
That's the conversation we're in right now, and you will hear all about it when the decision is made.
Well, what decision? I feel like we could make a decision now and do a good thing, you know?
Steven, I know what you're doing. The part that you don't know about the way I do business, you know I don't avoid you. Meaning, if you and I did something together many years, I'm not a guy that's going to be sitting there running, avoiding. When we make mistakes, we'll call it out. When we do things that is right, you know, great, we're celebrated. This is not one of the things that we're celebrating. We're not happy about this, and we're doing a lot of things behind closed doors. The part that I'll give you one part that I think it's important to know, and for your audience to know, the part that a lot of people they're concerned with, and I'm talking specifically the authorities, is the people that were working with them getting paid big money. Those are the ones that they're targeting in a big way. We've not, like, this wasn't you know how sometimes you do certain crypto deals and it's like, hey, affiliate, you're going to get this much money for this affiliate. Zero. We didn't accept nothing like that. So there isn't, hey, we're going to pay you an additional, 10% on whatever that's done. Zero. We don't do business.
Right. You got paid but you got paid.
That's kind of like, yeah, if you're doing a bunch of deals with crypto companies and shit like that, you're probably already shady as fuck. Like, you're probably already super fucking shady.
Paid the million, right? And so,
$1 million
and look, I'm not. I know it sounds like I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm not. It just seems like you're gonna have to fork it over eventually for the receivership, anyways. Like, so many people lost money. It seems like an easy win, you know.
And that's the part where, that's the part where I'm in right now. You gotta respect that part that I'm going with. I gave you the respect of getting on a call with you and giving you the information. The information will come out.
No, I appreciate it. So you're not sure whether you're paying the money back yet or not. You're having those conversations.
But here's the other part that you also don't know. You don't know if we're doing other things with the conversations we're having with others. There's a lot of different things that we're doing that's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay.
What we have to do right now is individually, as we're going through this, a matter of fact, I'll make a commitment to you. Once everything is finalized with this, you'll be the first phone call that I'll make to share with you, because over the years you've been fair to me and I respect the fact that we have this relationship. I think you do a very good job. This was definitely not a good look. We're not happy about this ourselves. I take 100% of responsibility as the face of this company. And we have to get better next time. We just do.
Right. So obviously y'all are about to run the Vault conference again. It might be a reasonable concern.
And guess what? You want to know something? We're about to run the Vault conference again, and we don't have a title sponsor for this exact reason.
Because you were worried about it, or nobody coughed up the million?
No, not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled.
Okay.
Not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled. Because as you run a company and you go through building a business, one of my previous companies you and I talked about, I sold it 4 years ago. You're going to make a lot of business as an operator. You have to make adjustments and improve. You just do. And so for us, as we sat there with our team and our executive team, we said, what do we need to do for this not to happen again? Well, guess what? The criteria of becoming a title sponsor just became more difficult.
Bro, he says so much without saying anything. It's one of the most frustrating things, like, listening to him, because this is supposed to, like, one of the things that on his show that he's supposed to be doing is giving people, like, business advice and financial advice, but they don't really say anything lots of times. Like, Patrick Bet David doesn't really say anything, and so when he asks questions, or when he, like, you know, when he gives his own advice, or it's just the most like bland nothingness, you know, just poster on your fucking kindergarten classroom sort of talking points of like, you know, you gotta work hard. You gotta work hard. You gotta do the work. You're not gonna make money if you don't do the work. You have to improve. When something bad happens, you want to make sure that the bad thing doesn't happen again. And so you do something to stop the bad thing from happening after it happens the first time. Because you don't want a bad thing to happen a second time. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you something as somebody who runs businesses. You don't want a bad thing happening. No, I'm telling you, I'm serious. You need to listen to me. Bad things happening are not good. It's not good for business. It's not good for you. So you want to stop bad things from happening? You want as much good things to happen as possible. If good things are happening, things are good. But when bad things are happening, I hate to say it, but I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be honest with you. When bad things are happening, things are not good. Things are bad. And so you gotta remember that. If you're gonna be a businessman like me, you gotta think about stuff like this.
And so it's not something that we spend a lot of money on this event. This is not like an event that we do that is a small event. There's a lot of hard costs for the event. But it changed the guidelines. It changed the guidelines on who we're going with, and we'll entertain different levels of sponsors. But even right now, the lowest level of sponsorship, we're declining, I would say 50% of people that are wanting to become sponsors.
Okay, so you're adjusting the sponsorship guidelines after this kind of debacle.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about the 1 million, you know, maybe not. You said you're having some other conversations. What about an apology? I know it's usually not that you're not the type, but I think, you know, given the context, you're the biggest name. I mean, like, I cannot overstate this guy. I talked to a lot of the victims in this case. You know, a lot of people, they come in, they see a big name like yours. It's just immediate trust, right? They say, hey, it's Patrick Bet-David. I know that guy. He wouldn't be at the Yankee Stadium with this guy if it was nothing. It wouldn't be the Vault title conference, guy. So to those people, to the people who may have invested because they saw your name attached, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again, fair question. This is what I'll tell you. When you and I become investors, and I'll call a guy that's a guy I respect a lot. He's a billionaire, and he's done a lot of deals. And he'll introduce me to a deal, and I'll get into it, and I'll put whatever, $5 million, $2 million, $500,000, $100,000. It doesn't go right. I'm the risk taker. Okay, I'm the risk taker that chose to invest into that deal. The onus is with me, the individual that chose to take the risk. So I took the risk of accepting this guy as the title sponsor. At that time, we didn't find it.
So investments are risks, is what? Okay, tell me more about this. I've never heard this way of thinking about investments before. So an investment is a risk. Okay, let's hear more about this.
Anything. For me to apologize, it's apologizing for a mistake he made? No. What could we have done to find something else? There was nothing else to find what the guy was doing.
The whole pitch of Goliath was 3 to 5% a month. That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like, everybody knows 3 to 5% a month. That doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space that do that in a way that's worked for them, that are slightly more conservative. But again, for us, when we're sitting down...
Who though? Who? I don't even know who... No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally no. The pitch he was making was abnormal. When you actually looked at the pitch he was making, it was completely abnormal. It was not a normal hedge fund.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yeah.
This form is not abnormal. The numbers he chose was abnormal. I think the more now.
Well, that's what initially you said. That's what initially you pushed back on, was when he said nobody does 3 to 5%. You said, I know people who do 3 to 5%. That was literally your fucking claim. That was literally what you said.
We think about it. What this guy was relying on is the following. This is my speculation, and you can you can take an angle with it or not. I think this guy was hoping that Bitcoin was going to go to $250,000 and he was going to get away with it, and it didn't. And it ended up, putting him in the situation he is right now for $328 million. This guy's going to be facing, many, many years of prison time. This is not a small little crime that he committed. So for us, if I were to tell you, hey, my guys knew and we investigated this and we knew everything about him and we did, I would apologize. We did not know.
I don't think you're apologizing.
That would be stupid, because you wouldn't just be apologizing. You'd literally be sitting in court right next to him. So
because you knew, I think you're apologizing for not doing the due diligence that someone of your stature.
I've already told you, Stephen. As a leader, the way I have gotten to where I'm at in my life right now is, as a leader, I take responsibility for the decisions we've made. And we have to get better when it comes down to this. So we've made the adjustment ourselves as a company, and we've had many conversations with many of the people. And trust me, it's been a lot of late night calls with a lot of different people as they're going through this. This is not a pretty situation, but there is nothing we could have done on our end. If this would have happened, let's just say this happens a week before the vault, a day before the vault, a month before the vault. We're not even going through with this, but it happened months after the vault, and there wasn't anything that we could have looked at to say this was an issue. Again, remember, the part
I think you could have looked at his pitch deck. Hold on, I just want to go back a second. There's a few things you said. I don't want to go too far without addressing a few. So you said, look, I think he was betting on Bitcoin going up. I mean, that's not true. He was just taking in wires to Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, I can tell you because I looked into it. So he was just taking in money to Coinbase and just paying out people. All his story about liquidity pools, all that wasn't true. It was just a straight up Ponzi scheme. You said, one thing you said is, look, I'm a leader. I have to own up to my mistakes. Sometimes owning up to your mistakes is just apologizing. Again, it's not a gotcha. I really want to give you the platform because this is the first time you're addressing it, to just say, hey, look, I'm not saying that you knew that it was a Ponzi scheme. It was. The returns were completely unrealistic. You said that yourself. I mean, if someone can't rely on you to do that due diligence, it's just kind of like you're kind of saying you messed up without saying it, though.
That's an unfair statement to make, but, you're doing your part and you're asking me the questions and I'm giving you my answer. And this is my answer to you.
Right.
Again, if I knew any of this stuff before, of course I have to apologize.
Oh, my goodness.
If we knew and by the way, what's $1 million? Nothing
question.
to us.
So why not commit it, though? But why not commit it back to the people who lost money?
Let me make my point. What I mean by this, the $1 million is spent for an event. If we knew a second before the event, this is what's going on, of course we're taking a different position. But we didn't know, Stephen. It's that simple.
So it sounds to me, though, like you're like, hey, look, we spent the money on the event. Too bad, so sad to the people who lost all their money.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I sympathize with everybody. I've lost money. I don't get to where I'm at without having lost money many
Did
times.
You lose money with Chris Delgado?
I didn't invest to lose money. None. And by the way, Stephen, remember this part as well. This is very important for you to share with your audience. Valuetainment got started since 2013. Okay, it's very important for you to know this. From 2013 till today.
Very important.
Talk about, we run a consulting firm. I have different companies that I'm running under my holding company. The Vault Conference, speaking fees that I get, everything that we do. How much money you think has gone in my personal pocket? Meaning, how much money you think every year I've taken off the table, or I pay myself a salary from all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold? What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant. You and I both know you and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is a wide variety of ways. So if you tell me it's $0, then it doesn't really.
Question, and I'm giving you the argument for this for you to know, because you said something, and I'm defending that position. Here's the position. Every year, no matter how much money the company makes, I've chosen to not take any money off the table. Meaning none of this money comes back in my pocket. 100% of the money is reinvested in what we're doing. I don't take an income. So it's not like I know to the public it seems like this is, you know what, you make the money. I didn't make the money. The money's in the business.
Neither does Elon Musk. It's crazy, right? Him and Elon Musk, such nice guys, dude. Such nice guys. Neither one of them even takes a fucking income. Isn't that wild? Could you imagine? Could you imagine being that nice of a guy?
Business.
Yeah, but you own the business, though. You own the business, which has the money. But you and I both know. Look, I have an S corp as well, Patrick, and you know I can play this game. Oh, you know I took X. I didn't choose to take this from from the business. A lot of those are just accounting structural reasons, or hey, you're reinvesting it in the business because you expect to make more in the future. To me, you gotta get to the point of look. Ultimately, the money that was paid to you, this is the critical thing that I just want to, kind of ask you very directly about. The money that was paid to you was not Chris's money, okay? If it was Chris's money, I would understand. It was other people's money.
I told you this at the beginning, Steve.
He had stolen the money. It's stolen money you have, or your business, David Consulting has.
There's a part of this that I shared with you respectfully. I said, I have to go through certain conversations I'm having with them, and you're jumping the gun. And I said to you, there are certain things I cannot talk to you about. This is one of them. The moment we get through where we're at, you're the first phone call we're making.
I'd love to be.
To address the one question to you.
Yeah.
If we knew any information before, I wouldn't hesitate to apologize. But we didn't.
But your due diligence failed, and you recognize that. That's what you would apologize for. I'm not saying you're apologizing for knowing it's a Ponzi scheme.
I will gladly. I've already said to you, I man up on the mistake that we have to do a better job with due diligence.
Right, but you're manning up on the mistake. You're manning up on, hey, we got to do better. But you're stopping short of saying, hey, I apologize for not doing better before.
You're fairly a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Do you think if I found anything, do you think this is worth it to me to go through this? Do you think it's worth it to me to have Steven on CoffeeZilla make a video and I'm getting video saying, hey, what charity do you have that you're getting? Do you think it's worth it for me to do this? This
doesn't matter.
Do you think if I knew this is who this guy was, I would have done this? What do you, Steven, respectfully, your opinion.
That's not the claim.
Do you think if I knew this guy was fraud, I'd take
That's
the money
not the
from him?
claim.
Your opinion.
I think there were insufficient, checks on this. And you agree with that.
The question, though, you're right, they did. Now I know.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is the question, and see if you can, at least I've been fair with you, see if you can be fair with me.
Sure.
Do you really think if I knew this guy is a criminal, I would have taken a penny from the guy? Give me the credit there at least.
Oh, sorry.
Pro streamer.
Sorry. Sorry. My alarm just went off. Sorry about that. No, I don't. I don't think that if you had known, I don't think if you had known, you would have done it. I don't think you knew. I never said I thought you knew. I said, look, you promoted a guy multiple times, turns out to run a Ponzi scheme. I'd be so, and I sense you have some, kind of embarrassment. You don't like it, but I just don't understand why it's stopping short of, hey, it just seems like the full mea culpa is not there, and I just don't really understand why. It just seems like, hey, this is the platform to address it. Kind of just, it seems like you have plenty of money. Your company has plenty of money.
I already did address it with you. Yeah, this is going to end up costing me more than $1 million, just so you know that. This is not going to. I'm not winning here in any way. Okay, because of that reason of last year, I can't even take any sponsorship money for title this year. So imagine how much it's cost me to take that guy last year and hire lawyers this year. This has not made my life any better. In no way. It's just become a lot of noise, and I don't like noise. So if
I think we should put it to bed. I think it's, yeah, I think you should. I think there's a very clear path to putting this whole thing to bed, saying, hey, look, I've improved my, my policies going forward. We're going to make it tougher to be a title sponsor. I paid back the money, and I'm sorry to the people who invested. I mean, I feel it's kind of silly because I feel like in some ways I'm advocating for your fans who might have been there and invested. Really, it's not I don't think it was probably a lot of the people who watch me that probably were invested. I think it's your fans. That's kind of why I'm surprised the pushback.
And I appreciate that. Trust me, nobody cares about my fans more than I do. And I'm telling my fans that, trust me, the people who don't, there's nothing I can do about them. But the people that have been with us for year after year after year, if they know why they keep coming back, is people trust us, the way we make decisions. If we knew anything a day before that this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money, ever. And if I did, I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means I knew who he was and I did this. No.
Or you failed to do the due diligence.
We did the due diligence. The due diligence didn't show up any red flag for us.
Their business model made no sense. I mean, look. I'll be honest. Let me be transparent about my backstory with this whole case, because maybe you did.
The only thing I will tell you is I can continue this conversation. I literally just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. If you want to FaceTime me, sitting by the water. My kids are waiting for me to go in. It's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday, and I'm on the phone with you. So if you can keep it to 5 minutes, I'll go 5 minutes with you, and then please.
Yeah. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine.
Go ahead.
No, I'll just give you some backstory on this case. Okay, so I got sent this case by somebody. It was very quick to understand. That this was a ridiculous Ponzi scheme. Okay. This wasn't a complicated fraud. As soon as I got his marketing information, as soon as I got a hold of the pitch, it was very clear what they were doing. So that's why that part of it's failing for me. As far as you're saying, look, you
can have that opinion. And by the way, maybe next time we send a message to you, and you bill me, so I don't have to deal with something like this. You think I want to deal with if you have this service for me, I would send every one of my.
I think it's going to be $1 million. I think it's going to be $1 million. I'm joking. Look.
You're so funny.
No. So listen. To wrap. Look, I think you've addressed it in the way you want to address it. Final thoughts to you, Patrick. Looking back on this whole thing, I don't imagine you'll address it many more times. So last opportunity to say what you want to say about Chris Delgado and its impact on you.
Listen, it's so disappointing to say the least. Very disappointing to say the least. You would have thought this guy's doing the right thing and put us in a situation like this that we have to explain ourselves. And in life, I try to set the example for my kids to never put yourself in a situation that you have to explain a bad decision you made, do it more on the front end. And all we're doing right now is find a way for this to never happen again. And by the way, again, it's important for you to know this, Stephen. You're a guy that does proper due diligence. Go back and watch my last 2 years of podcasts. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's a little over 2 years. We've not taken a penny on sponsorship for 2 years on our podcast because this is exactly what I didn't want to deal with. Remember when, what is the SPF thing that happened with?
FTX.
Oh, FTX. Yeah, when the FTX thing happened and everybody was like, oh, he took 15 million. Oh, he took 3.5 million. Oh, he took this. I went to my guys. I said, guys, I don't want sponsorship money. And so our strategy changed where we said, we're going to do sponsorship of products that we run because I'll take responsibility for product that I'm running because I'm the CEO.
Okay, quick question there, though, because I'm looking at your show right now. It says Kalshi on your thing, the sports betting, they do prediction markets, Kalshi/PBD. Are you guys partnered with them, and what's that about?
Well, remember, Kalshi is not my, title sponsor. They're a platinum sponsor for the Vol Conference. And remember what I told you. We said we're going Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000. I don't have a problem going with companies that have names, but I'm not going to go with companies that are not names. And Kalshi happens to be a company.
Okay, I was just misunderstanding it because you said you didn't do sponsors on your show.
No. Kalshi is a vault sponsor that a part of it is the podcast. So if you come to the conference, you would see a massive.
Okay, so they do sponsors for Goliath, and then the show sponsors Goliath, which is his own company. But then when he does ad reads for them on the show, well, they're not a sponsor for the show. They're a sponsor for Goliath. And they have a deal with Goliath where anytime Goliath takes on sponsors, PBD Podcasts will just do those ad reads for free. Even though he owns both of the fucking companies. What the fuck, dude?
It's a booth for them.
Okay.
Because they're one of the platinum sponsors.
Okay.
And also remember the rule. There have to be an established company. They're an $11 billion company that's a well-known company out there in the marketplace. And me having a podcast that I'm always talking about politics and we talk,
are you into the gambling stuff? I mean, I don't want to go too long, but are you into the gambling? You push that now, or
I'm not? If you know my profile, I'm not a gambler. I'm not a guy that gambles.
Okay.
These odds nowadays, they tell you more insight. You know, nowadays these poly markets and Kalshis are more effective than polls.
Well, you know, like 85% of their betting is sports gambling. You know that.
85% of their betting is
their volume. Their volume. Sorry.
It's a form of a betting, but for us, it's more for the political side. It's more on the political side where you know they.
I don't believe that for a second. I like from research that I've done, like betting is just not going to be as effective as polling if you know how to read fucking polling. If you're just looking at like the outcome of the number within polling, then sure, your outcome within betting it might be more accurate, but like the trends within polling are going to be way more like outcome determinative than betting markets, which I forget who it was, but somebody the other day was like telling me about, like, you know, hey dude, just look at you know who was supposed to win, don't look at the polling, the betting markets are going to tell you better. I'm like, all right then, I don't buy that fucking shit, but all right.
They do. These companies are now doing stuff with CNN, with Fox, with others because it's politics. Everyone's, well, who do you think's going to win? We like I said to you, we don't look at polls anymore. Anyway, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Patrick. Listen, you got on this on short notice.
You know how to get a hold of me.
You appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh shit. Well, fuck. All right, give me a second. I'm number 4 in a really intense snack game right now, so I gotta get to a safe place real quick.
Tonight, we're learning more about who exactly has made the invite list for President Trump's made-for-TV UFC event at the White House next month. The Pentagon is now recruiting uniformed troops to attend, but not all of them qualify. In the words of one defense official summing up the policy to CNN, they said, quote, "No fatties." Memos reviewed by CNN show that the tickets will only be given to service members who meet a certain waist-to-height ratio. A source at the Pentagon said that senior leaders, quote, want attendees to look good on camera during the event.
What the
And the source added,
fuck?
basically, no fat soldiers. With construction underway on the White House South Lawn to build the massive cage to set up for this event on June 14th, here's a look inside how the event came to be. That massive structure that is dwarfing the White House behind me isn't part of President Trump's large-scale renovation of Washington that's been underway now for months, but is instead only temporary and is what UFC has actually dubbed the Claw. It's being erected on the South Lawn of the White House.
No fat people, dude. No fatsos. That's too fucking funny. That's just like, it's too Trumpian to where you first hear it and you think, no way, dude. No way. No shot. Like, I'm sure people like saw my title and thought like, oh, this is a troll. This is a troll. No shot. Oh, Trump literally has banned fat people from his fucking UFC fight. No fucking fat people. And they have a standard like waist to height ratio that they have to meet in order to make it.
Ahead of the UFC fight that is scheduled to be held here on June 14th on the South Lawn, which happens to be President Trump's birthday and is part of the events leading up to the celebration of America's 250th birthday. It's an idea that UFC President Dana White says President Trump suggested to him last summer.
We're literally at a fight, and I can't remember if it was New Jersey or Miami. And he looks at me in the middle of the fight and says, you know what? We should do a fight at the White House. And I'm like, yes, we should do a fight at the White House.
That fight, a first in the nation's history to ever be hosted on the White House South Lawn.
All people invited, our country is invited.
Haven't they done like boxing matches at the White House before though? Like, this isn't the first time an event like this has ever been done, right? Like, there's been like boxing matches and shit, right? You don't think so? I thought there had been. I thought they had done stuff like this in the past. I don't know if you guys saw the clip of Joe Rogan where Joe Rogan was talking about this, and he's like, bro, I would not take a fight there. He's like, I would never take a fight there because it's like it's not a controlled environment. You have too much of like, you know, outside environmental factors that you have to take into consideration, like how humid it's going to be and how many bugs are going to be there and all sorts of crap like that you can't help. Like, you need to be inside, you need to have air conditioning, you need to have like all sorts of shit, whereas if people are like getting dehydrated, you're just fucked. Like, you're just totally fucked. The wind will hurt your strong muscles. The wind is bullshit, by the way. I don't know if you guys are aware of that.
To this, it's free.
The renderings for the event, UFC Freedom 250, showcase a massive display, including a fighting cage known as the Octagon just outside the president's bedroom window. A huge red, white, and blue lighting structure, dubbed the Claw, towers overhead, and there will be massive TV screens and seating for a watch party on the ellipse that can accommodate approximately 85,000 fans.
And 100,000 people in the back where they're putting up 8 or 10 very big screens.
There will be a press conference at the Lincoln Memorial, and weigh-ins will take place at the ellipse the day before.
UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House.
The administration is calling the mixed martial arts event a showcase of American greatness.
This will be the greatest show on earth.
But critics argue it's out of touch, with California Governor Gavin Newsom sarcastically writing,
Thank God they are focused on the priorities of all Americans. Asked about who's paying for all of it, the White House responded to those questions on.
I was just thinking about the quote from Trump from a while ago where he was like, we can't pay for people's health care. Like, we can't pay for them to take care of their kids or daycare or anything like that. And I'm looking at this monstrosity being built there thinking, damn, dude, that probably cost like the amount of like tons of people's homes. Like tons of people couldn't spend that much on a fucking house, and let alone like, you know, you could probably take the amount of money being spent here and to build this and then just tear it down on like fucking 10 homes, and they're just doing it just for a day.
On social media with 3 letters, quote, UFC. There is one thing that the UFC CEO, Dana White, is worried about: the weather.
I hate outdoors. Outdoors is just way too unpredictable. If it rains, we're going. If it snows, we're going. The only thing that will stop us is lightning.
Dana White is a longtime friend of the president's, speaking at the last 3 Republican national conventions while praising his early support for the UFC.
Donald was the first guy that recognized the potential that we saw in the UFC and encouraged us to build our business.
Now, White will be by Trump's side when the South Lawn is filled with fans. A White House official told CNN that 1/3 of the tickets are reserved for
It really
military
is some
members and their
idiocracy stuff.
family, 1/3 for White House staff and their family, and 1/3 for VIP.
Especially the no fat people shit. Like, especially that, dude. Like, that's the funny thing is that if you probably like looked up the people who are most out of weight, it's gonna be people who voted for Trump. Almost definitely. Like, the people who vote for Trump are almost definitely more of like out of shape. Did I say out of weight a minute ago? Out of shape people, you know, overweight people. Almost definitely going to be a plurality of his vote, or not a plurality of his voters, but the plurality of them will be his voters. The majority of them will be his voters. By far the majority of them will be his voters. Just like a couple weeks ago when we looked up like lowest test scores in the world and shit like that, and or in America, and all of the states with the lowest test scores, the lowest education levels, and the poorest states all voted for Trump across the fucking board. Like, top 10, there was 1 out of the bottom 10 in education that voted for Democrats. I think it was New Mexico or something like that. But yeah, 1 out of the bottom 10, and that was like number 9. Number 9 voted for Democrats.
IPs.
I have never seen anybody want anything so much as people want those tickets. It's a one of a kind.
Certainly one of a kind. My political sources are here. Jamal Simmons worked in the Biden White House. Scott Jennings served under President George W. Bush and is inexplicably joining us from a baseball stadium tonight. Jamal, I'm going to start with you since you're in studio. What is your take on the Pentagon putting out these restrictions for ticket recipients here?
Well, first of all, let me start here. When you win the White House, you get to have whatever event you want to have at the White House. I know there are some people who think this is probably not the greatest event for the president to have, but it is in line with his base. It's in line with his brand. So just as a communications professional, I understand why they did it. Now, more military members should have a chance to participate in this. It shouldn't be whether or not you meet a. I understand some people aren't being flown in. They have tickets, but they've got to get themselves there. If I were the White House, I would get military members to this event if they really want to show their commitment to it, and not just let it be for the people who are Washington-based or people who can afford to get to the White House.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, do you think that there should be height and weight restrictions on which members of the military can come?
Look, I didn't know much about this until we decided to do this conversation. I asked the White House point blank, is this true? And I was told, quote, fake news from the Washington Post. So without being in the middle of it, I can only tell you what I've been told by the White House is that there are no restrictions. They are inviting members of the military. They're excited to have members of the military there. And as for these Democrats who are criticizing this, why do they have to be such fun vacuums? This is cool.
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt had boxing matches at the White House.
No fat people is fucking cool, dude. That's some cool shit. Why can't you guys just quit being fucking party poopers?
Donald Trump is the modern Teddy Roosevelt. And I agree with Jamal. When you win the White House, you get to do things at the White House. This is very in line with the president's brand. And it's cool, which I guess is why Democrats hate it.
Well, I mean, Jamal says, is a Democrat.
Turn the fucking
He
phone
says
off.
that it's fine with having it, but there is literally a memo that said ticket recipients are required to meet the Department of War waist to height ratio standard of less than 0.55, as well as all service-specific physical fitness test requirements. That means troops would have to have a maximum 37-inch waist for the average man and a 35-inch waist for the average woman. I mean, there's a memo on it.
Well, look, I know the military has standards on physical fitness. Beyond that, I don't know what to say about it other than the White House says they're happy to have military members come to this awesome event at the White House. And it sounds to me like it's nitpicky and will find a way to criticize something that otherwise was kind of a communication stroke of genius.
Nitpicky. There's like when you say it's like on brand for Donald Trump at this point, I would think you guys would like say that's a bad thing. At this point, with him just having like the worst polling numbers of all time and just being so unpopular, helping Democrats at every fucking turn to win elections and making Democrats look better and better, making people regret their votes more and more. I would imagine at this point you would be like, you know what, this is really bad because it's on brand for the president. I don't think you would ever list on brand for Donald Trump as a good thing anymore. There's got to be like a horrible negative to be on brand for Donald Trump.
Yeah, so look, I'm not in the middle of who they're inviting or how they're inviting it, but I think it's pretty awesome they're bringing members of the military in.
Caitlin, I got to say that point does make it sound like they're trying to use members of the military as props. They're using them as backdrop for the president's political priorities. That part, I would fix that. They need to let people come in the military because we're honoring them for their service, not for their looks.
Well, I mean, the other part of this is part of the celebration in the lead up to America 250, Jamal. And obviously on this front, in terms of what this looks like, is huge celebrations that they're planning for America 250, a big concert that's supposed to take place. Several of the artists, though, who were announced to perform are now pulling out of this. And just a few of them, Morris Day wrote on Facebook, "It's a no for me." We've got Bret Michaels citing a similar issue, saying that unfortunately what was presented to us as a celebration of our country has evolved into something much more divisive than what I agreed to be a part of. Others have said, young MC, I have informed my agents that I will not be performing. They were not told about any political involvement in this event. I mean, you could see on and on. There are multiple artists here who say, I thought this was going to be just a patriotic celebration and now fear that it is becoming political.
Yeah, well, one of the artists that he had booked was Milli Vanilli, who were notorious for being a fake Grammy recording band. And so it's a problem for an administration that I think people look at and say, what's real inside this administration? They're even booking fake musical acts to come and perform. The president, for the 250th anniversary, should be finding ways to bring us together. But we are finding he's doing things like wanting to produce a $250 bill with his face on it. Those aren't things that unite the country around something that we should all be.
Yeah, no, that's the important shit right now. That's the important stuff. That's what we care about.
Cheering for. Instead, there's sort of sticking his finger in the eye of people who disagree with him at a time when he should be bringing us together.
We did hear from Vanilla Ice Scott, who said this on TikTok about the event.
Honored to do this concert with everybody. We're gonna bring back the 90s. Put your dancing shoes on. We don't take anything too serious, man. We're gonna bring the 90s. That's how it works. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
Scott, what do you make of that?
Well, I think we should all stop, collaborate, and listen to Vanilla Ice. He's excited about this.
Ooh,
we should all be excited about this. Now, when you're a Republican, and you start dealing with
Hey.
Hollywood and the entertainment industry, it gets very dicey because anytime they come into contact with Republicans,
I'm
all their
impressed.
peers and all the
Pretty
people out in
good.
Hollywood and that industry come down on them hard. That's obviously what's happened here. I personally would love to hear a lot of military bands. I'd love to hear patriotic marches and that kind of music. So, chasing these acts sometimes is a little bit of a risky business for Republicans. I don't know why they're pulling out. This has nothing to do with politics and everything to do with America's 250th anniversary. The only people making it divisive are the Democrats, who seem to be criticizing every single thing Trump wants to do to celebrate the country's birthday. They're fun haters.
I mean, he said that the Washington, what did he say? Did he say the Washington Post said that it was fake? Is that who, like, if you're quoting the Washington Post, you're already kind of fucked up, but.
Roosevelt had boxing matches at the White House. Remember the conversation? I asked the White House point blank, is this true? And I was told, quote, fake news from the Washington Post. So without being.
Fake news from the Washington Post. He did say that there were boxing matches in the past, though. Washington Post reported that the Pentagon recruited military personnel to attend a White House UFC fight, but mandated strict body composition standards. Internal memory. Oh, okay. He wasn't saying the Washington Post said it was fake news. He said the okay, so the Washington Post is apparently the one who broke the story. And now he's saying the White House said it was fake news from the Washington Post. Okay, so it seems like everybody agrees this is real. This is a standard. Even the conservative outlets agree that this is what the White House is doing, and then it's just the White House who's denying it. Okay. Damn.
A reminder, Trump is the oldest president to ever be inaugurated, and he is weeks away from his 80th birthday. With us now is Dr. Jonathan Reiner. Dr. Reiner, I know you just looked at this relatively short document, but tell us what you saw.
Well, I saw what I expected to see, which is basically just essentially superlatives. First of all, one thing that stands out is that he was evaluated by 22 specialists. And, I don't see, the work of 22 specialists.
That is like one of the funniest things about this is that Trump is not going to meet his own criteria. Like, he's obviously fat and out of shape and overweight. He is not going to meet the criteria. And he's not going to be allowed to go to his own UFC event.
Specialists here. I see a sort of cherry-picked list of findings. One thing that's very curious to me is that Dr. Barbara Bella says that once again his patient underwent a CT scan of the heart, which we were told he underwent back in October. So why is he getting CT scans of the heart every 6 months? That's not standard.
Totally
practice.
normal.
If it's
totally normal.
Dr. Reiner, I mean, there's to that point, there's a detail.
I get CT scans of my heart every 6 weeks because I'm so healthy. The doctors just want to be in awe of how great my heart is. They all gather around and clap every time just to celebrate the healthiness of my heart. What up, Jen?
That I just kind of struck out to me, that his cardiovascular health was that of somebody 14 years younger. Can you explain that?
Yeah, that's using a unvalidated tool from a single paper, using AI, looking at just an EKG to try and calculate someone's, quote, cardiac age. That is not a clinically used or useful tool right now. They they stated that in his exam last year. The other thing that they mentioned once again is this nonsense about the bruising on his hand related to vigorous handshaking. Okay, maybe that's why his right hand is bruising. Why is his left hand bruising as well? So they have to really stop.
Abandon 6,666 tipped $18. Fuck Trump.
True. Fuck Trump. FDT. Oh, whoops. I forgot to take off the last. The W's in chat for Abby, everybody. W's in the chat. Damn, son. Jen Wink with the $20. Let's fucking go, boy. Let's go. I'm gonna pull her hair. Yep. Well, she got you there. She got you there. I would like to tell everybody though, behind the scenes, I just had a fucking epic snack battle off screen, and got up to 25,000, I think, is what I got up to. And I was still in third place. Like, when you're at 25,000, you're still in third place. You are truly in an epic snack battle. There were like, I think at one point I was at 20,000 in fifth place or some shit like that. So yes, it is fucking crazy. Play, damn it! Play!
Trying to write off the bruising to that.
Is the
I'm not sure there's an ominous
is the aspirin consumption that they also mentioned that, you know, we know the president takes a fairly high dose of aspirin. Is that a rationale that makes sense to you to explain some of the bruising?
Well, it might explain the bruising in the right hand, but it wouldn't explain. It might explain bruising.
Oh my goodness. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it, mate. So Cavanackle posted the videos we watched the other day. FD Signifier was debating Bad Empanada, where he went off on Bad Empanada about the fact that he felt like Bad Empanada goes a little bit too far with the Jewish stuff to where he gets into anti-Semitism areas. And a lot of lefties are now pissed off at FD Signifier for saying this. They feel like FD is you know, getting paid by AIPAC or some shit now. They're all very upset with him for this. And there's been a bunch of shit that I've kind of decided not to cover and skip over here and there, but yeah, this is getting more and more heated between the left and FD Signifier. So we're gonna let Cavernacle explain for himself, but this is titled FD Signifier Doesn't Like How I Criticize Israel.
And I'm gonna just bluntly break a rule and name a few names, is that a lot of the times when you first are hearing us talk, the people at the front of our mind that we're trying to address are online, very online leftists. But then there's like, does that critique make sense if you look at it, if you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say Bad Empanada, I'm gonna say watches Cavernacle, And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed specifically with Bad Now, I'm not gonna put this.
My earbud just died. Hold up. What would you do? Get up out my seat, stop making tired excuses. What would you do? Girl, I know if my mother could do it, maybe you could do it.
It's on Cavernacle Too Tough. That they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Cavernacle's Twitter feeds because there's like there's a congealment of this energy.
I wonder how they'd feel
More
about
traditional
this.
fascists still hate Jewish people more than any other group. And in that, you're having a lot of social media creators incentivized by the profit motive of Elon Musk's Twitter, and also trying to infiltrate and weasel their way into pro-Palestinian movements by tweeting a lot of stuff you'd see on many other accounts, but they'd also mix it in with lots of anti-Semitism that has absolutely nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. And it's really two things, right? A lot of these accounts are anti-Semitic, but they're also grifters trying to make money off this situation right now. The people who've changed the conversation are left-wing anti-Zionists and Muslim populations in the West. It's not crazy, unhinged conspiracy theorists and fascists. They are not our allies, and they have done little to change the conversation. These people are fringe, and you can tell who is an anti-Zionist because they are some sort of crazy conspiracy theorist or Nazi, and you can tell who has it out of either religious or moral principles, or for myself, a left-wing anti-Zionist opposition because of my opposition to settler colonialism. And yes, people like Professor Jang do not help this. Seducing people with anti-Zionist rhetoric and then telling them that Hitler wasn't actually so bad, like Professor Jang does, and I've proved in my videos, do you think that's helpful to people? Of course it's not. You're literally using Israel to indoctrinate people into fascist rhetoric and fascist ideology. You're not indoctrinating them into something that is opposed to settler colonialism. You're actually rehabilitating the people who did settler colonialism before Israel was even created. When I was about 24 years old, a pro-Zionist alleged media monitoring organization contacted my boss trying to get me fired for my job because I wrote an article about how Israel was blocking ventilators to treat COVID patients from getting into Gaza. And they said I was some sort of anti-Semite racist, holding Israel to a double standard. On my YouTube channel in the same year, I started more making anti-Israel content, and I had been speaking about Israel since 2019. And since then, over the last 6 years, I've dedicated a lot of my channel to exposing things to do with Israel or its atrocities, Syria, Lebanon, while talking about its influence on Western politics. Now, across the whole time of me covering Israel on my channel and dedicating so much of my channel to talking about Israel, there are two groups who've had a problem, and almost exclusively two groups who have had a problem with how I speak about Israel. Can you guess?
It's a Cavernacle back in the day, dude. I called him out in a couple of fucking videos, and you would not believe what he called me. Okay, you would not believe what this motherfucker called me. He called me a fake socialist. He called me a fake socialist grifting as a leftist. Dumbass motherfucker, dude.
Two they are. One of them is, of course, Zionists, who are always going to think I'm some sort of racist. But another group is American leftists. And it's almost exclusively American leftists. Like, I've never had British leftists call me an anti-Semite. I've never had Irish leftists call me an anti-Semite. And I've never had leftists from any other country but America suggest I'm either an anti-Semite or my content facilitates a community of Nazis. But that's what I want to talk about today. And I also want to use this opportunity to talk about tone policing, language policing, when it comes to the issue of Palestine, especially from people who don't even talk about Palestine. And today we're going to be talking about FD Signifier, not because he has had this recent drama with Bad Empanada, but I will touch on that. It's
Well, I mean, if he focuses on race and racism, and he's not talking about Israel-Palestine here, but is instead talking about where anti-Palestinian anti-Israel sentiments might fade into anti-Semitic sentiments, then isn't that like within his wheelhouse then? Isn't that part of his? Isn't that now part of his thing? And if you're making it about Palestinians and Palestine and Gaza and shit like that, then it just seems like maybe it's unresponsive.
Because he's also brought me into the conversation by suggesting that me and Bad Empanada, lumping us right in together, both are guilty of being careless when it comes to Palestine, and I myself have neo-Nazis in my online communities because of how careless I am about Palestine. And I actually recorded this video last night, and I edited this video last night. This isn't the video you're watching though, because I decided that video wasn't helpful because I felt like it was way too much of a personal defense of my record on Palestine against these allegations I've had. And I felt like people in our leftist community, I think it would kind of more force them to like pick sides rather than focus on this issue more analytically, because that's what I want. Although people often accuse me of causing leftist drama, that's not what I want. My critique of other leftists on this platform, which I usually try and focus on something that represents something larger, I don't just do it for clicks and drama, and most of my content, despite what some people might say, has nothing to do with leftist drama, is more focused on anti-imperialism and anti-US content. Do you want to focus on a group I've been calling the Nebula left? Creators who are on Nebula, who seem, at least in their public personas, to care far more about anti-Semitism than they do about being pro-Palestine, and who have utterly failed to use their platforms to advocate for Palestine or say anything of significance or say...
Is he saying Nebula? Isn't that the platform where like a bunch of people go and like they'll tell you, hey, we're talking about this topic today, and they'll do like a 10-minute video on it, and then like right when they get a little bit into it, they'll then say like, oh, but you have to go and subscribe to my Nebula to see the rest of my video, and blah blah blah. Isn't that Nebula?
Anything that changes the conversation at all. And in the world of people like FD Signifier who talk about people like me and Bad Empanada, again, we're very different creators, and I am going to talk about how I don't agree with a lot of what he says online. But what they're essentially doing is carrying water for Zionism and liberal Zionism by attacking people like us in terms of our speech around Israel, while they themselves stay quiet, because to them, it's more important to be careful about your language than advocate for Palestine. So I would ask people like FD Signifier, is the world you want, is it better for people to be more like yourself and not use their platforms to speak about Palestine because they're trying to be so careful about not being anti-Semitic? Or is it better to be someone like, even like Bad Empanada? Who do you think Palestinians would appreciate more? Do you think they'd appreciate you being careful, or people like Bad Empanada who will call out things like Jewish supremacy in Israel, like people like myself who will call out these things? And if that makes people uncomfortable, that is often a good thing. Do you know why? Because you're actually telling them something they haven't heard before. And sometimes the truth makes people uncomfortable, especially...
Who people would appreciate more, I don't think is really a part of it. Though I do think that would appeal to FD Signifier, because I do think that he would ask people, like, who do you think black people would appreciate more? X, or Y. Like, I do think that that's the type of logic FD Signifier would use, so fair enough.
Especially when you're talking to an American audience. And although I would disagree with me and Bad Empanada having many similarities in often how we present ourselves online, I will agree that being two people who aren't American, it seems to be the people who have the biggest problem specifically with how we talk about Palestine is American leftists who don't talk about Palestine. So I want to talk about all of that today, and I want to talk about this tone policing, because FD Signifier...
Wow, it's crazy. The people who live in the places with the least amount of brown and black people think about these things differently than the people who live around tons of brown and black people. What? That's nuts.
Is not the only person to do it. But I also feel like it comes out of an ignorance of both anti-Semitism and Palestine, but also an ignorance of our content generally and refusing to actually engage with our arguments. FD signifies arguments against us using the terms like Jewish supremacy when it comes to like a Jewish supremacist state like Israel, but it feels weird that white people are saying this, right? It's a total nonsensical argument, and I also just find it extremely cowardly because if this guy had issues with my content on Palestine, we're mutuals on everything, we've collabed in the past, and we've spoken in the past specifically about anti-Semitism. You can always just give me a message. Maybe I'm old school and think that like you shouldn't just randomly start associating people with neo-Nazis when you're talking about their coverage of Palestine without ever speaking to them first. I think it's just like a really shitty thing to do. And again, that's why I didn't upload the video I recorded last night, because I felt like it became too personal. And even the way I was talking about it, I feel like I got too personal in the other direction. And I don't want this to become drama, but I do generally think this is a shitty thing to do. I do think it's a cowardly thing to do. And although he might even think that his issue with me is purely based on the presentation and language, I actually think his issue with my content is more based on the substance and politics of it, rather than maybe I said Keir Starmer is a Mossad agent on Twitter one time. I want to just build up to get to the clip that I probably already showed you at the start. And I want to just talk about myself in terms of Palestine and the online left. Like I said, I've been making anti-Israel content on this channel since about 2020, consistently made this content and ramped it up more and more. But it's fair to say, I wasn't making this content because it was a popular thing to say. I wasn't making this content because it's some sort of pro-Palestine grift, as I've been accused of before. I was a very small channel when I made this content, but I've just been consistent, and maybe I'll show you some clips of me talking about it over the years. But yeah, I have been an outward anti-Zionist for a long time. You read about the interwar years between, I guess, the 1948 war and the 1967 war, and you read about the 1967 war. There is obviously so much to criticize Israel about. They're extremely provocative. In the early mid-60s, there's stories of them helping with, I guess, Jewish settlers pushing the Israeli borders. So what they'd often do is encourage these settlers to drive construction equipment over the border with Syria. The Syrians would then react in some way, and that would give Israel justification to bomb those Syrian positions, and then they would expand their territory even more. Hamas, which was an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, if you know anything about the Muslim Brotherhood, how they essentially work is as, you know, community groups. They help the poor, they set up kitchens, they help with workers' rights. Pretty good stuff in that regard, but their ideology is quite, you know, Islamic fundamentalist. They've been widely persecuted in Egypt, and of course they actually seized power after the revolution, only to be ousted again. And what actually happened is during the elections, and I think in 2004 or was it 2005, is that loads of Palestinians voted for Hamas as the leaders of, you know, the region in Gaza, because Hamas, with their community organizing and their militant stance, became to be seen by many Palestinians as the only people who would defend them. And lots of them became dissatisfied with the PLO and Fatah because they felt like they were selling them out to the West and to Israel, where it basically blames the Palestinians for their own oppression. And it talks about like Hamas, like they're holding.
But I thought that Hamas didn't even run on like a militant position, and that like their platform was not militant at all. Am I crazy? I could have sworn that like Hamas was running on like a totally different type of platform than what it is that they do today. But he's saying that this is why people voted for them based on their militant platform.
Gaza hostage and Israel the ones to free them. No, Hamas have gained popularity because of the constant oppression of the Palestinians and the belief in many Palestinian circles in Gaza that the PLO had sold them out to the Israelis and the West, and attacking them more and brutalizing Palestinians more only adds to their support, including until today as well. And also we've seen this narrative about weapons and Hamas fighters hiding in plain sight, like in schools and hospitals. And of course, recently, the Associated Press building apparently had them hidden. It's just a convenient excuse Israel like to use to bomb Gaza positions and Gaza's infrastructure. So yes, I maybe am looking back at this controversy to inform you, especially in light of recent statements by the organization, that the ADL is bad. You shouldn't donate to them. Like, maybe it was good that PewDiePie didn't do it, although he doesn't mention his reasons. I hardly believe he didn't donate to them because of their activism against Palestinians. I am an anti-Zionist. I do not think Israel should exist. I don't agree with its right to exist. Israel, to me, is the same as South Africa. It's a settler, colonial, apartheid states, and that is pretty much all you have to tackle it from. It's apartheid, it's settler colonialism. And the one thing I want to say about this as well, throughout this whole period of me making these anti-Israel videos, basically no one on the left ever called me an anti-Semite or suggested that my content might be helping Nazis. I think that's two reasons for that. As much as I've made anti-Israel content, I've also made...
You, at this point, would not consider me on the left, so... people on the left have called him, but just if they do call him that, then he gets to say they're not really on the left. So
loads and loads of content exposing anti-Semitism, fighting against fascism, and calling out anti-Semitism in society that has become so normalized, especially how that is often wrapped up with anti-leftist narratives. I'm someone who's done both of those things, so I think it's very hard for a lot of people before to suggest I was some sort of radicalizer and people in my audience were becoming Nazis, or I was attracting Nazis or some shit like that. But then this has all changed in the last couple of years, where I have constantly faced smears of being an anti-Semite from other leftists. And I think it's two things. So October 7th made people face the reality of Israeli apartheid, but they're also being forced to face this reality, right? So you didn't come around to being pro-Palestine from like maybe your own personal political journey. You were forced to in this moment, but then you're being forced to by all these terrible images, and maybe your audience that you have as a...
This literally doesn't make sense. This is such a stupid take. Like, what if you went to like college and your professor taught you about it, and like you had to sit in class and learn about it, as he seems to claim he's done, right? Oh, well, you were forced to learn about this. You didn't just come to this conclusion based on your own want to understand. You were forced to understand this because you had to go to class to get your degree, and they started teaching you about it there, and you were forced to do it. And it's such a fucking stupid way of talking about this. Like what the fuck? what does that have to do with anything? You were forced to or not? Like you can use this like forced thought process for just about anything.
The leftist creator, they're all really pro-Palestinian and they want you to say something, but you don't really know much about this topic and you're coming at it from just being exposed to this, right? So that's absolutely fine, and that's happened to a lot of people. Noah Sampson said basically that was part of his political evolution.
Like I said, so many people like yourself just haven't made videos about Palestine. So then I'm interested, like why, like talk about maybe, if you want, like your upbringing and how you became like left, and then suddenly now you're like this massive like pro-Palestinian content creator. It's just like an interesting pivot, but also one you didn't actually have to even make, like if you were just focused on being like in some sort of e-celeb.
A cynical thing that often gets mentioned, like, oh, you didn't care about this before October 7th. And I'm kind of like, I mean, it's not that I didn't care, it's that this thing, like most people, was not even on their radar. And October 7th changed that. And that's part of, I think, I guess Israel's response to October 7th, right? Where when you see what's happening, I think for a lot of people, it's changed them forever and made them, once you built up an audience capture, as you mentioned, it's like, okay, well, do I want to talk about Palestine? I mean, I don't know what the click-through rate will be like on a video that's about something so serious, or I don't know. I could just do a Trump video and people that's relevant to the U.S. and it's closer, and most people don't have ties to Israel Palestine, so why does it really matter? And I don't know. I mean, to me that's like, I can't conceive of that as anything other than disgusting, given what I and a lot of people have been exposed to over the past 2 years, right? It's like I can no longer understand that, but growing up, I wouldn't have had any real desire to talk about this because I wasn't that political, and I was kind of like, yeah, Obama seems cool, whatever.
And then look at all the good stuff he's done, look at all the good content he's done. So I'm not saying that you had to be pro-Palestinian before October 7th or your opinion doesn't matter, but I do think it plays a big role in it that so many people came to it through the genocide right now, and then they don't actually know much about what they're...
Yeah, but you are saying that it's like it's a lesser way of coming to these conclusions, when I don't think that it's going to be any different from one person to the other. Like everybody's going to learn about shit based on like what's put in front of them, what's popular at the time, what's been researched enough for them to look into, what the authorities have talked about enough. Like these are all ways that you can just look around and be like, oh, well, you didn't go to Gaza and fight in the battles yourself to know exactly what happened. You relied on some other guy to tell you. Like, I feel like you could just do all this downplaying of other people's experiences to try to upplay your knowledge, no matter what it is.
Talking about, so they have the reactionary impulse. For example, FD Signifier said he didn't know much about it to Noah Sampson on the first stream he did. Also says he wasn't really paying attention after October 7th.
I learned a lot from your first, Ethan video, right? Like I'm sure a lot of people did. Like there was a lot of, it was a perfect, that was a perfect use of the platform for, like that was a perfect execution. You perfectly executed that maneuver. It's like, look, I know what people are going to click for, and I know what I want them to get. And so I know how to maneuver those two things in. And so like, I have not followed what's going on super closely. And I'm one of many people that really barely knew about, like I knew enough about what was happening in Palestine to know who the good guys and the bad guys were, right? But like very little about the full like breadth of the problem, before October 7th. And since then I've learned a lot more, but even still it's not become something that I'm following super closely. And so when you drop something like that and I catch all those updates and like these different things, I'm like, oh, this is actually an excellent piece of like media. This is an excellent piece of media as a weapon.
Fair to say that Palestine and Israel is a topic that FD Signifier is fairly ignorant on, right? And again, he hasn't used much of his platform to advocate for Palestine, or even, in my opinion, had done much to fight against anti-Semitism on his platform. So that's why it does feel bizarre to me personally that he does feel emboldened to call people like me out, despite the fact that I've used my platform for both of those things far more than he has. And it's not a competition. People will take this wrong, and I can already see the comments, oh, but that's just not what he talks about on his channel. That's absolutely fine. I'm not telling him to start doing this, but that's why you have to be more careful with your language, because you honestly have no leg to stand on. Like, if you're going to call me out for being careless, I could just say,
but you're basing how much somebody knows about something or their right to like call somebody else out based on how much they've put on their channel, which is such a fucking stupid measure. Like, that is an absolutely fucking stupid measure. There's people who do nothing but fucking cover drama, who might be historians and like might have way more information on all of this shit than any of you. And you turn around, well, you haven't even talked about this on your channel, so where are you coming from then? Like, what kind of fucking response would that be? It's just not a good response.
back to you, you're careless because through your language you have liberal Zionists in your audience, or you haven't done enough to combat anti-Semitism because you never speak about it. I don't really want to play those games because I think they're stupid. That's why I would never say it in the first place.
Stupid.
But also coming from the point of view as a smaller creator who did feel responsible to use my platform to talk about these things, and also talk about it in a way like straight after October 7th, that did make people uncomfortable. And I used that moment to really talk about these things very, very honestly. And that led me to calling out BreadTube. I made this video essay where I talked about BreadTubers who had been silent on Palestine. And this was part of a series of events that led ContraPoints to basically come out as some sort of liberal Zionist, which I speculate in the video was part of her silence on this stuff. But people took this video wrong. And this video actually made a lot of people really mad. And they basically thought it was some sort of drama video. But half of that video is spent of me analyzing the leftist space these people created on YouTube and how we've kind of moved past the need for them, because when something so terrible like their own government's taking part in a genocide and they all stay silent because they're too afraid to lose their audiences and stuff like that, we've moved past the need for creators like that. But again, people took it really bad. And you might remember there was that YouTuber Trash Discourse who made a whole video calling essentially me and Bad Empanada Nazis. I'm not even joking, it wasn't subtle. I can play some clips for you there.
The same slop over and over again, telling their viewers that watching these videos is praxis, actually, all while seeding their viewers with these right-wing beliefs, slowly indoctrinating them into right-wing conspiratorial thinking. That's why Cavernacle seems so threatened by what he calls the Nebula Elite.
Okay, I don't care.
Healthcare. It's become a boogeyman in too many families. Cost structures and they're nightmares in this country, okay? It is a top priority for all of us. It's getting no attention, none. It's completely distracted from. Congress isn't touching it. The president had talked a big game about bringing in the healthcare bigs. I thought it was a great idea. It never happened. But on the state level, you're seeing a lot of things happen. And there is an interesting push on the right that the key to change is waste, fraud, and abuse. I am very suspicious of that. Not that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. Of course there is. But that it's of an amount that is actually determinative of the outcome of the program, especially when it comes to something like Medicaid. Now, in the Ohio race for governor, health care is going to matter. They have big problems in that state, okay? Vivek Ramaswamy, you remember him from Doge, right, and helping with the Trump administration. He says he thinks
he wasn't part of Doge. He wasn't part of Doge. That was like part of the whole big controversy, was the fact that he was not part of, that he was not part of Doge, and that he refused to be part of Doge because they weren't doing things, what he said was, through a legal route. Now, could mean that he wanted them to do things legally, not illegally. It could mean that he wanted them to go through legal processes like, Congress, or the courts, or, challenge things through the courts or things like that. I don't know. But either way, it was definitely a condemnation of the way that Doge was doing things, to the point that he wasn't willing to be part of that program. So he was not part of Doge.
that the answer to Medicaid is exactly what I'm discounting, which is waste, fraud, and abuse. If you take care of that, it's going to be billions in savings, and it's going to save the program. It's going to give money back to Washington. It's going to be great. In the Wall Street Journal op-ed, Vivek argues that states should be allowed to keep more of the money they recover from Medicaid fraud, giving governors and state agencies a real financial incentive to aggressively investigate and then prosecute abuse, and then reinvest those savings back into health care. So let's discuss how this would work. Joining me now is gubernatorial candidate Vivek Ramaswamy.
The problem is that some of these states are part of the fraud. Like, especially when you look at states like Florida, they seem to be part of the fraud. So when you have such high levels of fraud for Medicaid and Medicare, they might be like, we know that there have literally been politicians, Republican politicians in Florida, who were participatory in the fraudulent activity. And if you're saying, hey, you go do it yourself and then you get the money back, they're like, we're already getting the money, motherfucker. We're already getting it. It's just going straight into our bank accounts. What do you mean?
Swami, can you hear me?
Noah looks horrible. Damn, you're like 5 minutes behind, Mantis.
Yes, good to see you, Chris. How you doing?
All right, good. I know we have some comms issues. Let me know, Vivek, if they're a problem. Let's just start with the optics on this. They throw a quote around. I don't know the proper context, so I'll ask you. They quote you as saying that you believe Medicaid and Medicare were mistakes. Do you believe that?
I reject the premise of the question, Chris. Those are talking points that came from an hour-and-a-half long podcast I did with Ezra Klein. As you and I know, we have these long-form conversations that go into depth, and I think we need more politicians who step outside of their scripted talking points. For anybody who's interested in my views on this, listen to that hour-and-a-half of my conversation with Ezra Klein. It was actually good. I lean right, he leans left. We had a great conversation. But here's what I do believe, and I know, Chris, is that Medicaid waste, fraud, and abuse is real. And I'm not saying it's the only step to bringing down healthcare expenses, but I am saying it is the most uncontroversial step that both Republicans and Democrats ought to be able to agree on. And even if you look at my home state of Ohio, you think about our Medicaid budget next year, it's looking like $47 billion. I think there's good evidence to suggest that up to 10% of that, it's a big number, about $4.7 billion, can be attributed to at least illegal waste, fraud, and abuse, or even forms of waste, fraud, and abuse that we would think about it in a colloquial sense. And my view is, let's put that money back in your pockets.
Bro, he's using words like colloquial to try to show off. Most people can't even pronounce colloquial. He's being manipulative by saying words like colloquial. That's obvious to everybody, right guys? Right guys? We all agree on this, yeah? That's obvious, right? Right guys? Right everybody? We all know.
To make healthcare more affordable in my state at a time when we need it. And let's change the incentives a little bit. Let the state keep most of those savings, because that's not what happens today. Today, most of the savings go to Washington, D.C. I say let's let states keep a majority of those savings, and that creates the proper incentives, whether you're a red state or, in principle, even a blue state.
What up, Brandon?
To tackle this waste, fraud, and abuse, to prosecute the bad guys, take that money, and use it to bring down copays, bring down health insurance premiums, pad those health savings accounts. That's common sense. And I do think, Chris, and talking to people in my state, I don't care whether you're on the left or right, this should be common sense, but it takes an actual executive to execute rather than just somebody making a political pandering point. So that's what I'm trying to do here.
I get it. And I get that you don't believe it's a mistake. It's about how it's run. But here, the job is to ask the question and have you answer it. However, a couple of concerns. Waste, fraud, and abuse is real. Anybody who says otherwise is pretending. However, often waste, fraud, and abuse is a guise, a canard to mask cutting of services. We've seen it many.
Who the fuck has ever said that waste, fraud, and abuse isn't real? What the fuck? Who the hell has ever said that? Like, what kind of fucking virtue signal is that? I'm not afraid to say it. Anybody who disagrees that waste, fraud, and abuse is real is a fucking liar. They're fucking lying, dude. I believe in waste, fraud, and abuse. I think it's a real thing.
Times in many different states. And how do you reassure people, especially in your state, you have almost 1 in 3, right? It's almost 30% of the state is affected by Medicaid in Ohio. That's not what this is about.
Yeah, look, it's a fair point to raise, Chris. It's actually the opposite. The problem is we would risk running out of money if we don't ensure program integrity. So the only way to ensure the people who are actually supposed to be getting those payments, the single mother of 3 children in Appalachia, the father of 5 in Toledo, working hard to put maybe 2 jobs even to put dinner on the dinner table, the disabled veteran. Think about the person who...
Jen, I cannot believe you're denying the waste, fraud, and abuse is real right now. It is. It's real. You just fucking denied it, dude. All these people trying to tell me that waste, fraud, and abuse in Bigfoot aren't real are fucking liars, dude.
Maybe in between jobs, a college graduate who may not have yet landed that first job but soon will. People who temporarily need that hand up. In order to make sure the money is actually available to them, we have to prosecute the fraudsters. And we have good evidence on this. I understand some of your skepticism. But if you look at the Paragon Health Institute, independent group with an assessment of $1.1 trillion in effectively ineligible or wrongful payments over the course of a decade. That's over $100 billion on average per year. In Ohio, I'll give you a fact. Over that same decade, we've had enrollment in Medicaid only go up by about 100,000, from 2.9 million to 3 million. Yet over that same period, Medicaid spending ballooned from 27 billion to 47 billion. So that's not right. So again, I come back to
the basics. But that's not waste, fraud, and abuse.
Prosecute the fraud.
That's not waste, fraud, and abuse.
Just finish one point here.
Go ahead.
Well, a lot of it is waste, fraud, and abuse. I think about 10% of that is waste, fraud, and abuse. If you look at the
10%.
Daily Wire's reporting,
I can tell you what 2 out of 3 of it
examples, is. That's what we're looking at. Yeah.
I got you. You're right about waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm not saying you're not. Nothing I should be saying should.
You literally just said that he was wrong. You literally did. You just said that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. Now you're like, well, I'm not saying that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. Yes, you literally said that. You did say that.
Be taken to discount, that you'd be better off if you can identify more of it. And I think you should be able to keep the money. It's a great argument to make because Medicaid gives you a little bit more leverage. Why? Because it's a partnership between federal and state. You guys have to put up a lot of your own money also. I'm with all of that. However, 2 out of 3 of the dollars that are responsible for the increase in your rates, and not just Ohio, okay? I know it's true here in New York. Sure. The healthcare provider companies, that they have vertically integrated, and they've taken control of all the different cost centers, and they charge you guys whatever they want to charge. And long-term care, elder care for the disabled, and home aids, they have spiked all the pricing on it. And you need help from the federal government, and I thought the president was going to get involved in this. Then we got distracted.
So let me say a couple things, Chris. You're making some decent points. Let me separate 2 issues, though. First of all, on that 1/3 that is owed to waste, fraud, and abuse, let's at least uncontroversially agree that we should go after that and go after it aggressively. And the fact that in some circles, even in my state, even with my opponent, that type of behavior is controversial is itself part of the problem. So at least we should agree we should go after the waste, fraud, and abuse. There we're on the same page.
I don't know.
Let's agree that bad things are bad. Can we at least start there? Will you at least move a little bit in my direction? And let's say that bad things are bad. What about that? What about, can we at least, I know that we're not on the same side on everything, but can we at least agree on one thing and say bad things are bad, Mr. Cuomo?
Who says don't go after it? I don't think it's a third.
Solution.
I think it's 10%. Oh, I don't think it's the only solution. I think it's 10%. I don't think it's a third. I think 2/3 are the healthcare companies.
10% is the number I gave you, right?
Yes.
Well, first of all, that 10%, let's just start there. That's $4.7 billion. That's big dollars in Ohio. However, there are other things we need to do.
Anyway.
You raised a good point on the over-bureaucratization of medicine, the over-corporatization of medicine. Medicine and the practice of medicine has become over-corporatized. My wife knows this. She's a physician who saves lives every day at the cancer hospital at Ohio State.
Whoa,
and part of what
wife
caused
knows
this, I mean, this is a longer discussion than we have time for here, is actually Obama.
Well, if even a woman knows this, then you should definitely know this, Mr. Cuomo. He's just fucking called you out, dude. A fucking woman even knows this shit, dude. Damn.
Which in many ways imposed a lot of administrative burdens, unforeseen consequences that created that vertical integration, that created a lot of that bureaucracy where physicians are spending more time completing the paperwork than they are taking care of patients. Now, to solve that, we have more work to do. I want to move to value-based care models, a healthcare system, including Medicaid, that pays not just for volume of healthcare, that should be yesterday's model, but pays for actual positive outcomes delivered to patients. That's harder work, that's a longer conversation, and I'm up for taking it on as governor. But the first step, Chris, and this is just the easiest step we should start with, is take 10% of that $47 billion in Ohio, put that back in the pockets of hardworking families, including the Medicaid recipients for whom the program was intended. But also, Chris, it's not just Medicaid. See, when Medicaid fraud exists, even at a 10% level, that bids up pricing to increase prices for people on commercial health insurance plans, elder Ohioans on Medicare, and even those who are uninsured.
No question.
They pay more, too, from artificial pressure on demand. So to me, I believe in, I'm a pragmatist, right? I'm not a politician by background. Okay. I'm a business leader. I'm an entrepreneur. I believe in practical solutions. You're not going to solve all the world problems at once.
I only like impractical solutions. I only like solutions that are very impractical. So yeah, I'm not going to get along with a fucking pragmatist, dude. That's some crazy shit.
Start with what you can solve and can solve quickly. And that's where prosecuting this fraud aggressively, going hard, really increasing penalties, and giving the state the incentive to do it allows me to make this a top priority in my first 6 months, I'll have 4 years as governor, but in the first 6 months, we can get this much done. And I think it can unite our state. It can bring down healthcare costs, bring more money to Ohio. And then we move on to those tougher healthcare challenges that you're also rightly bringing up. Value-based care models over just paying for volume, and eventually debureaucratizing and decorporatizing the practice of medicine.
No, bad things aren't good. That's yesterday's thinking. That's yesterday's thinking. We're moving to some forward-thinking models that say, you know what, bad things are not good. And they might even be bad.
By actually bringing down a lot of those administrative burdens that are downstream consequences of a lot of the federal overgrowth, including through Obamacare. So that's the way I see things. Well, but I like the fact that we're able to have a reasoned conversation about this.
That's what's most
nothing
important.
matters as much as this. I mean,
Yes,
in terms of the people who are going to vote for you
all that really matters.
or against you, they care about this more than pretty much anything else that you can think of except their purchasing power, which is related to this as well. So good luck in the election. You're always welcome here to make the case. Good luck to you. Thanks for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
He should have just sat there. I would love to see somebody just sit there and see how long they can draw it out. Thank you for joining me tonight. Just sit there. See how long before they just cut it off. That's the guy I'm voting for. That's the one that I'm voting for. The one who does that. That's my top priority. Fuck spending power. I want trolling power. I want autism power. I want Austin Powers.
Donating to Tom's Vivek Fund.
Yeah, that's what you think. That's what you think. What is that? 50 cents? It's got an A next to it. It says $10 in American dollars or some shit like that. That's gotta be like 50 cents.
I may be the chunk.
But you could just be the unk.
This is bringing up some bad memories from high school.
No.
Your net worth is probably majority in...
Beanie Babies.
70 years old! Am I alone?
Loser.
Do you want to read my first thing on my list?
Measuring.
I'm Hank Green.
And I'm Kitty Cinderella.
And this is Ask Hank Anything.
I did not keep my Beanie Babies. My parents, I had so much shit, dude. I had Tamagotchis, I had Furbies, I had Tickle Me Elmos, I had so many. I had like tons of like books and books and books of Pokemon cards. I had just like a whole fucking drawers full of Beanie Babies and shit. And yeah, when I got arrested, my parents sold all my fucking shit. With the quickness, too. Like, they didn't even wait. They heard I was going away for probably like 5 years. They were like, fuck that shit. We're selling all this shit. I ended up getting way less time than that. It wasn't even anywhere close. They were like, oh, he might get 5 years? Okay, yep, we're selling all his fucking shit. I hadn't even been to court yet, dude. That was just like the first offer. Or like I'd been to court, but like, you know, that was the first offer, and then
Hello, and welcome to Ask. Hello, and welcome to Ask. My bad.
Sorry.
they did. They put some stuff on my commissary. My mom did. My mom did. My dad came and visited me, and he was like, I heard your mom's putting stuff on your commissary. I don't know. I will never understand why she loves you. Like, oh. Okay. That's a thing dads say to their kids, I think. That's, you know, that's normal, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, my heckler.
Yeah, good talk.
Hello, and welcome to Ask Hank Anything. I'm Hank Green, and I love learning, and I love answering questions. So I created a show where people ask me questions, and then I go out and I learn about those answers so that I can answer their questions. And best of all, we get to talk about the answers. I get to learn about my guests based on what they are curious about. I don't know if you knew that part. This is Cutie Cinderella.
Hi. I'm so happy I didn't ask half the questions that I was going to ask them.
Yeah, well, I feel like I learned a bunch about you just digging in here.
Okay.
What I generally find is that people are worried about stuff. It seems like you're a little worried about stuff. But Blair, if you don't know, Blair is the founder of the Streamer Awards, streamer, podcaster, baker of amazing cakes and cookies.
It's true.
Here you are. And we have met once before.
Yeah.
And we had food together.
Yeah.
And now we're hanging out again.
You were lucky because you weren't sitting by me because I was being insanely critical of that restaurant. The whole time I was like, I wouldn't do it like that.
Oh, wow.
I'm one of those.
That's why. This is why I know nothing about food. So I can be like, yeah, seems great.
You're like, yummy. This is awesome. No.
Sometimes people like pay money to be good at judging wine.
She totally comes off as like a rich snob. She comes off as like a rich girl snob where she can just like still turn to her daddy for like money anytime she wants, and you know, maybe he even like pays for all the fucking streamer awards and shit. My parents bailed me out the first time. Not again. Oh yeah, my parents, I think they bailed me out the first time, if I remember correctly. They bailed me out the first time. I think they left me for like a week and then bailed me out. I don't remember. But I do remember they did bail me out.
And I'm like, that is the worst choice. You just took a class to make your life more expensive.
Yeah, I agree. And also, like, wine just never tastes better.
In my opinion. You know what it tastes like? Yeah. I think that wine is done. I think it's over.
Oh, it's out?
I think
Wine is out.
I think we're moving on.
Okay. To
After,
what?
you know, after 80,000 years or whatever that we've been doing wine, I think we're done with it. I think we're just going to have, you know, tea.
Well, no, not tea, because apparently the microplastics from the bag.
Loose leaf, baby.
Really?
That's how I go. Good.store. This is anachronistic because, of course, we uploaded this forever ago, but you are about, like, the awards are about to happen.
Yeah, they're on Saturday.
And it is?
Monday.
So I am very grateful that you did this. I cannot believe that you had time right now.
I couldn't say no.
Okay.
It was non-optional for me.
Okay.
I was very excited.
Wait, so the streamer awards happen tomorrow? I feel like they just happened. Am I crazy? I feel like they literally, every time they happen, I'm like, wait, didn't that just happen like 3 months ago? What the fuck? Is that how you guys feel, or is it just me? Like, wait a second. These can't be happening that fast, because I'm literally in the same exact place in my life that I was the last time this happened. It cannot be a whole other year. I'm not buying it.
Oh, beautiful.
learn. Yeah.
Excellent.
You're
Well,
ChatGPT's biggest op.
what does that mean?
Yeah, like you're
Like
instead of-
opposition?
like yeah, I could have
Okay.
like you're in rival gangs essentially.
Yeah.
Because I could have just
Like Peanut won Streamer of the Year the last time, right? That was like 4 months ago. Oh wait. Okay, wait. All right. So I started playing Arc Raiders after Peanut won Streamer of the Year, or like he won like PvP Player of the Year or something like that, right? I started playing right after that. So that was in like September of 2025. And then, but was that theirs or was that a different one? I could have sworn, no, it was theirs, because I remember it was Cutie he kept watching Cutie Cinderella up there on stage, like presenting shit and everything. So yeah, so that was in like September. You're thinking of the streamies? Wait, are these different things? I thought the whole reason that like she started her award show is because like nobody else was doing them. They just didn't exist. And so now she was just the only one. Because they used to exist and then they just stopped doing them. Somebody kill this fucking white ass motherfucker. Holy shit.
asked.
You could have.
I would never, because the environment.
You would get different results.
Are you saying you're better? Are you
I'm
throwing
saying-
down the
Look,
top?
I'm more
Whoa.
entertaining. I can
Okay.
tell you that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know that the quality of the information could go either way,
Okay.
honestly.
The robots are coming for you.
As far as the sort of structure of it, I do think I do a better job.
Okay.
This first question, ChatGPT would have been terrible at.
Okay.
And we together are going to answer it, I think, very well.
Okay.
This is Puzzle the Pelican. Inside
Okay.
of Puzzle the Pelican's pouch is your questions.
What? Do I just draw random?
Yeah, we'll draw from the top.
Okay. Oh, yes. Yes, why don't billionaires just give away their money?
The answer that ChatGPT will tell you is probably because they don't have it.
What?
So like
I would have never. Wait a second.
So your net worth is probably majority in
Beating babies. Majority. Yeah. I'm happy you asked.
I would say it's probably majority in the streamer awards.
Do you think? Is that my net worth?
So that is a business that you own. Do you own it with anybody else?
No.
So you own that outright?
Okay.
That's yours?
I'm impressive.
Like at some point somebody might want to pay you a lot of money for that. It's very hard to value it, especially because
That's insane that she doesn't know where the majority of the... Why is this white motherfucker back on me again? It's insane that she doesn't know where the majority of her net worth comes from.
because I have heard that it's not
Wait.
the most
Hey,
profitable
shut up.
engagement.
Hey.
Well, I've run events.
Wow,
It's
you're
a hard
picking
business.
fights
Sorry.
today.
Well, I'll back that up.
Okay.
In my experience running
Uh-huh.
events, it is a difficult business to make work as an individual running a show all by yourself.
Yeah.
But then if you lump it into something bigger, you know, some events company buys it, and then you got a bunch of money. But that technically is like the value of your business, and you own it.
Right.
So if you had somebody come by and do a valuation of the business, it might be that the majority of your net worth is in that business, which you cannot
Whoa.
spend that money.
Right. Okay.
But
But that's like imaginary money.
it is imaginary money.
Okay.
Now, Jeff Bezos.
Right, but that's the same with somebody like Elon Musk. He doesn't have the money. He literally does not have the money. He has stocks. And so he's made it to where instead of receiving like any sort of income from, you know, Tesla and lots of these other companies, he instead gets money from owning like, you know, stocks and shit like that in the company. And then that makes it to where he grows in wealth, but he doesn't actually have any fucking money.
Bezos is in a, you and Jeff
Oh,
Bezos
no.
in similar situations.
Yes, I would say so.
In that all of his, something like 90% of his net worth is in Amazon stock, which he could theoretically sell. But there's a bunch of reasons why he doesn't want to sell it. So number one, he doesn't have to. If he did, he would be taxed on it. So what he can do instead is just borrow money against it. He doesn't have to pay money on that. It doesn't
borrow money against it. Why don't they teach this in school?
Well, because people in school don't have billions of dollars of Amazon.
Yeah,
stock.
it's
So,
rare
like, normal
that you
people
actually
can't do
have
this.
that.
This is
My
rich
teacher didn't
person
believe in me. Okay. All right. I mean, I could have. If maybe I learned. Okay.
And then also if he owns less of Amazon, he might lose control of the company. So if somebody owned more stock than he did, he might not be able to make all the decisions that he wants to make. He would lose agency. He would lose control over the company potentially. I don't know how like Amazon stock is classed, but that's another reason that they don't want to sell that. And then also they don't want to sell it because it might show that they don't believe in the future of the company.
Oh, and then everyone panics.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he sold like all of his shares suddenly,
Yeah.
and
I too would panic.
Yeah.
Well, only if Nancy Pelosi panicked.
Correct.
Yes.
Well done. So those are the big reasons that they don't that they would say this isn't my money. But I have news for you. He owns a $500 million boat, so he can purchase things. He can do stuff with his money. And I looked. He has donated a lot of money in absolute terms, though probably less than us in terms of percentage of net worth. He gave $200 million to the Smithsonian in 2024. He gave in 2023.
$200 million is.
He gave.
That ain't a snack, it's a dragon now. I think it's a flower. And I think that you can look at like all of the stems. Mantis, what's it called? Where like there's like the lines on a stem on a flower. What is that called? Anyways, you have all of those like lines on the stem. And so yeah, this is it does have wings though. Maybe that's the hummingbird coming to get. Wait, your name is Tom Hay? I'm not gonna kill you, Tom Hay. I'm not gonna kill you. Stay put. Okay, I'm opening back up. Don't worry. Okay. You don't know. You used to always tell me whenever I would go to fucking cut my plants inside my fish tank, you would always tell me, you have to cut it at the thing. You'd be like, make sure when you're clearing out your plants and shit, you have to cut them. You have to cut it at this thing. And it's like the lines on the stem of the plant. Never mind, Mantis doesn't even know what that's called, dude. She doesn't know anything. Nodes? Maybe? I don't think so. Oh, I can't remember what they're called right now? Okay, well you're just fucking useless then.
Crazy.
He gave $100 million to help homeless families. These are very big numbers.
Couldn't he solve homelessness?
I haven't done that.
You haven't done the math?
Can we do the real?
Oh, it is nodes? Okay. Alright, so yeah, nodes. So I have nodes on my snack now. And then a flower at the top so that it just literally looks like a plant.
Quick, can we get it all really fast? Future Hank segment.
All right, let's get this red and white stripe motherfucker.
Here, could Jeff Bezos solve homelessness?
Really signed Future Hank up for a lot of work here. This was not an easy question to answer. So Jeff Bezos has enough wealth to do some enormous things about homelessness in the United States, but solve it on his own? is not within the scope of what he could do if he sold all of his stock and he got full value for it. Jeff Bezos' net worth is roughly in the neighborhood of $270 billion, and the official point-in-time count of homeless people is around 770,000 people experiencing homelessness at any given moment. Now, very crudely, if you took every person who is going to be homeless tonight and you divided Jeff Bezos' wealth among them, that would be $350,000 per person, which would pretty much allow them to get housing. It wouldn't allow them to buy a home in every market where they live, but some markets where they live, and definitely they could pay some rent. You could imagine something like $25,000 to $35,000 per person per year for rent and support and administration services, housing the current homeless population.
Why? You guys look too much alike. You look too much like that fucking VF motherfucker, to where whoever High Tom is now, they look just like that guy. And so I let that guy fucking kill me because I thought he wasn't gonna kill me. Fuck.
Population would cost roughly $20 to $30 billion per year. So in that sense, Jeff Bezos could theoretically fund a massive national housing intervention for years. And yet, that is not the same thing as solving homelessness. State and federal and local governments in the US already spend substantially more than that on housing assistance, rental vouchers.
As I said, we watched, I think it was the Pod Save America guys a while ago, talking about some project, and they said, yeah, instead of spending money on this, they could have solved world hunger. And I was like, solved? Probably not. Feed everybody for a couple of days? Sure, I'd buy that. But solved? Nah, no shot.
Zoning restrictions, a lack of affordable housing, and weak safety nets. HUD by itself will receive around $77 billion in 2026. That includes $38 billion for rental assistance programs like Section 8, while there's a narrower bucket of federal homelessness specific funding, which is more like $10 billion a year. So that $77 billion we spend every year, that is keeping people from being homeless very actively. Jeff Bezos on his own could fund that program for 3 or 4 years. But it's safe to say that in the US, we spend around $100 billion on housing assistance every year. So Jeff Bezos on his own, if he was able to sell all of his stock, could basically double the amount of money that we spend as a nation on homelessness for 2.7 years, which wouldn't be nothing. That wouldn't be nothing.
But those donations together are not worth more than his boat.
Yeah.
Which is wild, because his boat has a boat and his boat's boat has a boat.
That's crazy to think about. I don't even know how you make a boat that expensive.
I've been on a yacht. I
Uh-huh.
was on a yacht of a man who was married to one of Rupert Murdoch's daughters.
Wow.
They got divorced and he got the yacht.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it had a hot dog stand.
Wow.
But the crazy thing about the hot dog stand is that the guy who worked at the hot dog stand lived on the boat because he has to, because he can't go home.
Yeah.
He's on a boat. So the hot dog stand guy has a berth in the basement of the boat.
That's so dystopian.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how I
What
felt
the
the
fuck?
entire
Yeah.
weekend that I did this fancy advertising festival thing.
That's very Hunger Games.
Very Hunger Games. But I would like to move on from these objective facts to some opinions.
Okay.
Why do you think?
That was
I think
totally
they like
wasted.
their money.
Yeah.
I think they like the title.
Right. Do you want to read my first thing on my list here?
Uh-huh. It is dick measuring. Yeah. I do.
Yeah, we literally talked about this just a couple days ago. It's there's literally not enough fucking lifetimes for some of these people to spend all of their money. They literally wouldn't have places to put all of the shit that they would want to spend money on. There's just not enough things to buy with how much money a lot of these people have. And and so yeah, it's if I was a kid of Elon Musk's and I inherited this shit after he died, but I inherited all of his stocks, I would sell that shit with the quickness. I would just sell all of it, go buy some cool shit, and then leave it at that.
I think they like that.
I like how you said that.
I like
dick measuring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that to some extent they want to be where they are on the list. and they'd like to be higher up on the list.
Do you think that something is wrong with the men?
This is literally what I said. Yeah. So like, if you guys have seen Silicon Valley, there's a guy on there that's always talking about what number on the list he is, and like that he's like he's on the what was it, the 12-0 list, and he even had like a brand of alcohol that he made that was like about the El Doce, what was it? Fuck, what was the... Get fucked! You fucking killed me, you little bitch! You get fucked, you piece of shit! I came back for your fucking life and I got it, you dumbass motherfucker. You do not fuck with tomfoolery. What was the name? I barely watched that show. Yes, Russ. Yes. Yeah, that's what I imagine like most of these millionaires are actually like. He's just very transparent with it. He's just uber transparent with all of that shit, and like cries when he loses just enough money to where he's not on the list, or like he gets mad when like, you know, a person he doesn't like goes up above him on the list.
Mentally, if they feel that way.
I think that that's pretty screwed up.
Yeah.
I think it's really like, I understand it in a way where it's like, if you've started to optimize for an outcome, you get really comfortable optimizing for that outcome, and then you just want to keep optimizing for that outcome, and stopping that can actually be uncomfortable. I've struggled with like YouTube views as this, where it's like, well, I know what would get me more views, and I'm like, but I don't want to do that. It would actually be worse for me if I used this title.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of there where I'm just really comfortable. I get so many views that it's not even worth trying to get more views at this point. And so it's just like, why not just do the right thing? You know, just like, why do I don't even have to try anymore.
Yeah, if I started doing really, crude pranks, started really going after the young male demographic, if you know what I mean.
That could be awesome.
But I do think that there's like, there can be an optimization problem where you're just so used to doing one thing that you don't know how to do anything else. And it's almost a threat to your identity to start to think about all that other stuff.
How many billionaires are there?
I'll put it on the screen, this number. But you know, the wild thing is that the difference between like a person who just crossed that line and Jeff Bezos is so wide.
Sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Like Taylor Swift and Jeff Bezos are like different playing fields.
On different playing fields. Like obviously both like sort of in terms of life situation closer to each other than they are to us.
Yeah. Well, you don't know.
I don't, you're right. The next thing I have on my
That's what it doesn't really mean much though. Like if you have enough to buy a car and you have a house and you're not like terrified of going homeless every month, right? A lot of times, you know, people like Hassan will keep repeating like, just so you guys understand, you're closer to a homeless person, or he'll say he is. He'll go, people act like I have so much money, but just so you guys understand, I am closer to a homeless person than I am to Elon Musk. So when people keep acting like I'm super rich and that like if I talk shit about Elon Musk for how rich he is, well, just so you know, I'm actually closer to a homeless person than I am to Elon Musk. So that is the most meaningless metric I have ever heard in my fucking life, dude. Like, yes, you are correct. Sure. You have, let's say, $5 million and Elon Musk has $1 trillion. Okay, sure. In terms of math, yes. 5 million is closer to 0 than $1 trillion is. And it's 5 million is closer to 0 than 5 million is close to $1 trillion. Sure. But it's like it means nothing, because even if you make $100,000 a year, you're in a completely different, your lifestyle is closer to Elon Musk's than it is to a fucking homeless person. Like socialists, they always talk about material conditions, right? Well, the material conditions for a homeless person is, you know, if you have $100,000, yeah, your material conditions are actually closer to Elon Musk than it is to the homeless person.
List is they know best.
No.
But that's what I think that's what they think.
Okay.
So they're like, well, I've done all of this. I've been this successful. So obviously I know better how to deploy capital than some
That's what I talk about this all the time, and this is like an idea that like right-wingers use a lot, where they you know, oh, but Trump knows what he's talking about because he's actually made like, you know, billions of dollars, and Elon Musk is fucking brilliant. He's a genius because he's made so much money. It's like, bro, that you do not have to be like a genius to make all this money. You can literally just be lucky once. Like that. Now, I'll say that like the majority of people who make a lot of money, and the majority of people who are above like, you know, $300,000 a year or some shit, yes, the majority of those people are well above the average person for sure in matters of like smarts and shit. But lots of them just grew up in like a rich family and like had money to go to college and had like, you know, scenarios where, you know, they had autism instead of ADHD or some shit. Like they had scenarios that gave them the like means and ability to have this outcome. And so it's just very, it's like a lot of this is fucking luck.
random charity.
Oh. Is that why a lot of the times they they start their own charities to write it off?
They do. So they start their own charity, meaning they start a fund. And that fund they donate money to, but the fund doesn't have to donate money. So it just sits in the fund, which is wild.
Wow.
They can't take that money out of the fund.
Yeah.
They can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
But they oftentimes just leave it in there, one, to continue to accrue, so it can grow along with the stock market. But two, I think just because they don't prioritize it. They're like, I'll get to that eventually. I'm busy right now.
Interesting.
I think, I don't know. And this has become such a problem that the government is actually doing regulations that say if you have a fund, you have to donate a certain amount of it every year.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a good start. Thanks,
That's
government.
a good start. I think that it can be really tempting if you're one of these people whose senior wealth over 10 years go from like $10 billion to $100 billion to say, well, I should just hold on to it because in 10 more years, I'll have $1 trillion. Right. And then I can donate that. But like the money, if you donate it, this is what I think nobody gets. If you donate money, it's out there making the world better forever. It doesn't just happen once.
Yeah.
Like if a kid gets to like not lose their mom in childbirth, that keeps being valuable.
Yeah.
Not just for that kid's life, but for like the whole life.
Yeah.
Like that kid's whole life is better, that kid's life is better, the whole community's life is better. There's a person, and that person isn't just like, and sometimes I think we imagine that person as like just like, oh, it's saving a life. But that's a person who's doing stuff in their world and who otherwise wouldn't be if they died in childbirth.
Yeah. Counterpoint. What if mother is a murderer?
Good point.
What if she gives birth
Sometimes
and then
mothers are murderers.
drives down the street and shoots everybody?
Yeah, and that's Jeff Bezos is like, I don't know, it's too risky. I got to hold on to my money.
I figured him out.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So those are my 4 reasons that I put on dick measuring. They think they know best. But what if I wait? I'll have more money.
Right, okay.
And it's just not a priority for them, I think.
That's so
they're like kind of
interesting.
waiting until they retire and don't have others.
But everyone's so mad at them.
I think they definitely don't care about that.
Oh.
I think that they have somewhat correctly calculated that we're going to not like them anyway.
Right. No, that's actually fair.
Well, there's a reason why they call it fuck you money. There's a reason why we have the term fuck you money. Because you got to the point where you don't have to care anymore. about what other people think about you. You've gotten to the point where you really just don't have to give a fuck. Where it's like everybody else has to care. Like you have to care. You have to at least act like you care. You like it's a thing that like we try to like teach autistic people is to understand how to look like you care. And this is a conversation that I think I had with Brittany Simon a bunch of times, where she kept saying like, but there's just no reason to care about what other people think about you. I was like, you literally have to. Like, it's not like you can really like choose whether or not to care. Nice. Nice! In the fucking octagon! Took him out! Let's go!
Yeah, I don't think. But I like Taylor Swift.
Yeah, not everybody.
I don't. Yeah, you're right. I do wish she would give some money away.
I think that she could.
Okay.
And she could give away more than she has. I mean, Mackenzie Scott, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, has like proved that you can do this. You can give it away.
Really?
There's capacity to take it and do stuff with. She's given away a huge amount of her money, and it's out there doing good in the world. So you can do it.
All right.
And like, now she doesn't have control over it anymore.
Yeah. But
Other
she doesn't
people
need
do.
it.
And other people are getting to affect the world. This is why I think billionaires don't give away their money. Those are my ideas. If anybody has thoughts, there's comments below.
And if you're a billionaire watching this,
there's gonna be one.
Give away
Maybe.
some money, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't just let it sit there.
Yeah, what
Have
the
it in
heck?
the world doing stuff.
Yeah.
This is not healthy.
Come on.
Something's wrong with you.
Well, I meant for the economy.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought we were talking psychologically. That's my
But
bad.
also maybe, yeah.
Maybe. I don't want you to come for me, though.
Yeah.
Call one out.
One time, I met a billionaire and he introduced, I was with 3 people. People may have heard this story before.
Uh-huh.
This is the third billionaire I've met. And he shook the person next to me's hand, and she introduced herself in the company that she worked for. And then the person next to her,
Oh,
and
got
she
another
introduced
one
herself
in the
company
fucking
that she worked for.
octagon.
And I said, hi, I'm Hank. And he looked at me in the eyes and he said, only women do that. And I was like, what do only women do? And he said, introduce themselves only by their first name. And I was like, well, I didn't think I mattered in this situation. Like, these 2 women are the women whose businesses are relevant to the situation we are in right now.
Yeah, when I introduce myself, I can't just call myself Tom. I have to call myself Tom Foolery. It's kind of a necessity.
Right now.
That's
And I'm just a guy
crazy.
who's standing next to them.
No, you're a woman. Loser. You're like me.
So I felt like that was very
You
weird.
didn't tell him about your event planning company? It's very profitable.
Maybe someday you'll want it. I don't know.
Hey guy. I throw great parties.
Okay, this is the next question.
What do I do with this one? Keep it?
If you would like it.
Okay.
Okay.
I shall. Okay. You know what's funny? This is a homie question because I know the answer, but I want to see if you knew the answer. Test.
Oh, well, maybe we'll disagree.
Oh, then I would immediately fold and be like, I don't know the answer. Why is it that the better stuff tastes, the worse it is for you?
There's a lot of little nuances here, but I think the big answer to the question is that because it tastes better.
Oh. Uh-huh. So it has sugar.
It just tastes like it doesn't have to have sugar. I mean,
Yeah, a lot of people will say that it's because this is what you grew up on, and that if you had been raised eating like vegetables and shit like that, that like that like sugar is a big part of it. Sugar is something that definitely humans have like their taste buds really enjoy, but and what it is that you grow up eating does definitely affect your taste buds to some extent, but it's not that simple to where it's just like, oh, your parents gave you trash, that's it.
it usually does. But I think that stuff that tastes better is worse for you because it tastes better. And so you want more of it. It's like hacking your reward systems.
Oh.
so you have more than you otherwise would if it didn't taste as good.
Then why don't they invent a pill that makes all good things that taste good taste bad?
I think that there is a
They
thing.
do.
So there is some people.
There's even like fruits that do this, where they'll make like everything sugary, no longer taste good and shit, and that like, or they'll make like sour things sweet or sweet things sour. There's like different fruits that'll do that to you, and or like, but there's also there's different things that you can do to make that be the case.
People doing weight loss, they like sprinkled their food with stuff that makes it taste worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if this is like a healthy choice.
No.
There's better
probably
systems
not.
now.
Also a little dystopian.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
is this? Okay.
Yeah, Paul Blart has the vibrating fork. I don't know if anybody else has seen Paul Blart Mall Cop 2.
He has a vibrant so he doesn't eat?
And if his fork moves too fast, it vibrates.
Oh, wow.
In the classic film Paul Blart Mall Cop 2.
Classic film.
Yeah, which comes back later, and he uses the vibrating fork to electrocute a bad guy.
Wow.
Sorry for the spoiler. So I think that's a
Spoiler,
really big
yeah.
part of it,
Come on.
and especially when it comes to food that has been engineered
I was
by
really
scientists
looking forward to Paul Blart
to be
Mall Cop
very
2.
palatable. They call it hyper palatable foods. Pizza. Cool Ranch Doritos is like the chief culprit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just like taste good, it's like you never get enough.
Yeah. And that's because it's manufactured
And
that way?
they have tried to make it like, you know, when if you're in like a
Yeah, it's because they're fucking evil and they try to make it taste good. These fucking evil billionaires are over there thinking, ooh, I wonder how we can make this taste good so that people will buy more of it. Disgusting.
chip aisle,
Uh-huh.
you want to make the chip that people like the most.
Yeah.
So it's kind of dystopian, but it's kind of like, well, this is
Yeah,
what
it's
their
disgusting.
incentive is.
Right.
You know, they're trying to make the chip that
Ugh,
you choose from
how
all of the
dare
chips. So they've
How
designed the
could
chip to be
one?
the best chip, and that means
Could you imagine being that much of a piece of shit? Could you imagine being that fucking evil where you and a bunch of people sit around the table and you're like, hey, how can we make this taste better? And they're like, oh, you want people to taste good things? And they're like, no. I just want to sell more of it.
that I'm going to really like it, which means that I'm going to eat more Doritos than I should.
I guess
so
you
that's
made
a big
it really
part of it.
simple. I thought it was going to be like a sugar addiction, but then you pointed out many examples that taste really good that don't have sugar. Damn it.
Cool Ranch Doritos actually do have sugar on them.
Oh, really?
They do, yeah. They put a little bit of sugar on there.
They're so good.
You got to mix that fat and that crunch and that salt and that
Yeah.
sugar, all that good stuff.
They figured it out.
There are other little effects here. So sugar is a big thing where
Okay.
we the more we have it, the more it reinforces that loop, and you can get a kind of sugar dependence where your body's kind of always craving it a little bit, and that can actually become like a physical thing with insulin resistance, where your body gets worse at figuring out how to respond to sugar, and that's
okay.
bad for you.
Yeah.
And then there's also some
Where did my
idea
team
that
go?
like with these ultra processed foods, they're doing some things to it that is beyond just making them very good. I think that the biggest effect is just that they taste really good, but that's kind of unsatisfying for people. They want it to be about the chemicals in the food, but there are some chemicals in the food problems. Like they can have like emulsifiers, which can be bad for your gut bacteria, disrupt that system, which can
Do you
influence
think
how
they
you
could
want food.
invent like a cocaine, but it's cool because it's in food? Like, you know what I mean?
You guys know, if you guys don't know much about Cutie Cinderella, we've watched a bunch of clips from the Raj Royale recently, and that's kind of where she came from. That's where she started popping off. And she was like the ultimate fucking bitch. Like she was, because back then almost everybody played a character. All of these people played characters online, and that's what their whole stream was, is they would just like do bits and play characters and just do this whole stream. But then the Raj Royale made it to where like it was way easier for them to play a character when they're engaging with a bunch of other people, and so they would go onto the Raj Royale and play their characters, and her whole character was just being a fucking bitch. That was like her whole fucking thing, was just she was an absolute fucking bitch, and she was a slut. And so she would try to she would go on the like dating shows and like call out all of the other women and like call them whores, call them sluts, call them all sorts of things. And she told us recently, she talked about this recently, that like before the show happened, she would like while they were backstage, all the girls would be like backstage talking and like hanging out and having a good time, and that she would actually ask them and be like, hey, like, is there anything like off limits? Like, once we go, like, I'm definitely gonna be a bitch, like, but if you don't want me to, like, I'll leave you alone and I'll just kind of go at the other chicks, and I don't want to like create any enemies here and shit. And but that was like her whole fucking thing, and that's where she started to blow up, was on the I only know her because of Maya Higa, who's hot as fuck. I used to think Cutie was super hot. I definitely don't anymore. And then even if I go back and watch the older shit from the Raj Royales and everything, I'm like, oh wait, she was never really good looking, at least not to like my tastes now. I don't know what it is, but yeah, back then I thought that she was the bomb. And yeah, I don't think she's very good looking anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that Coca-Cola was that.
Yeah.
And people were like, I love this drink.
Yeah.
It makes me feel good. And also, when I don't have it, I start to feel really bad.
So there could be something like that we just haven't figured out yet.
That's a good point. I think that if it was anywhere near as strong as the cocaine effect, we would have figured it out.
Okay.
But like, you know, have you ever had a little feel free? You know what I'm talking about?
No. What's a feel free?
Kratom? Is that what it's pronounced?
Am
I the only
drugs?
Man, Montana's different from LA.
Yeah, I
we got that gas station crack. Feel free. Am I alone? I've never had it. But it's like it makes you feel good. It's like a caffeine, but it turns.
Yeah, I think I think I've heard of a bunch of people like getting addicted to it recently and getting hooked to kratom. Isn't that a thing? Am I wrong? Hasn't kratom become kratom is terrible? Yeah, okay. So so it's become like a I want to try it.
Turns out that it activates your opioid receptors.
Oh.
And it should probably, in a lot of countries, it is not legal. But in America, you could just get it at the gas station, get it at the smoke shop.
That's crazy.
People, like podcasters, advertise it.
Oh my gosh.
Howie Mandel's out here. You could feel free. Howie Mandel from my childhood, selling people weird
childhood
opioids.
Feels like you're close to the same. Feels like maybe like.
Can't believe. You think I'm the same age as Howie Mandel?
It just feels like maybe.
No, he's like 20 years older than me, and he was making this show called Bobby's World when I was a kid.
Oh, my apologies.
And then when I was a teenager.
Sorry, he asked for the teleprompter bigger earlier. You guys missed that. So I was coming up with some assumptions.
Yeah. What do I? Okay, we're not going to play how old do you think I am games. We don't need to do that.
Deal or no deal.
Yeah, point at women in briefcases.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women in briefcases? No, they're
Where's my team?
But if I were to.
I'm blaming this on the fucking team for not being there. And I'm blaming this on the team for not existing. I'm blaming the team for there not being a team. That's fucked up. If there was a team, that wouldn't have happened. Therefore, whoever's gonna be on the team should be on the team. Your team is here in the chat, Tom. That's just so sweet, isn't it? That's just fucking adorable, isn't it? Thank you so much. I am still alive in that game and still slithering around because there's people in my fucking chat, I guess. That's so great. Thank you so much. I guess.
Guess Howie Mandel's age.
The women?
No, you.
Listen, I am the best Slither player of all time. But nobody knows it yet because I don't get good scores. And so if I'm not getting good scores, nobody is ever gonna like feel like I'm the best Slither player of all time. See, like that, like when shit like that happens to me, nobody thinks that I'm the greatest Slither player of all time. So the only way to prove it to them is if I actually am consistently getting good scores and not dying every fucking time at like with really, really, really low scores.
Oh, he's 70 years old.
Oh my god, he looks great.
Unlike some people on this couch.
If y'all made accounts and helped you in the game, then you would never get better. No, I would. I would have higher scores. I would have much higher scores. You guys could just go and keep killing yourselves and then let me eat your corpses and I would have higher scores. And then everybody would know.
Congratulations, Howie. Wow, that's a compliment. I thought he was like 42.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm 45, so now everybody's doing
So
great.
now it's a compliment.
Okay, you just thought that Howie Mandel was 42.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
He's been at
Howie.
it for a long. He's been in the game for a long time, and he still needs that feel-free money.
So technically, that feel-free could be a chemical called like blah 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 that's in chips, and we just don't know it.
I mean, I think that food is a really strong reward, and one of the problems with
See, hey soy el tormentador. Like, see this guy right here, AC YouTube Achondria? What the fuck? What is he doing? I'm not gonna kill you. I'm not gonna kill you. He's trying to get me to kill him. Who the fuck is this guy? This is, see, this is, I think this is who I thought was the, was my, like, ex, nemesis, that disappeared. I think I thought that that was them. Because they have, like, similar skins and shit.
people who have bad relationship with the food, is like, it's not something that you can go cold.
Him or the other one. There's this one right here. Hey soy el dio noda or whatever. I couldn't read it, but
turkey on.
Yeah.
You
This
need
guy.
it.
Yeah.
It is life. It is the thing that keeps you alive. But you can also have a really unhealthy relationship with it. And that is a tricky thing about food problems. Another thing about food that tastes really good is that for almost all of our existence, it was the food parts of the food was hard to get to.
Yeah.
Especially like a lot of it.
Yeah.
And so you'd have to actually do a lot of processing to like get the food away from the indigestible parts. But now we're so good at that that we can just have the oils and the sugars and the proteins and completely remove all fiber. And that's bad.
Yeah, that is
fiber
bad.
is so good for you.
Yeah.
But it was so omnipresent that we never evolved to enjoy it because there was no way to avoid it. Okay, good. How do you get your fiber?
I like beans.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I don't ever get any fiber. I have to take my fiber gummies. Fuck. I have to take fiber gummies to get my fiber, so yeah, fiber killed me. I mean that more so my team killed me.
I like greens. And I'm out.
Jeans.
Jeans and jeans. Yeah, I just chew
beans,
on some
greeny
jeans
beans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Green beans.
Green beans.
And greens and beans.
Yeah, and coconut has a lot of fiber.
Oh.
Sometimes I'll just get coconut.
Green.
I supplement.
Tomatoes,
I go down
potatoes.
Metamucil every night. It
But
makes my
it's-
life so much better.
But it's bad.
Oh, no!
Yes. It's
What?
bad because apparently, I read this one time, so it's true. Apparently, supplement fiber can grab your good, because fiber grabs your bad cholesterol. Great.
Yeah.
But sometimes supplemental fiber will
Can
grab
grab
your
the
good
good
cholesterol,
cholesterol.
which
No.
is bad because it leads to Alzheimer's, apparently. Maybe.
It could,
TikTok said.
TikTok said.
So I was like, hey, you're right, Samantha.
Well, now I feel like we need a second Future Hank to tell you about that study.
Future Hank here, back again. Past Hank has me working overtime this episode, but I'm doing it. I went as far down this as I could, and I found, finally, a few little crumbs that somebody I think is overinterpreting. Basically, there is a theoretical mechanism here. And it starts with how soluble fiber decreases the bad kind of cholesterol. This is often pitched as it like binds to the bad cholesterol and carries it out of your body. That's not really quite what happens. Instead, it binds up bile acids and moves them out of your body. And bile acids are made from a bunch of stuff, but your body makes them in part from that bad cholesterol, the LDL cholesterol. And so if you move more bile acids out of your body, the body has to make more bile acids, and that uses up that cholesterol. And that is like the primary reason why fiber can modestly lower bad cholesterol. But if it's lowering the...
I saw this recently. Uri, let's go. In the fucking house. I saw this recently, and the lady, a doctor replied to it and said, "Oh, you motherfucker." A lady replied to it and said, who's a doctor, and she's like, where do you think it's going? Where do you think it goes? Like, yes, it breaks it down, but you're acting like it just disappears. It can't just disappear. It's getting broken down, yes, but it's still there. Your body still absorbs it, and you still end up getting it. So the way that people are like interpreting this shit is just totally incorrect. Just because it gets broken down by other like amino acids or whatever doesn't mean that it's actually gone. Oh my goodness, why are people killing themselves for me? Oh, is this the team? Is this the team now? Finally coming together? Okay, I dig it. Well, it's working.
Bad cholesterol, maybe it's also lowering the good cholesterol. And we know that if you have low HDL, the good kind of cholesterol, then that increases your risk of dementia. And that's a potential mechanism that's worth looking into. The question is, does that mechanism play out that way? And we can measure this. When we look at soluble fiber supplements like psyllium husk, like Metamucil, the answer seems to be there's not really much of an effect on HDL. They lower the LDL a little bit. The HDL generally does not move much. But also this is important so you can look one step further down the line and say, okay, well maybe it does, maybe it doesn't lower HDL. We should look.
Dude, you can look at the map. There's just this massive fucking ball up here now of all the fucking players just immediately coming up here. This is fucking wild. It's the most northern part of the map.
Look at whether it increases your risk of dementia. And there, the claim gets even weaker. Overall fiber intake is clearly associated with lower dementia risk, not higher dementia risk. Soluble fiber supplements specifically do not seem to have like a big protective effect on dementia, but they also do not look in any way harmful. Now, insoluble fiber, like the kind that you get from eating vegetables and nuts and seeds, that is very good for dementia risk, so know that. But soluble fibers, which is what you tend to get when you're taking supplements or when you're having like a drink or a protein bar that has like extra fiber in it, that doesn't seem to have a huge protective effect on dementia. So what happened here? Someone identified a plausible sounding mechanism, and then people looked and we found that indeed it does not seem to have a negative health effect, so we can safely ignore it. Also, this video is brought to you by Delete Me. If you aren't familiar with data brokers, they are businesses that are out there collecting and selling information about you. Some of these brokers are people search sites, which is the best that they know what they're doing. Delete Me continuously
You have the Pelican.
Oh, sorry, it's so far away.
I can't move. I'm scared for my mic. Oh yeah, I like this one.
Okay.
Why do I need antioxidants if I need oxygen? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Oxygen is a crazy molecule. It's
Okay.
an element, but it is also a molecule. So in the air, it exists two oxygens bonded to each other.
Okay.
And it is very chemically active. It does stuff. Most of the stuff in the air does nothing. Nitrogen, nothing. Argon, nothing.
Okay.
Oxygen does stuff. And that's why we can exist, is because oxygen is chemically active.
Okay.
And we use that oxygen to turn the food that we eat, which we were talking about, into energy that makes it so that we're not dead. Great stuff. But it also, that chemical reaction can go in directions that we don't want. I have an experiment I would like to do.
Yay!
So what is this?
That is vitamin C powder.
Yes. What is this?
Ascorbic acid. Ascorbic acid, food grade. Okay. That is water.
That's water.
Uh-huh.
What's this?
That is hydrogen peroxide.
Ah, you know that one.
I know that one.
Okay, pour the hydrogen peroxide into that bowl. I'm gonna put some vitamin C into this one. Can I get an apple, please? And a knife?
This reminds me of like this baptism thing they would do at the church. I grew up Mormon. Where they would like have like a weird chemical and they'd have it in a cup and that was you before being baptized and then they'd put in this other chemical and make it clear.
Oh, wow. A little bit of science.
Yeah, a little
bit of
science.
mystical weirdness.
How much am I doing? Look at this. This is fun.
You can do as much as you want.
Well, I don't want to waste it.
Okay, that's good then.
Okay.
So I've dissolved some, but not all of this vitamin C in this water.
Okay.
Now we've got this apple, which I'm hoping this is going to work. I didn't test this experiment beforehand.
Okay. Oh, is this oxidation?
We're going to do oxidation.
Yep. Perfect.
We're going to do some oxidation here.
Okay.
So we're going to leave
apple.
a little bit of this apple on the table. We're going to take a little bit of this apple.
Did you come up with this? Like, did you know that this was a thing? Off the top of your head?
I think that I was like, let me think about that. Yeah, I was like, okay, what's a good oxidant? Hydrogen peroxide. What's a good antioxidant? Vitamin C. And then what's a good thing that oxidizes in air? Apples.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So we're going to take...
What they say about you is true.
We're going to take this guy. I bet other people have done this experiment. We're going to put this one in vitamin C, and we're going to put this one in this guy.
That's something that it's nice that she can say that about him, and it be a compliment. If somebody ever in person was like, well, the things that they say about you are true, I would probably punch them in the face. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you. It's you too. That's nice that people can say that to him, and it can be a good thing.
And the hydrogen peroxide. And we're going to leave the middle one not exposed to anything. And we're just going to see what happens as we talk about this. And hopefully something will happen. If not, we'll just cut this.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Do you know what kind of apple this was? It's a gala. It should work.
Okay.
Certain apples don't brown now. Have you noticed that? We got like apples that don't brown.
With chemicals.
I don't know what they do. No, it's like naturally.
Really? I don't know if that's natural. I don't know about all that.
It grows on a tree.
You took it off the tree?
I didn't take this off a tree.
Well, I'm
but
saying.
But like the ones that don't brown, they don't like
steroids.
They don't put anything in there.
You don't know?
I do.
How?
I have a friend who is an apple farmer.
Okay. And when he's not telling you, I have a friend that's really buff too. He doesn't say anything. It's like, oh, it's all natural. Like, you don't know.
That's funny. That was pretty good.
Oh, your apple farmer friend could be a real big liar.
That's true.
You don't know what's in the soil.
I don't know what's in the soil.
Exactly. Or the air is less poisonous.
Better
and
air.
That's why it's not browning.
So weird thing, oxygen is kind of poison.
Oh.
But it's
Yes.
also
stressful.
This is something that I said on stream one time, and so many people got so fucking mad at me because I was like, no, oxygen can be poison. They're like, no, it's not. That's literally like the source of life. It's like, all right, that's yes and no. Like anything can be poison. There's a period of time where like oxygen started to like really be like a prominent thing on Earth because of the Earth or the ocean getting like overly high in copper, I think is what it is, and that it kind of there was so much oxygen that it was just kind of like a poison to everything. There was no possible way that anything could grow, and there were like, you know, possibilities of life growing, but nothing could because of the fucking oxygen. Like, it's anything can be a poison, just depending on what you're like. You know, there's flowers and shit that need like certain types of nutrients and crap that would be poison to humans, you know. Greenhouse gases.
the very life giver, right?
Yeah, but if you're supposed to take antioxidants,
Yeah.
what does it do to you?
Oxygen is based.
Your mom is based. Oh, that was a good try, buddy. I got him for you. I got him for you. Don't you worry. The best player in the world is here to save your butt.
So Oxygen is like that friend in your friend group who is like a ton of fun to hang out with, but also will absolutely explode things.
Oh.
You know that? Is that you?
Then no. Felt very pointed, but not me.
Okay.
Okay.
But you feel like you got something in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what can happen chemically is that the oxygen can actually split into two. So it's
Multiple
bound
personality.
together, pops into two.
Okay.
And what that does is now you've got two super reactive
I'm fucking
oxygens that are on their own, called reactive oxygen species. They might be bound up with other things. But once they're free, they just like bounce around and they like grab electrons off of things, but then that thing then is ready to do some chemistry and that thing grabs an
That's
electron
in
from
me?
somewhere else. And this can totally happen inside of you, yes. It does not happen a lot, but it can happen.
Thank you, Skeptical, for the $5 dono. We didn't even get any W's in chat for the donos. You guys actually suck. This is one of the worst communities ever. You know that? The worst fucking community ever. Nobody even said anything to this guy.
Happen and it can totally happen to an apple, which would cause it to brown, but it doesn't seem to be working.
I wasn't gonna. It'll get there.
I think what's gonna happen is we're just gonna like let that sit until the end and see if it happens. I don't know how long browning takes. I was hoping that peroxide wouldn't make it happen real fast.
I'm surprised it didn't. It's starting to brown.
You know, Mantis says they don't have fucking hydrogen peroxide. Like here, we use hydrogen. If you guys are in like the UK or Australia or whatever, we use hydrogen peroxide on like everything. Like you get cut, hydrogen peroxide. You got scabs or like, you know, crust on your feet, hydrogen peroxide. You got like canker sore, hydrogen peroxide. Like hydrogen peroxide is what you use on everything all the fucking time. And then yeah, Mantis telling me that like they just don't have hydrogen peroxide was kind of crazy.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And so the very thing that makes oxygen good for complicated life, which we didn't have it, Earth didn't have it for a long time.
Yeah.
There was like a moment when photosynthesis started and it like pumped all this oxygen into the atmosphere. Like a whole new system of chemistry had to evolve to use that oxygen to basically do photosynthesis in reverse. So when a tree makes an apple, it's taking carbon dioxide and water out of the air, making carbohydrates, carbon dioxide and water, carbohydrate.
Okay.
It's hydrating the carbon.
Okay.
And then we do that in reverse. So it takes energy, makes carbohydrates. We like take carbohydrates and make energy. But that requires there to be oxygen out there for us to use to do it.
But we have to be antioxidant.
Like we don't have to have antioxidants. We have natural antioxidants specifically because these things happen inside of our bodies. So our body produces ways to control these reactions. But the idea is if we added some extras, that couldn't be bad. But like,
could it not be? Could you overdose on antioxidants?
Oh, for sure. You can overdose on anything.
Oh, right.
I'm confident in that.
Yeah.
But in general, I think you're probably going to be fine.
Okay.
But it also just seems like our bodies are probably handling these things pretty well if they're healthy, regardless.
Right. Okay.
And that this isn't like the big thing that's giving us all cancer or something.
Antioxidants. Maybe it's the solution.
Oxidation.
Frick. I learned nothing. Okay.
That's what I was hoping for.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
Oh, that was great.
All right, let's move the apples off and
I
we'll
think
see if
it'll
they
work.
change color. All right, what do we got next?
Next, Quebin. We've got.
Oh, yeah.
Freak. This is a great question. Why aren't coupon mailers banned and how do you unsign up for them?
Oh my God, this was a great question. It's such a fun thing to do because I get to learn all kinds of weird things. So you know what the hard
I used to be one of the guys who like, I don't know, maybe you guys don't have these in other countries, but here, you go in like whenever you go to like a store or some shit, they'll have like all of these coupon books all over the place and they're just there for you to just like pick up and you can go through the coupon book and find you know, coupons that you want and cut them out, and then you take the coupon to a you know, to the place. So like if it's like, you know, a coupon for Subway, right? You just take the coupon to Subway now, and now you get to use that coupon. And so this guy, it was an Indian guy, he started this business where he would just do coupon books, and the companies would pay to be in the coupon book, and then yeah, then they like, this is kind of like an advertisement where they would just, like all these other businesses would let you just come put the coupon books on their front counters, and then and like literally all you're doing is just putting whatever coupon they want in your book, and then printing it, and then just like paying people to go out and put them on counters all over the place. So I used to get paid to do this, where I would go out and just do fucking coupon books all the time, just putting them on front counters everywhere for like extra money. It's a pretty good business idea.
Part of the mail is?
No. Nope, I don't.
I like the hard part of the mail. This makes so much sense that I would never guess it.
Okay.
Is getting the mail to the right house.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So extremely easy to take a piece of mail and give it to a place.
Yeah. I agree.
Very hard to.
Wait, I always wonder how they do it. That's the part that I always wonder about, is like, how do they do this like so efficiently? It seems ridiculously hard to make sure that your mail is going to the right place. Like, because when you think about it, you got like a mail truck that is just full of like thousands and thousands of pieces of mail, and so just this fucking mail truck, now when they get to the right house, they have to be able to turn around and take that mail to that fucking house and like get it in. It seemed to me, that seems like by far the hardest fucking thing to do. When are we going to see the USA worm skin? Never. When Joe Biden is president again for his second term, that's when I'll do it.
Take a piece of mail and get it to one of a billion places.
That's correct, yeah.
So that's where a huge amount of the resources of the post office goes, is not to deliver the mail, but to deliver the mail to the right house.
Okay,
And that might sound like it's just like you got to read the address right, but like you have to have like a stack of mail that's all for this one person, and then you have to have a stack of mail that's all for this one person, and you got to get that sorted somehow. So there's all this sorting that's going on. Complicated, it's very cool, it's very advanced. But it's hard. Coupon mailers are like, here's the situation. One, this is America. We have freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want to people, including 25% off at the furniture store.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me I can't do it.
I don't want it, though.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a second.
But you're allowed to say it.
You're allowed to say, I don't want this mail. But the government can't say, you can't send this. So you can't make a law against it. But the the other thing is that these
well, the problem is that it's not. I don't think it's considered. I don't think it's considered an advertisement, because you're not those businesses. You're not the one who's making money off of it, and you're not like really advertising anything specific outside of the fact that they could save money. Like, and so that's I'd assume why it's different, because I think like when it comes to advertisements, you do have to have the ability to like say, stop sending me this shit.
Companies can say, hey, how about I pay you not anywhere near as much as it costs to send a letter, but you don't have to send this to a specific house. You just send it to everybody.
They're in big mail pocket?
They're in big mail pocket. And because this is so easy for the post office to do, they can charge them less than it costs us to send a letter.
Big
and they
mail
can still
pocket.
make way more money per delivery. So the post office makes a huge amount of money, and they use that money to subsidize so that it's cheaper for us to send letters.
Oh my gosh, I did not know that.
So there's a whole system of these coupon mailers, and it's actually become a problem because
That's
they're
like
doing
the
it.
mafia.
They're doing it way less than they used to.
Yeah.
And so the post office is making less money off of these coupon mailers, and so they're having a harder time. Like, this is not the biggest problem that the post office has.
Yeah.
The biggest problem is that the portions of the government think that they're bad, and so they're like actively sabotaging the post office.
I didn't know that.
I know, that's a separate conversation.
thought-
It's very
yeah.
weird.
Okay.
They're doing a bunch of stuff that no normal company would have to do. But the post office is a weird institution in America where it's kind of a company, it's kind of a part of the government. They have a bunch of things that they have to do according to the government, which are difficult.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question. Everybody, if you're listening and you're doing something else, okay? I need you to come to your phone or to your keyboard or whatever, okay? I need you to get ready to vote. You're gonna want to vote on this, okay? I need your answers. This is important, okay? So, one's in chat if you want to keep watching this. Two's in chat if you want to watch Counterpoints talk to Lav and MrGirl. Ready, go. About what? I have no idea. I'm assuming about the stuff with Destiny. So I like this. I find this interesting. I like Hank. Well, we didn't have a whole lot to get into today, and so I'm willing to watch a little bit of trash today if that's what you guys want. 2122. When did Connor talk to them? Literally started right as I was starting the stream. It's drama slop, but I was gonna watch it anyway. Okay, something's really fucked up with my... Fuck, dude. Somebody told me like what channel to go to earlier, and so I just went to it. But I told you guys my Chrome has fucked up over the last couple of days. This is what I just went to my history and I was just gonna click on the channel that I went to. There's nothing there. My history's fucking gone. It just doesn't hold my history anymore. And then even when I go to like add another tab, I used to have like all sorts of websites and shit here. That's all gone now too. Well then I literally, I don't know how to... Mantis, can you, if you're listening, can you tell me what the channel is? I have no idea how to find it now or what the name is. Because it's... Oh, there it is. Fare thee well.
Max told you he did, but he didn't, and I didn't ask any questions that would probe him to something like that. The only reason why you think that I was doing that is because Max told you I was. Literally.
And
I don't. Well, I don't think
'cause you
that's
were.
true. Hold on.
Shut up.
I don't think
I
that's true
fucking
for
hate you.
me because I also was like not able. I wasn't paying attention to Max when he was talking. I got this more.
It's
I think I
JST,
jumped in,
okay,
like,
what
I
the
hot
fuck?
jumped in basically exactly
I'm
where that
taking
was
out my
happening.
hair.
But it's fine.
Good for you.
Okay.
Fuck you, dude.
Are you gonna send it to Max?
No. Max gets fucking nothing. Also, you didn't show up in the shirt that I got you, which I feel like is really rude.
I'm a little.
Hold on, I gotta sign in real quick.
Yeah, bro. Dog nigga. I seen that shit. You was like, hey, bro, lock the fuck. Yeah. I'm cool though, bro. I ain't gonna.
Yeah, I'll tell you my address.
Yeah, okay.
Right now, and
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. So, yeah. It wasn't that I thought you were doing something evil. I just thought you weren't. I thought you seemed like you were really pissed off, and you weren't disclosing. It just seemed like it would be better if you would just say, like,
Why did you think I was mad? Now I'm mad.
Sometimes you just come across like you're a little mad. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do blame Max for that one because I do think that was the perfect time to segue back into the conversation about what you were trying to ask Connor, and I do think you went back to talking
segue
about
back.
Lav.
Yes. A Lavless response? Yeah, I think that going through your narrative and kind of unpacking it, and then yeah, just like where you at in the trajectory, and being nice to him.
It's all been very
I don't know,
boring.
just the kind of shit that I would say to anybody who came out of a cult. And yeah, putting on a clinic. Yeah. No.
What I did, and I got lambasted for that too.
Well, so he.
I got lambasted. Well, of course, I'm.
Saw earlier J-Stock's being blackmailed. Is that the deal? J-Stock raped somebody.
No, I don't think he did.
He didn't rape anybody.
I have it on good authority that he's raped many people. I can't tell you who told me, but it's very true.
I don't think so. He's kind of acting like he did, though.
No, I think he's just hyper protective. I believe all women
I
and
hope that's
J-Stock.
the case. Well, yeah, I hope that's the case. Apparently, Dan has like DMs of Cherry saying that he raped her and maybe she took it back or something.
Well, you can always retroactively consent.
That's what I did in my marriage. I told him all the time. I said if our first night was the only night we were together, you'd have a twit longer, for sure. Hello, Connor. Welcome.
Hi, Lav. How are you?
I'm doing so well. How are you?
I'm okay. Max, did you get a haircut?
I got them all cut.
You got a what cut?
Them all.
I got them all cut.
Oh, okay, nice.
Not
Good
just
for
not
you.
just one hair.
Okay,
A
allow me to do
hair.
an introduction. Introduction? No, an introduction.
Am I gonna like your introduction, or is it gonna scare me?
I mean, listen. Why don't you find
Just go
out?
for it. I'm fucking around.
Welcome to they're calling it the most raped podcast alive. Just kidding. No, but I thought it'd be interesting to have a conversation. the three of us to see where we're at, you know, because I think the last time we all talked, we were trying to get you, Connor, to say that Destiny, or to admit that Destiny was a sexual predator. And you would not. And you would not, as I remember.
Wait, what was I in that? I don't think I was in that
You
conversation.
were.
No, that
Earlier.
was Queeman and Lav.
Yeah, that was Queeman.
No,
yeah.
you were there earlier. In that day,
Was
you were
he?
in
No, he
the
wasn't.
chat earlier.
Chat, but I don't think I talked
Oh.
to Connor directly.
No, you didn't talk to Connor directly.
Okay.
Okay.
But you were messaging me, feeding me
I'm
lines.
still not calling
Just kidding,
him
just
a
kidding.
sexual predator, but okay.
Really?
Keep going. Keep going.
That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about, is whether or not you
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I haven't really kept up with this very much, but I do know that from what it is that like Counterpoints has said about this, he's talked about the fact that like Destiny goes after mentally ill women and like keeps engaging with them, and has even done pedophilic shit and is in abusive shit. And I guess I don't know why he wouldn't call him a predator unless he's just saying like Destiny's not doing this consciously at all, but I don't know that you would have to consciously target these types of women in order for that to be the case, because I don't think most predators are conscious of being predatory, so I don't know that that's really any different, but
you stood by that. And then just among other things, like, you know, what your experience has been like in the orbit, and you know how this week has played out for you, and then you know, and Max had some thoughts about it that I thought were interesting as well, and yeah.
Yes. We can always count on Max to have interesting thoughts.
I've always said that.
Oh, now we can count on Destiny too for that.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, where do you want to start?
Well, let's start with the sexual predator thing. I'm interested because you said that you still would not call him a sexual predator, and that confuses me, because then that makes me question why you brought anything up at all.
Because, so I think then, as of now, when people bring
MrGirl is creepy. I mean, to an extent, I guess I can understand it. Like that's just kind of like part of his character, part of his demeanor. But I really like MrGirl. I like MrGirl a lot. He is definitely like one of my favorite people on the internet. As you know, Lav has been as well. I like the I like the shit that they have to say, and just like how drastically different it is from everybody else. And I've always talked about this, saying that like I just really like talking to people who think so differently from me. I don't like being in relationships with those types of people. I don't like being super close to them, but I do enjoy having conversations with them, and I do enjoy like being able to pick their brains, and his honesty is refreshing in a way. To an extent, yeah, like it's very like vulnerable in a way that is almost insanely guarded, but like it seems like it's because it fits like a caricature of himself, and it's hard. Like MrGirl is somebody who's really hard to categorize, but I really enjoy his music. I think a lot of the things that he does, it's I think for people who, a lot of the stuff that he does is like very how do you say it? It's very manipulative. He is an insanely manipulative way. He's insanely manipulative, but he's I don't know if he knows that he's doing it, and it's almost like sociopathic in the way that he's manipulative. And it's kind of like those shows that you watch where it's like murder porn, where like you just get to see like how sadistic the other people can be, and just kind of cold while talking about how much they care and shit. Now they have Jason. We were literally just listening to it. Yeah.
Bring up sexual predator. I think of maybe this is because I'm accepting the colloquial term too much or whatever. But I think of someone who's stalking in the bushes, you know, raping disabled people.
Well, is that not what you're saying he's doing with the mentally ill women?
No, because I think the mentally ill women have some agency.
Well, of course. I mean, rape.
The predators. That's what the fuck. It's like a child. Like, yeah, no duh. You. What it is that he has accused Destiny of, from my understanding. Again, I haven't really watched it. I don't know all of the details or anything. But from my understanding, yes, what he's accused Destiny of, he is accusing him of being a predator. That does. What the fuck? Very employed of you? Anyways, yeah, from my understanding, he is accusing Destiny of being a predator, and I guess he just doesn't want to use that term for some reason. But I do think he is technically calling him a predator.
Isn't just. Do you not think that you could rape a girl who's drunk? You can only rape someone if they're a vegetable.
But if you,
they have some agency.
Well, hold on. So, can you rape yourself?
Every day. They're calling me the most raped woman alive.
Can we put the memes aside for a second? We are talking about something serious.
We can.
So, for me, especially being in a former law enforcement background, rape is oftentimes going to be forcible. Of course, there's going to be like drunk or incapacitated or people who don't have the ability to consent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so while I think the women that I'm criticizing Stephen for are mentally ill, I don't think that they're so mentally ill that they're incapable of giving consent in an adult context. Okay, they are adult.
So then what, how does that make like anything he's doing wrong then? Like that doesn't, you just kind of like took out everything that could be wrong with what it is he's doing. That just, that just makes so little fucking sense, dude. That is so weird that like this is even a criticism anymore, when if that's actually your thought process, then like why even care about this then? Why even bring it up? Like this is such a useless, this is so weird, dude. Why is this a problem if you think that all of these people are like fully, you know, full agents of their decision making and autonomy, and that these are just people that you find to be a little wacky? Like, then why even fucking bring it up?
Okay, interesting. I think that would call into a question that what capable means in your definition of capable, but I did a quick Google search, and a sexual predator is an individual who exploits others in an abusive, non-consensual manner, often using power, coercion, or grooming behaviors. And now I'm not an expert on the dictionary, but it does seem as though even in your definition, that is what is happening.
Well, yeah, but do you want to call Anna Voir and see if she thinks that Stephen is a sexual predator? Sexual predator? Or Britt?
I think
or Sherry. Sherry might have a different. Sherry might have a different answer.
He always calls Cherry Sherry. I don't know why the fuck he does that, but he always calls Cherry Sherry. What the fuck?
Get him in here.
Okay, well, I mean, I would, but a
Hell
lot of
yes.
them want to move on. Regardless of
Well,
whether
part
or
of that
not,
is because
like,
of what's happening to you, which is also an exercise of power, correct?
Sure, but
Part of why
you know,
Cherry doesn't
what
want to
you-
be involved in this at all is exactly that.
Sure, but what
Same
I
thing
would
with
say
Anna.
is that at some point, somebody just have, you know, and I'm sure you guys might even identify with the sentiment. At some point, you just have to have the balls to say "fuck you," right?
I mean, that's exactly what I did, and I got lambasted for that too.
Well, so here's something that I was talking to somebody else about earlier tonight. One of the funny things that I think happens is Steven seems to attract and interact with and find most interesting mentally ill people who
So, I mean, I've said this a billion times, but on the internet, that is just like a very, very large portion of the people. The people online are people who are mentally ill, damaged, like addicts, like you have such a selection bias when you're looking at terminally online people. Like that is, how old is this convo? It's still going on right now. Yeah, like it for people who work online, for people who work in you know, in streamers and people like this, like this is the area that this is an area where you're going to find an insane amount of mentally ill people, very disproportionate. So it, like, whether or not that changes things for you is fine, but the idea that you know, you can still say like, oh, well, it's still bad to engage with mentally ill women, sure, but the idea that somebody is targeting them, like purposefully trying to find mentally ill people, that part totally changes, which is what I would say makes it like non-predatory. No, Tom, they find you. So true.
have poor reputations both online or in real life.
Right.
And yet, what makes them attractive in the first place is their poor reputations, their weird insights, their mental illness. But then their mental illness and poor reputations is what's used to dismiss them.
So Connor,
for
what
me,
we would call that is a sexual predator. You're absolutely right. Yes, that is.
No, I don't.
Correct.
Okay. Once again, when
Yes.
I'm saying colloquially, I really would like to move past the memes, but like
I'm not being.
I'm
my
not
tone
going to
is
be
funny.
calling Steven a sexual predator and invoking ideas of a creepy man lurking in the.
Like, this is something that Lav said to me, because I said one time that I was very attracted to crazy women. And then I think I brought up like Anna and Lav, and I was like, yeah, this is why I like Anna and Lav so much, is because they're fucking crazy. And Lav afterwards was like, yeah, like you're a fucking predator, like you're disgusting. And I was like, wait, why? She's like, because you said you like mentally ill women. I was like, whoa, hold on, no, I did not say mentally ill women. I said crazy women. All right, crazy women can be very, very much healthy, but they act crazy, right? Doesn't mean like, I'm not saying they're like mentally, you know, crazy or anything like that. I'm saying they act crazy. That's very, very fucking different.
Bushes in order to drug and rape women. That is not what I'm accusing him of. And by the way, I think part of the problem here is hyperbole. I think part of the problem is whenever somebody does criticize Steven, they'll engage in hyperbole, or they'll stake out the strongest claim. And the strongest claim, I'm even guilty of this. Stake out the strongest claim that is insufficiently evidenced,
don't do it, you motherfucker.
when the truth is that there are claims that are infinitely more strong that are still damning.
Like being a pedophile?
Well, so for instance, I think that based off of the evidence that I presented of the husband saying what he said, the wife saying what he said, Destiny admitting to age play but minimizing it, he at minimum engaged in age play. I think there's an above 70 with a mentally ill woman while being sued for sexual misconduct.
Right.
Now, I think there's an above 70%. So we already got age play. That's like done.
Wait, can I ask something?
Please go ahead.
I'll allow.
I would like to separate criticisms of poor strategy, like you're doing this while you're being sued for sexual misconduct, from moral criticisms.
Yes.
It feels like when we blend those.
Yes, this is my issue with what it is that Counterpoint's been talking about this whole time, is that it always seems like he's like giving like a criticism of like, well, I wouldn't do that sort of thing, but he frames it in a moral negative, and so he'll say things like, oh, you are a degenerate and you have sex with a lot of women and you sleep around, and I feel like this can't be good for your mental health and blah blah blah, and so this is obviously morally wrong. It's like, wait, what wait a second, everything you just said is like, there's no moral problem there. You're not hurting other people, you're not like doing anything bad to hurt someone. In this, like, this would be like akin to smoking cigarettes or doing drugs or some shit. Like, you're doing things that, okay, Conor wouldn't do, and that he thinks is harmful to yourself and to your own psyche. But where the fuck does like the moral condemnation come in? Yo, what is that DVL snack? Bro, I have no idea. It's a tag that you can put on, just like the flower on me. You can put the DVL on. But that's the guy earlier I was saying, I think is Eilena. Oh, that one, that DVL. There's another DVL earlier that I was pointing at. But yeah, so like, these are just not things that I would consider to be immoral. And so when Counterpoints points out like all these problems, and he's like, they did age play and they did this and they did, and he wouldn't settle down with Lauren Southern, and it's like, okay, like what? Why are you putting this on the fucking internet? Like, why are you telling everybody this? Like, 'cause it just sounds like he's just like, I wouldn't do this. This is not my type of thing. So I'm calling it out. I'm publicizing this. I'm putting it out there for everybody to know, because I would not do something like that. What? What the fuck? Why is any of this relevant? Like, why the fuck did you just out of nowhere, just out like Destiny's personal sexual shit, and then they're just like, yeah, you just don't have those same kinks or something? Like, what the fuck?
Those together, like you're doing something immoral and you're doing something stupid, then it has a tendency to, I guess, kind of soften the moral criticism.
I guess I could try, but you do understand that, like, in the process of mourning what is a 6-year online relationship and probably a 2-year friendship, I myself waffle between what I think is like malevolent and what I think is recklessness.
We did
right?
the same thing.
So
But I'm not. Wait, malevolent and reckless are on a spectrum from intentional to unintentional. But I'm talking about a criticism that is of the impact. This is wrong to do because of how it impacts others versus poor strategy because of how it impacts you. It's not immoral to blow to himself. Like, it's not immoral to screw up his own lawsuit. It's just stupid. But it's not like It's not wrong.
Well,
Yes.
hold on. So maybe I can bridge the gap here, and I promise you I'm not trying to be evasive or not do what you're asking me to do. I promise you I'm trying to fulfill what you're asking me to do, okay?
Okay.
But I think that at some point it is incumbent
hurt your
upon
own
Steven
psyche.
where recklessness is no longer an excuse. So for instance,
Okay.
if we go
Yes, but now you're just saying he's being irresponsible. You're like, there is no moral condemnation here. This is my whole fucking issue with all this shit. This is so fucking weird.
through the MrGirl report and we look at a decade of broken relationships, and then we know that 2022 is the peak of the drama where you guys are in orbit and then you get driven out of orbit. Then we allegedly have a calming period after 2022, but then this all re-explodes in 2024. Well, then at that point, he really should have stopped reckless behavior in 2022 when he was kicking you two out of orbit. But the Brit situation, in my opinion, just shows that he hasn't learned that his recklessness, his unintentional danger to other people, is bad and harmful, and it hurts other people.
Okay, so what is the unintentional danger to other people? Everything you brought up so far is a negative to him. Everything that he brings up, it's all a negative to Destiny. It's all Destiny harming himself. None of these are harms to other people. So that's literally what he just asked for, is what is the, like, the way you frame this is as though he's just hurting himself. But if this is going to be immoral, he needs to be harming other people. And then he just, in a roundabout way, went right back to explaining how Destiny harms himself. Says in the end, he explains a bunch of things where Destiny only harms himself. And then in the end just says, and therefore he's harming other people. Where was the harm to other people? Where was that?
And so at that point, the recklessness, I think, does become a moral calculation, where even if he claims recklessness, at this point, he should know. Like long overdue for him to know that his recklessness damages other people.
I see what you're saying, but I'm a little concerned that it's just... So basically you're saying, like, he's drunk driving.
He's drunk driving and he's consistently hitting shit, yeah.
Okay.
And that shit is people's, like, emotional lives.
Yes, that's fair.
And by the way, we can stake out,
but when
if you want to work your way up to, like, I think even his own fans would admit recklessness.
Okay,
if you want to work your way up to malevolence,
no.
I'm fine.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I'm saying that the DGG language around how to evaluate Destiny's character and behavior is always focused on always bringing it back to strategy. So you can never say he did something morally wrong that gets turned into, and he did it while he was being sued, like, what an idiot. Implying that what he should be doing is, I don't know, strategizing better and doing whatever is best for him at all times. And it kind of blends together the moral criticism of, like, he is doing harm to people, whether it's...
Well, it doesn't just blend it together. It makes it sound like the strategy criticism is a moral criticism. It makes it sound like, yeah, I'm critical of Destiny. He does things that's not so smart sometimes.
Intentional or not, whether it's, like, organized or compulsive, like, who knows what he's really thinking. Versus, is he just being dumb and shooting himself in the foot?
Mm-hmm. If I do that during this conversation, please forgive me. It will be subconscious.
Well, it's not.
I just want to point it out because I'm worried that if those get mixed together...
It's not, just to be clear, it's not subconscious. He just calls bad strategy immoral. That is what he, like when we talked about the stuff with food shops, he kept saying food shops is wrong so the whole conversation that like I was like defending this, like not defending it, you know, really, but saying like this isn't immoral, this doesn't harm anybody. If somebody watches lolly porn, okay, they watch pornography of like it's cartoons drawn of children or, you know, childlike characters, and this is something that they get off to. That isn't something that I think like is some horrible, you know, action that this person needs to be like maligned for or something. Like if you want to say that's gross, if you want to say like, you know, you don't want to fuck with that person because they just gross you out or whatever, like fine, that makes sense, like of course. But if instead you turn around and you're like, yeah, they watch this, they're a fucking horrible, immoral person and nobody should ever talk to them, which is what Conor did. Like, okay, well, what is the horrible, immoral thing? And his explanation, I'm not kidding here, okay? I'm not strawmanning him. I'm not like making it. He said the immoral thing is that food shops is looking at deviant imagery that harms her own psyche. And because she looks at drawn, you know, children in sexual acts and shit like that, that this hurts her own psyche and is unhealthy, and that's what's immoral about it. So, okay, nobody else uses the term moral this way. Like, nobody else says moral in this sort of fucking way. It harms Conor, though. Yeah, so it harms him to have to think about it. And I posted about this on on Twitter because he's like gone off about like a bunch of Destiny's, you know, sexual fetishes and the women that he's been with, and that he refuses to settle down with Lauren Southern, and that like all of this weird shit that it's like why are you outing this publicly? Like why are you going off about like his fetishes and who he does or doesn't sleep with and who he does or doesn't want to be in like a marriage with, and like why are you doing this? What the fuck is going on? Like why would you just out somebody's personal or private information like that when there's no like public value to this? This is something that happened to me where a bunch of people just started like leaking selective like DMs and shit from me, and they didn't really like paint a narrative or anything, but the DMs did by itself. It kind of painted a narrative for everybody else to just kind of come up with their own thought processes on. And I sat here the whole time like, what the fuck? Like, you're just leaking shit about me when I didn't do anything wrong. You're not accusing me of doing anything wrong, but you're trying to like embarrass me. And then, you know, posting it all over the place and making a big deal about it as though I did something immoral, when really you just think it's like embarrassing. And for people to publish shit, like that Asian chick is one of those people who did it. Like she just went and posted like, you know, conversations between her and I behind the scenes. It's like, if you're like proving that I lied about something, if you're showing that like I was disingenuous about something or anything like that, that would make sense. Like that makes sense for you to bring shit to the public stage if somebody's in public lying about things. That totally makes sense. But when instead you're just putting it out there just cause you want to, that's so fucking disgusting. That's an actually disgusting thing to do. And so yeah, so I posted this the other day. So before Conor tells everyone my business, I wanted to get ahead of the narrative and tell everyone myself, I've had sex. I even did doggy style once. I'm sorry. Because this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. And there's like all these fucking messages of like, you know, the missionary is the only acceptable position by the clergy. Did you do your Hail Marys? At least 15 that's at least 15 Hail Marys. Oh, so you're a zoophile, eh? Gotcha, creep. Because I said doggy style. Now I'm a zoophile. Maybe Connor's problem is that he's never had sex and that's why his marriage fell apart. Ah, that's fucked up. Okay, fuck that shit. Filth, you're not dating anyone that he wanted to ask out, are you? That could get awkward. Oh shit. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking comments on these. This is one of them. But did you do it in a way that Conor approved? Huh? So yeah, this is kind of funny. I didn't realize there's that many fucking comments on it. 34. There's 644 likes on this, and then I even think there's Ukrainian Anna said, "Doggy, that's it, buddy. He draws the line at bestial fantasies. You're a danger to yourself and society." Like that's what we're talking about. You're a danger to yourself and society. Like this is the type of shit that like they're talking about, is that this is that like if you're doing things that like hurt your psyche, now you're a danger to yourself and society. Like this is just, it's so stupid, dude.
Then we can't really talk about like harm.
Sure.
Okay.
I will try not to do that, but please bear in mind, I think like you guys in 2022, I heard you. I listened to your content. You guys would literally waffle between like, I feel bad for Steve. I wish I could save him from himself.
Yes.
And then you would be like, nah, fuck him. You know, he's doing all this crazy shit.
That's
and he
abuse.
needs to be called out for it.
Yeah.
I literally remember these moments. So please bear in mind, I am
Having that
engaged in the
experience.
same process.
I know. I understand.
Yeah, we're all victims. We're the most raped people on the internet. Literally, I wasn't joking.
No one has metaphorically or spiritually or actually raped me to my.
No, Conor, come on. Conor, you're in a safe space. This is the time to come to grips with the fact that Destiny raped you. This is the moment, okay? You don't have to be afraid here. You're with 2 other people who have also been raped. Don't run from this, Conor. This is Stockholm Syndrome bullshit, okay? Or is it Stockholm Syndrome? Is that, what's the one where you like fall in love with your abuser? I always want to call it like cabin fever or something, but that's not it. Is it Stockholm Syndrome? Did I get it right?
My knowledge at this point in my
Conor,
life.
you can't unrape yourself, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can't
unrape
unrape yourself.
but we just can't.
Maybe in an
Okay, I
internet
got it right.
context, some people would consider me raped, but I disagree. But maybe that's my cope
You
about
can't
being
disagree.
raped. I don't
Right.
know. We'll see.
I mean, it's rape of the mind, essentially. But
Okay.
This is why women don't come forward, or men, in your case, Conor. Because people like you need to be brave enough to admit this. People like you need to be willing to end the generational trauma.
But yeah, I think I am having, so if all of this is framed, I just don't.
Well, can we work from the strongest claims to the weakest?
Maybe I do just have the thought. I'm still wondering how it is that you're. I mean, I guess I've been in an abusive relationship.
You want me to come out here and be like, yeah, he's a rapist, he's a murderer,
No,
he's a sexual predator,
well, I would
he should
never
be
say that.
incarcerated forever. Like,
Yes.
no, that's
Yes.
not how I feel.
I hate the guy. I wish.
A sex cult, pedophilic rapist. Yes, that's what I've been saying for my whole life about Destiny. From the moment that I was born, I came out of my mom's vagina and I was like, that Destiny guy? And you guys are all just too scared to say it. You guys have all been brainwashed.
Him dead. I don't even call him those things. Maybe in jest,
Sure.
but not actually.
But I feel like predator is akin to those terms, and I don't know if it's going to serve much utility in our conversation.
Well, I think part of the reason why I think that predator is useful is because he can't control himself. I think part of why you name things like this is because they can't control themselves. You have to be able to call someone something to like warn people from him. If you're saying
Yeah,
like,
but now
if you're saying like, oh, Steven is and even so, you put so much of the onus even so on the women. As you were talking about it, you know, I watched your stream and you were like, you know, now if a woman goes after him, she should really know not to avoid him, and still you're taking away. Still, you're saying that, like, Steven is, like, even a victim in this situation. Like, you're still making Steven the victim of, like, now dozens of
Well, that's not the
women.
same as being a victim.
okay,
it's
so
just
let
random.
me articulate.
That's not the same as making Destiny the victim. That's like, who was the, like, Charles Manson when he was locked up? He had tons of women writing him love letters and shit, and who were going up to meet him and who wanted to marry him and trying to get conjugal visits with him and all sorts of crap, right? That nobody was pointing that out to say that Charles Manson was the victim there. Nobody was doing that. But they are saying, like, you know, yeah, these women should know better. This is actually insane. This is actually nuts that these people would ever think that engaging with like a murderous nutcase like this would be a good idea. They're just putting themselves in the dumbest position possible.
This, and we might not be able to agree, but I still feel pretty firm in this perspective. Steven's sexual history is very well documented. It's at minimum well documented as chaotic. It's at maximum documented as like toxic, and I think you would use the word predatory. I think
would use the word abusive or predatory.
Yeah, okay, abusive. There you go. So depending on how you perceive these incidents over the past decade and a half, you're going to have somewhere on the spectrum, you're going to have dysfunctional but funny, or you're going to have predatory or abusive, depending on how you perceive the scenarios. So in my opinion, Britt, I'm just going to talk about people openly because I think when we hem and haw.
I mean, I think that sort of thought process literally applies to all men for continuing to engage with women at all. But we have penises, which is kind of a lack of agency, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we not to say that like we literally can't control ourselves, but there's a spectrum there. And we're definitely a lot less in control when horny than we are when not horny. So
around the scenario, I think it gets more silly. Britt is an adult. Britt was smart enough in order to get into the military. Britt has trauma. Britt is seeing a therapist about her trauma. Britt has family who care about her. In what fucking world?
This person's name is Say Hi Tomfoolery, please. Dressed up like fucking Where's Waldo.
Would it be recommended to that woman to engage in a long-distance sexual communication relationship with a man while married, and also dealing with like post-traumatic stress disorder and military-related sexual trauma?
Wait,
the answer is never. The answer is never. No sane person would ever recommend this for Brit, and yet she chose to do it because she is a person with agency.
What the fuck? It muted and stopped playing. What the fuck? Oh, did she private this? I think she unlisted it. Can somebody check and see real quick? I think it's unlisted, maybe.
Oh,
maybe
wait,
not.
2 things.
Okay.
One,
weird. I think Chrome just keeps crashing.
why are we talking about that?
Because
why'd you say that?
Lav is asking why I'm still insisting on blaming Destiny's victims by acknowledging that they are, that if anybody past this point engages with Steven sexually, then they should know what they're getting into.
But
they should know what they're getting into.
But they don't. Is the problem? Is that he keeps putting himself in situations where these women
why
not,
don't they?
Because because they're not full agents. Because even you say they're extremely mentally ill, Connor.
Yeah, I think it feels like you're saying they're mentally
I don't think
ill.
mental illness is an excuse to like lose all agency.
Mental illness, that's literally what keeps people from buying
literally
guns,
what
keeps
mental
people
illness
from...
is.
Wait, why mention that they're mentally ill at all if it doesn't impact their agency?
Right.
It does impact their agency. It just doesn't eliminate it.
Nobody's saying it's eliminated.
But to the extent that it impacts it, isn't that the same extent?
Yeah, like a drunk girl doesn't lose all agency, yet it does impact it to the extent that, yeah, people would say, like, yeah, this is akin to rape to have sex with this chick.
Extent that it's morally wrong to fuck with them?
Which is why I asked you earlier, like...
funnily
rape
enough,
is a bunch of different things.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is why I asked you earlier, rape is a bunch of different things. Can you only rape someone in a coma? Obviously not. There's different levels of agency. There's different types of rape. There's different types of abuse. There's different types of agency. Obviously, these women have very little
I would
less
think based off of
agency
any current evaluation of the law and the way in which capacity and agency are evaluated, I do not think that Steven is guilty of rape.
Okay.
Or at least I don't have any evidence.
I wouldn't call him a rapist either, but I'm talking about agency.
I think that we should get away from trying to argue about what terms like rape and predator mean. Yeah. But I think that you're invoking their mental illness when you want to criticize him for being self-destructive and then ignoring their mental illness when evaluating the morality of his actions.
No.
Yep.
I'm not ignoring it. You could articulate how I'm ignoring it. I don't think I'm ignoring it at all.
Well,
I think it's part of the reason why I was willing to burn the bridge with Steven this past week. Because I found out. No, hold on. Let me articulate this, and you can tell me where I'm at. So I think in November. Well, actually, let's back up.
I mean, the problem here is that they're all just kind of fucking stupid. Like, that's the problem. Is that, yes, these women can have some agency, and that if you think they're dumb for getting with Destiny, then you can just say, like, yes, these women are also dumb for being with Destiny and for, like, falling for it or whatever, right? Like, both of those things can be true, that you think, like, Destiny's wrong for getting with these women, and also these women are dumb for, like, giving him the chance in the first place. Literally, both can be true. But nobody here is actually gonna, like, make that point. So this is probably just going to turn into like the most useless conversation of all time.
Just a little bit. Please indulge me a rant. In February of 2025 or January of 2025, Steven lost 99% of his orbiters and friends, right? Because of the Pixie allegations. And then everybody's been slowly drifting back in. Well, I never left, right? But I was not leaving because I was hoping against hope that this was going to be such an extreme situation that he would wake up. And in November, I find out that he's, and my logs are out there. If you want to read the logs, we could even read them out loud. But in November, I find out that he's sexting a mentally ill woman, an obviously mentally ill woman. I'm able to identify her mental illness within 5 minutes of talking to her. I know that she's severely mentally ill.
Right.
And so I say, hey, Stephen, the husband of a mentally ill woman is telling me that you engaged in age play with a mentally ill woman.
How did you come into contact with these people?
Hold on. Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
Let me finish, please.
Right.
It seems a little weird for the husband to say this because, like, if the husband is engaging with this woman at all and she's mentally ill to the point that, like, she's not fully capable of consenting, then, like, isn't the husband also, like, really fucked up in this scenario? And then if he is, then wouldn't that, like, bring into question anything he has to say about it? If he's not, like, if he's here to say, hey, look at how bad Destiny is for engaging with this mentally ill woman, but, like, not me, though. No, Destiny is weird for this shit. She's still my wife. We're still married, so I'm fine. But Destiny, ooh, like, doesn't that kind of, like, take away all the credibility of whatever the fuck this guy is saying? Just sounds like maybe he's a bit mad about it.
I say, I like you for all of the below reasons, but you are destroying yourself and you're making it impossible to be your friend. Okay, that's where I feel like you were alluding to the fact that I'm trying to excuse Steven's behavior. Well, now hold on,
wait.
please.
But
I promise you, I'm
but you're
almost
saying
done.
something that
I
I said.
promise
But
you,
that's
I'm
not
almost done.
Yeah, but can you not say what I mean in the middle of the thing I'm not allowed to respond to?
Sure, I will focus on what I'm saying, but I would like the opportunity to finish what I'm saying, and I promise I am almost done.
Okay, sure.
When I found out that they were still communicating in this past week, that is inexcusable to me. It's inexcusable because I gave him a shot across the bow in November. It's inexcusable because of the allegations that he has already been under in reference to this situation. It's inexcusable because of what's happened with the Pixie case. It's inexcusable because of his claimed personal and professional ambitions. It is inexcusable for him to be engaged actively with this woman at this time.
Okay. My assessment of what you said is that it does feel like there is a blending or eclipsing of the moral question with the is Destiny harming himself and his own career question.
Okay.
Is it reckless or stupid? Feels like you're not saying, like, hey, you can't do this because it's wrong to do to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. I'm in the room with the man who says you can fantasize about whatever you want.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that Max would ever say involve the children.
I didn't say you can. Wait a second.
You can't.
I didn't say you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can involve them in the fantasy.
Well, hold on. Maybe you could parse this apart for me.
Well, also maybe I'm a hypocrite and I'm stupid. Like that doesn't change. What doesn't change my point. My point is that.
Well, sorry. I'll try to listen to your point separate from the statement I just made. But I do think that you're the guy who said that is interesting. But sorry.
We can. I'm happy to be pressed on that. It just feels like you're speaking some of the DGG language where we can't just say he's taking advantage. Like, you went to call him a predator and say he's raping women or whatever. You could say he's taking advantage of people. There is a power differential. There are things that are unethical about what he's doing, separate from how they may harm his own career. But it feels like you invoke mental illness only when you're talking about a vulnerability to him and how it might harm him. But then when when Leah says, but that same mental illness also poses a danger to the women you're saying are mentally ill, and you're like, no, they can consent. They're adults. They got into the military. They whatever. They can.
Well, hold on. Let's dial this in.
They're full agents.
I think my resistance to Leah is I think Leah was litigating a conversation that we had a year and 2 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Fuck if I know.
So what's that?
I said fuck if I know. I've gotten hit in the head so many times this year. I don't
believe
remember.
his timeline is.
Are you playing street hockey? What are you doing?
My husband is he's an Aries. That's not
so
funny.
He's punching you in the head?
You know?
No, I don't. I don't know, Leah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Continue with what you were saying.
Okay. Anyways, sorry. Are you still married to the Las Vegas guy?
The Las Vegas guy. Oh God, don't. Yeah, I'm. Of course, I'm still married to him. I'm not like the girl who's like in another relationship. I've been in 2 relationships in 10 years. Yes, I'm still married to him.
Okay,
Thank
just checking.
you. Yes,
just checking.
He's the love of my life. It's okay that he hits
me. Good,
because he loves me.
Good. Okay.
The harder he hits her, the more he loves her.
We can dial this in. So, for instance, if there is a statement that you want me to accept, I will tell you whether or not I accept it. So, for instance, if you want to say Steven is unethical in what he's doing with mentally ill women, yes. Okay. So,
sorry, you said you're willing to just say unethical.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we got unethical on one end, we got predatory on the other end. I just started at this end, and we're moving towards predatory or abusive. So what's the next step that Max wants me to take?
It's not that I want you to sign off on a certain point on that scale. It's more I'm just trying to note that when you get like angry at him about this, and you start to lay into him, the laying into him is almost always in the form of, how could you do this to yourself?
I have a whoever watches this can believe me or they cannot believe it. I have a subconscious bias to Steven, where I see the man that he could be. I see the man that he is.
Yes.
And I am very disappointed, sad, and angry.
Oh my goodness, bro. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. This is... holy shit. This is actually insane. Like, this is so hard to listen to. Do you not know what moral means? Do you not know what morality is? Like, what is happening? What the fuck are we talking about? Why are we talking about, like, the man he could be and, like, your disappointment and shit? You're supposed to be making the case for morality right now. What the fuck? Why? Why does this keep happening? How many times do they have to, like, circle the fucking drain to get a statement here?
That he's not pursuing his fullest potential, and instead it feels like he's wallowing in the mud and the dirt. That is...
Well, I'm sorry he did that to you, Conor. I'm really sorry he did that to you. You know what? Now it makes sense why you came out and aired all of the fucking shit on the internet. That was so horrible of him to do to you. To not meet your expectations of him. You know? That must have been really hard for you, bro. Really fucking sad. So fucking horrible. I'm glad we understand now.
True.
Yeah.
You sound like an abusive girlfriend.
What's that?
You sound like an abused girlfriend. You sound like an abused girlfriend.
Well, maybe I could just
And,
be
and
a
I'm not. No, I'm not.
a neglected former friend.
No,
Maybe
but
I
I'm
could
not.
be that.
I'm not saying that in a way to denigrate you. I'm not saying that in the way that like
Yes, you
DGG.
are.
No,
Obviously
I'm
are.
not. I'm not saying that in a way to denigrate
You sound like a woman who gets the shit kicked out of her, but I'm not saying that to denigrate you.
No, that's
I'm
not.
fucking around.
No,
I
that's.
don't care. It's fine.
You don't care about my husband hitting me. Just kidding. But no, that's not why I was saying
he's
it.
hitting you well enough that he's not leaving any bruising, so he's
That's-
doing a very good job.
Exactly. No, but what
At
I was
least not
what
where
I was
we can
saying
see it.
was that you sound like an abused girlfriend, and the fact that you have separated the behavior from him in such a way that he's no longer culpable, but it's like his disease.
Like an abusive man hitting women only where nobody would be able to see it shows that like he's really thinking about like you having to answer questions and shit about that, and making sure like it shows that he really thinks this stuff out and cares about you enough to only abuse you in the right way.
Disease, which
Yeah, it's
is
very
what
considerate.
every abused wife and girlfriend does. He's gonna change someday. It was so good in the beginning. You know, this is something that's taken over him, and that protects the girlfriend from looking at actually the full scope of the situation, which is what me and Max have been saying the entire time, which is that Steven is a deeply flawed individual, and I don't think that by putting I don't think that doesn't make him a predator. I don't think that doesn't make him an abuser.
I think you're just going to have to accept where I am emotionally at this point in my grieving process.
Sure. I completely understand that, but I would also just I would say that you seem so your brain is just not. I don't know if you'll.
Can we remember that I'm also like a misogynist and a conservative who loves to victim blame women for their own fucking trauma and problems? Can we just remember that as well?
Well, but you're saying let's go, yes, but you're also saying that in such a self-aware way that you'd think that you'd know better.
Well,
kind of becomes
hold on.
meaningless.
Can I please indulge me a very brief rant, okay? When I was
He's he's literally just gonna explain Rape Alley. I bet you anything that he's about to just go down the Rape Alley explanation. That's all he's gonna. Rape Alley is just saying that, like, you know, if there's an alley that has the title Rape Alley on it, and you just look at it and you're just like, oh, wonder what's down there, and you just see like a bunch of, you know, greasy, nasty looking dudes who are all like staring at you and perving at you, and you're just like, well, I wonder what happens if I walk down Rape Alley. And then you walk down Rape Alley and you get raped. Like, those guys were still wrong for raping you. But it's not really victim blaming to go and be like, you know, hey, maybe don't walk down Rape Alley next time. Maybe don't do that. Just as if somebody's house gets robbed and they left their door unlocked, like, yes, the person who robbed your house is still the reason your house got robbed. They are still the immoral person in that scenario. But it's probably like, it's not victim blaming to go up to the person and be like, hey, maybe lock your doors next time, you know? Like, this is something that we've talked about a billion times here. Is that, like, it's not victim blaming to just say that, like, hey, you could do this in a better way in the future to, like, make it less likely for this to happen. Like, that's not victim blaming. Saying, hey, women, you know what's smart is if before you get into a stranger's car, you take a picture of their ID. You tell them, like, if your car's broken down and a guy pulls over and is like, hey, want a ride? You could be like, you know what, I'm willing to take a ride, but first, if you'll just do me a favor and give me your ID, I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to my mom just in case like anything crazy happens. Like, that's not victim blaming. That's just good fucking advice, right? So, but he's calling it victim blaming. I don't know, because he's been brainwashed by the fucking progressives or some shit. I don't know, but it's not victim blaming.
I was going to the University of Central Florida. There was a rape prevention class.
Right.
And they discussed how, and I thought it was a great class. I really did. But the rape prevention class.
Ah, fuck.
Mentioned the fact that if a woman, shut up, if a woman.
So the rape prevention class, really help prevent you from raping women? How did that go? Did you end up raping anyone? Oh!
Goes to the bar, wearing something, revealing, gets wasted, and then gets raped, then that's not her fault. The same way that if somebody, a man, wears a nice suit and a nice watch and walks around the wrong side of town and then he gets robbed. Now, this is descriptively
not
true.
his fault.
I don't think that we should be assigning moral fault to the victim, they are the moral actor who did the crime.
Yes,
However,
which is what blame is.
As
That's
they were
blame.
describing that, I think there's a moral failure in society if you don't go, hey, dumb fuck, don't go to the wrong side of town wearing a nice suit and a nice watch, right?
Sure. So you literally just debunked your own point. That's not blaming. When you're not putting any sort of moral failure on them for wearing a nice suit and then going to the bad side of town, then yes, that is not blaming them. Therefore, it's not victim blaming. And there it is. Done and done. Story over.
And so that can feel a little victim blamey to progressive and liberal people, but I think it's descriptively true.
I think you're talking to two people who understand that.
Yeah, I think that's true. The only thing I'm trying to point out is when
I'm more worried about Steven hurting himself than the women he's hurt. Subconsciously or consciously.
Yeah, it's almost like
Sounds
you're
conscious.
using the tone.
Yeah, you can't say subconsciously or consciously right after you said that's a thing. You can't admit to doing something and then say, but I'm doing it subconsciously or consciously. No, it's just conscious. You just said you know that that's the case. That's literally what makes it conscious, is that you know that that's the case. That's literally, I feel like we're listening to toddlers talk right now.
Of moral indignation, but then it drifts into, why'd you walk into that side of town wearing that?
Yeah, I can't believe my friend is this retarded.
Yes, but also he's got power.
I'm also wondering when it would pass into something else for you, because you'd think that, ex-cop, conservative guy, that this would, potential pedophilia would do it.
That might be something that MrGirl wanted to address, which I could address, is MrGirl said prior, do you mind if well, fuck it. Basically said, don't make it public. If you think there's a real danger to children, then you should be focused on reporting that to relevant authorities. That's what he said.
Oh, what?
An hour
No way.
before I went live. And what I would say is,
a little late.
It's not up to me to determine Steven's sins or alleged criminal conduct. That is for relevant authorities.
What?
And there will be, basically.
What's the point in fucking posting it all on the fucking internet if you're not saying, hey, Steven did something wrong? What the fuck? I'm so lost. I literally, can somebody help me clear this up? Did he ever say hey, I'm not saying Steven did anything wrong here. I'm just disappointed in who it is he could have become. Did that happen and I'm just totally unaware? Was that Conor's whole thing at the end of the day is just like, man, I'm just saying all this stuff about like kids' feet and shit because I just really think he's missing out on some potential here. Did that happen? I haven't watched any of this shit. Again, I know what it is that I've been told or like what I see here and there on like Twitter and crap, but I'm a bit blown away at like the lack of thought behind all of this.
An accumulation of the totality of facts, and it will be submitted to relevant authorities.
But I'm asking Mantis, did he say that like on his streams before this conversation? Before this conversation with Lav and MrGirl, where that's like what he's saying here. Tom, he thinks sexting or messaging with mentally ill women and doing age play, role play is immoral. Okay. But he's not saying that here. So is he just like totally changing up on his positions here? Is this just a whole new like version of things from what he's been saying on stream? The rest is I'm disappointed. Sure, but again, like even the things that you're like saying right now, these are not things that he's said here. Right? He's just retarded. He communicates like an autistic loser. Well, that's part of what makes him entertaining, so I'm not going to fault him for that. But, well, yes, I am. It's fucking annoying.
Authorities. I just didn't want to. Number one, I feel like I've been carrying this weight since November. So basically, maybe it's selfish. But I wanted to alleviate myself of
He said the line crossed was the age play step-parent fantasy was what pushed him to burn the bridge. But he knew about that for like a month or so before he burnt the bridge. Right? So not really. So like not, you know, you're saying that's what he said, but it's the age play stuff and the food shop stuff. It's too pedo adjacent for Conor, and Destiny told Conor he has no enemies besides snarkers that could be doxing and swatting. Okay.
this psychic.
OMG, I'm calling in. Why? Chill. What? Hello?
Hello. Sorry, it's just hard to type it all out. Like typing it all out in a chat is frustrating. But they don't do it in this conversation much, and in fact, the only time Connor brings it up to lay it all out again, MrGirl tells him to shut the fuck up because everyone who's been following this drama has heard it in every stream from Connor on everyone's stream for like 5 times in the last like 48 hours. So. And he lays it out in the longest, fucking boring, annoying way where he just moral frog, sorry. about like, yeah, the pedo shit, the messaging mentally or sexting mentally ill women or being with mentally ill women at all. Not like making it work with Lauren Southern. He thinks the age play stuff is like literal pedo shit where they use like real children like that were Brit's children and that they were
We
like gonna
can all
molest.
hear Peanut in the background.
Oh yeah, I didn't turn it off, sorry. Yeah. So he's laid out. It doesn't happen much in this because they don't want to go down that because they've heard it all before. So now they're talking about it like as if that conversation's already happened.
Sure, but the problem is that when they keep saying like, hey, like you're not like talking about the morality of Steven, and so now he's like trying to explain where he thinks Steven did something immoral. He isn't like including that sort of thing in his thought process. I'm not saying explaining the entire thing, but if he said like pedo degenerate shit, you know, or whatever, like there's tons of shorthands he can use for the reason, you know, that to say like he thinks this is wrong or immoral or whatever, but he's not doing that either. So
no, and I think it's like, I think that it is pretty clear that, I mean, I don't know, I guess you can assess it, but that's why everyone's saying like this is all like just seems like you're hurt as a friend because you're putting your morals onto somebody else and you're just disappointed in their sex life, which is kind of fucking cringe. And instead of just dealing with like as an adult behind the scenes and maybe not being friends with someone who you disapprove of their sex life, cringe, very weird. You
well, I
could
mean,
just
to an extent, like the age play stuff, like what he thought happened, whether or not like people think that happened or didn't happen. Like, if he thought that like they were actually including children in the action, like I could understand why he would be annoyed with that, or you know, say that that's like immoral, obviously. But the one, bringing it to the internet seems weird. Two, the fact that like he said he knew about it for like a month and then brought it to the internet also just kind of like makes things even weirder. And the fact that like he just blurted it out on stream out of nowhere while they're like yelling at each other over something totally irrelevant and completely different seems weird. So yeah, just there's just too many things here to make it seem like uber performative and weird.
Yeah, like it's this whole, the way he explains it is like it was this whole, oh, I have so much weight on my shoulders that and all this stuff that I don't say and I don't do, and it's like he just had to get it off his chest, but like
yeah,
so yeah. Anyway, so maybe, I mean, this convo is cancer, AIDS, but good luck.
It's cancer AIDS.
Cancer AIDS.
Oh my goodness, cancer AIDS? Sheesh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. All right, bye.
So that's why I went forward. Oh, also everybody else was being a pussy. That's the other thing that really bugged the fuck out of me. Is we had all this circumstantial evidence, and I understand for DGGers out there who are critics of mine, it is circumstantial evidence. You would never be able to convict somebody in a court of law. But there is sufficient smoke here that if you don't see the smoke, I think you're coping an insane amount.
I'll give that to him. That yes, there's like enough circumstantial evidence there to be worried about. But that's why we have the term. With extraordinary claims comes extraordinary evidence. So like if you want to make a claim that is very detrimental to somebody's to their brand and to their persona, you're making a claim of some like horribly immoral, fucked up shit, you need the smoking gun. You need a smoking gun in order to make that claim publicly. You're saying, I don't have a smoking gun. I did make it publicly. And it seems a little weird. It's a little sketchy, right? Like this is worrying. So yeah, that's obviously not extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, I did think it was wrong, and that's why I said that. I think that the decision to broadcast this out.
The legal process or the protection of the children should be prioritized over my ego. I understand that's probably what you were saying.
I think that in your calculation of deciding to do it, there's a way that Destiny is like the main character in everything, and that his well-being and inner world matter more than anybody else's. And I just think that
right.
Yeah.
Can I say a truism that people dismiss as a cliche, but it's true?
What?
Yes.
A truism that's true.
If you wake up and you bump into.
That was the oddest sentence I've ever heard. A truism that people dismiss as a cliche, but it's actually true. Like a truism is something that should be dismissed as a cliche. That isn't true. Right?
One asshole, that's life. If you wake up and you bump into 2 assholes, that's a rough day. If you wake up and you bump into 50 assholes, you're the asshole. And so what I would like people to kind of understand is that if Kyla's had difficulty, I've had, Lav's had difficulty, MrGirl's had difficulty, Trihex has had difficulty, Melina's had difficulty, Lauren Southern's had difficulty. At what point do you go through the list of all the people who have gotten close to Steven, loved him at some point, counted him as a friend or a lover or a partner, but he's so difficult and so abrasive and so shitty sometimes that they say, fuck this, I'm out. You know, at some point you have to go, oh shit, maybe Steven's the asshole.
Maybe he's the BPD girl.
That's
maybe.
Yeah, for a long time, I do think Melina was like the one like saving grace of Destiny. It's like Melina's not a fucking crazy BPD chick. Like Melina's still there. She's still around. Like, you know, she's not one of these nutbags. And if this other stuff about him was true, like obviously she wouldn't still be sticking around. And then once she was no longer around and he did his like manifesto thing on her, it's like and treated her like a crazy BPD chick. It's like, okay, there's gotta be some truth to this shit.
I think that's
Indeed.
fair. I think that's fair, but I don't think it's really a response to the idea that it's not fair to the kids to out this.
You're right, it's not fair to the kids to out this. However, my frustration with this is that oftentimes, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but other people are doing this. Some people will hide behind the effects to potential victims in order to allow somebody to continue in bad behavior.
Dude, this was literally MrGirl's argument about Anavar. This was literally his argument about Anavar.
And that's not something that I'm going to permit. Like that's not part of my calculation. So for instance, like, I'll try to be brief. A domestic violence battery scenario. Well, if you arrest the perpetrator of domestic violence battery, like Lav's husband, well, maybe he's going to be angry that Lav reported him for domestic violence battery. And then when he comes home, he's going to beat the shit out of her even harder. In a non-sexual context, it's just gonna be straight beating. There's gonna be no sex.
If there's a woman who deserves
right, and so that calculation of, oh, well, if we expose this information or if we take action against this person, they're going to behave even worse. That's not an incentive structure that I can respond to. Because I feel like while you didn't intend that, you were actually trying to probably thread the needle of the actual most responsible course of action.
Yeah.
It's just not a logic structure that I'm responsive to.
Well, I just think that the only harm that's going to come from the alleged role playing is if the kids find out about it, and then by broadcasting it, you're the one who's telling them.
Okay, then if that's true, the number one, the people who engaged in the role playing are the people who are responsible for that, not me. Number two, if the exposure of this alleged scenario deters other people from engaging in this behavior, then there could be people who basically say, oh shit, I was thinking about, I was listening to this MrGirl thing. He was saying I could fantasize about whatever I want. And yet somebody is being publicly punished for enacting their own fantasies because they were antisocial. I'm not going to engage in my antisocial fantasies. I would rather have that impact on the world, truth be told.
Okay, so you're actually, so the problem isn't that you think that he's done anything morally wrong then, but you just think that he's stupid.
No, I think that okay. The allegations.
That is what, yes. No, that is the fucking allegation. That is the fucking allegation, for sure. I cannot believe I just got out of that, dude. That was some fucking G shit.
This is what gives me a 80% I know they engage in age play because I already have Steven saying that they engaged in age play once. I had Britt say it. I had Devil say it.
I don't think any of us are doubting that this is
okay.
within this
no,
realm of
I don't think
things
Desi would ever do something like that.
Yeah, it's not like there's. I don't think any of us have proof, but obviously it's something he would.
Let's move a little bit forward, okay? Because I've been accused of not substantiating my claims with sufficient evidence. I think there's an 80. Sure. There's an 80 to 90% chance, in my opinion, that they engaged in the stepdad molesting stepchildren fantasy and the stepwife molesting her kids fantasy. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance.
Enough for you to 80 to 90 is enough for you to broadcast it? I feel like you
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Why wouldn't it?
Isn't enough? Can
if you
we also
think there's
get an
only
update?
an 80% chance, wait, if you only think there's an 80% chance that something is true, I feel like that's not high enough to just be like, then I'm going to say it.
Well, for me,
in some cases it is. Like when we're talking about, like he said earlier, this isn't a court of law. You don't have to have beyond a reasonable doubt in order to make a claim. And so obviously, yes, you want to make a claim based on whether or not something is more likely than not likely or something like that, right? But like I said, with like harsh reputational damaging claims for those sorts of things, yeah, no, you do need a smoking gun there. You kind of need a smoking gun there. More likely than not is not good enough. That is just not good enough for a claim like that. And if somebody engages in age play, I don't think I give a fuck at all, like in the least. If somebody does, like, see, this is where, like, if it came down to, like, they actually included the children, that's where, like, yeah, that would be just insanely fucked up. Especially, like, to the extent that kids were included. You know, this could be really fucked up. But if you're saying, like, hey, I know they engaged in age play stuff, and somebody who has kids watches porn where the mom sleeps with her stepkids. Like, this is a woman who has kids, and she goes to Pornhub and watches incest porn, or whatever you want to call it, but, like, kind of incest porn, but not really. But it's kind of incest porn. That, like, that I don't really care about. That does not matter. It's like, you know, somebody who has a sister going and watching, you know, something where they sleep with a fucking, or even a stepsister where they go and sleep with their stepsister. Like that sort of shit, yeah, I just do not give a fuck about in the least. And so yeah, it sounds like that's kind of where a lot of these lines are drawn. Is like, I at least know that she does age play, possibly even stuff where she wants to, like, you know, engage in the kink of having sex with stepkids, or, you know, or the stepdad has sex with stepkids. And so now I'm projecting this onto, like, she actually wants her stepdad to have, or the stepdad to have sex with her kids or some shit. Like, okay, that's just not how that works, dude. Like, people who watch incest porn are not more likely to engage in incest or to want to do incest or any of these things. And this is just Groyper-esque arguments. That's just complete bullshit. Like, it's just the types of kinks that you engage in does not make it more likely. But then there are, you know, there are things that I think, like, he presented that makes sense for why he would think that it was more likely than not, that have also been contested as to whether or not those things were true now. The people who told him are now not backing up those testimonies, where it does seem as though they did tell him that this happened, but now they're saying, well, no, it didn't happen. And we can all look at them and say, all right, they would have, like, good reason to lie about this now, and they would have had good reason to tell the truth when they didn't think that he was going to broadcast it to everybody. So that might be more likely to be the truth, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter because it does now shed enough doubt on the evidence to where it's like, oh, well, while I still think this is more likely than not, this is not enough. This is not the smoking gun that you would need. So yeah.
I'm currently in the room, no offense, not trying to be too rude, with a gentleman who participated in a pornographic film as an extra and a pornographic actress. So I don't know if I trust your guys' perceptions of, like, sexual morality. So my point is that age plays already far enough for me.
Wait. Are you saying that there's a...
See, yes. Age play for him is already fucked up. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. Age play by itself, to him, is wrong. When he says that's far enough for him, he's like, oh, this guy has a fucking kink where he's willing to do age play. And, like, truly, like, what even is age play? Like, I had some people in my chat a while ago who were telling me that they think it's really fucking creepy if a guy likes being called daddy by his girlfriend. And I was like, why though? Like, why is that creepy? And they're like, cause it just shows that, like, they probably have some sort of, like, kink for, like, wanting to be with, like, little girls and shit. And I was like, okay, what if the girl likes calling the guy daddy? And he's like, yeah, well, that shows that she's probably got some sort of, like, trauma or something. This is a very progressive, like, dude saying this shit, right? And so I said, okay, what about a Puerto Rican woman who calls her boyfriend Poppy? And he's like, well, no, that's just a cultural norm. I was like, so is a girl calling her boyfriend daddy, dude. What the fuck? That's also a cultural norm. He's like, well, no, that's different. And I was like, okay, what is wrong with this? And he's like, the age dynamic. Like, they're adding in this, like, this power dynamic that shows that there's something fucked up there. And I was like, Okay, what about a guy who calls his girlfriend baby and she calls him Poppy? He's like, yeah, no, that doesn't count. I was like, okay, then you're just fucking stupid, dude. I'm sorry. Like, you're just fucking stupid. This is all too fucking stupid. Like, you have no fucking, like, you have no real consistency within your arguments here, because like, some things are literally just about, like, the dynamic, and that's literally it. Like, there's just a dynamic there, but it's not necessarily like the most autistic, literal version of things that you want to put it in. Just the same as you don't think that there's something wrong with somebody calling their girlfriend or boyfriend baby, right? Like, you don't have any issue with that whatsoever. So, like, you're just kind of picking and choosing when you want to be, like, insanely literal about this shit. So, I don't know. I think people just get weirded out by shit that they don't do, and that's fine. You can be weirded out by shit you don't do. Just to be clear, I don't have any issue with people being weirded out by my sexual kinks or Destiny's sexual kinks or anybody else's sexual kinks. Like, that is perfectly normal to get weirded out by other people's kinks. That's why we don't talk about this shit publicly, though. That's why you just kind of keep that shit to yourself and you don't really get into it in public, because, that's your thing. You can just not tell me about that shit. We can still be cool.
Willingness to report on something multiplier, where the more damaging and horrific the accusation, even you'll lower the bar for how sure you are that it's true. But if it's a really horrible accusation, you're more likely to make the accusation publicly.
You'd probably have to bring up an example, but actually maybe, yeah.
It's literally the opposite.
Well, I'm saying, like,
for instance, JF Gary Epi, just as an example.
But this goes backwards. You would think that the more damaging the allegation,
I'll literally
you would want to raise the threshold for how
example.
confident you are in its true and its accuracy before you
I'll give you
public.
a specific example, because JF Gary Epi, I think there's a 60% chance he murdered his wife, and I will say that openly and out loud, because I think the crime is so bad and the variables that are there are so fucking creepy that even though I don't have proof positive that JF Gary Epi murdered his wife, I'm telling you on a personal level, I think there's a 60% chance that he murdered his wife.
But JF Gary Epi doesn't have a fucking reputation to ruin.
Wife.
That's different. That's you making an assessment of public information. I'm talking about you acting as a reporter who's outing information that involves actual kids. And you're saying that your threshold for going public with it is only 80% to 90%. And then when questioned on it, you say, well, yeah, but the allegation's really horrible, so I had to make it. That that just doesn't seem that defensible. It would seem more defensible if you were like, yeah, I think there's a 99.99% chance this is true.
I still think fucking 90 is super high. So and I think there's already enough damning shit there that it already is what it is.
Which imagine if the New York Times was like, if the New York Times was like, hey, don't worry, before we publish anything about Trump, we're 85% that it's true. We're 85% sure that it's true.
I'm pretty sure they literally do that, but hold on.
I don't think they do that. I think they are.
You think? I'm sorry. You think the news? I don't want to get caught into a side tangent, but you don't think news people run with probabilistic reality about narratives, or stories, or facts?
Not 80%. No,
No, well, not for strong claims like that. Not for stuff like that. No, like the claims about like Trump in the Epstein files. There is enough shit there to say it's more likely than not, right? That he probably raped some fucking little girls. Like, there is enough evidence there to say it's more likely than not. But the news, like, no credible news station is actually willing to say that. Like CNN, all these other places, none of them are willing to make those statements. Or anything remotely close to them, even. Now I am, but again, like I'm assessing like a public, information that's already made publicly. But none of those news stations are talking about like JF Garriepi possibly murdering his wife either, because yeah, those are very extraordinary claims.
There would
That's
be
bullshit. They use anonymous sources all the time, but I don't even want to argue this because this is a side point.
No. An anonymous
whatever your moral
wait,
criticism is, I'll
the
accept
journalist doesn't say this thing happened. The journalist says an anonymous source said this thing happened. The news doesn't just like report.
Sure.
Doesn't say.
Okay. Number one.
So
I'm not a journalist. Number two, the evidence that I presented is these people said. So what you just described a journalist does, these people said, I did that. But I'm not up to the rigors of journalism. And here, indulge me a second, because I want you to look at these series of facts.
Are you wearing a crowbar? What's happened? What is happening?
No, it's a theracane. It's for old men to stab the knots in their back. So when I sit in the desk for prolonged periods, I have to stab the knots in my back, or when I'm stressed out. So, weirdly enough. Anyways, here are the facts. A husband contacts me in November, and he says, my wife engaged in a sexual text message relationship with Destiny, where she told me that
We
they
know the facts.
pretended
You
to
don't
be...
have to tell us. We all know.
No,
the
I'm going to
facts.
tell you. And
But
I would
everybody
appreciate
here
your
knows.
patience
Everyone
while I
in the
do so,
audience,
because we're not the only people in this room. There's an audience, isn't there? Are
They
you live
already know
streaming?
the facts. Yes, she's
They
live
all
streaming.
know the facts? You know 100%
Yes.
of your audience knows the facts?
Yes, everybody in watching this stream has watched J-Stock's coverage, and they all know the facts.
That's an amazing assertion. Okay, where do you want to go?
I'm 80% confident that it's true.
There you go.
Where I would like to go. I don't know. I mean, we can have the moral.
I have not watched J-Stock stream. I don't know all the facts. But I also agree with his assessment that you probably shouldn't be going over it if you're 80% sure. So
Debate if you want to say that because
No, I was just going to outline the evidence as I was presented it, when I was presented it, and why I made the choices that I made. But if you want to skip to something else, we can.
I mean, you said you want to get the psychic weight. I mean, yes, if you
Have
want
you
to answer.
have you contacted any sort of law enforcement?
Just being straightforward, because you asked me a straightforward question. Yeah, I'm gonna basically I'm gonna compile everything and I'm gonna present it to relevant law enforcement. What they do with it, I have.
So the answer would be no. The question was not, are you going to? There was not a present tense within the question. It was past tense. So yeah, the answer is no. I'm actually proud of MrGirl and Lav. For the most part, they're not being like super manipulative with the language here, and I agree with them for the most part. I hate like when I talked to MrGirl the last time, he did keep doing this like, the DGG narrative. You're doing the DGG words, and I'm like, I don't like. Can you just like have a conversation with me, motherfucker? Like, I'm not here as like a representative for DGG. Like I don't care what DGG does or doesn't do. I am not DGG. So can we just fucking talk like normal? And so he has done that a couple of times here where he's like, you're using the DGG language, and to him it matters because he's oh, but you're in a cult. It's cult language. You're in a cult. That's why it matters. We're deconstructing the cult that you just got out of. But yeah, he hasn't done that a whole lot here. So actually, this isn't so bad.
I have no fucking idea.
It's worth
but
it to
we'll see.
just send though, just in case.
Yeah, I don't want that on my conscience that I saw some smoke and then I fucking didn't do anything with it. No,
Yeah.
I'll compile it and I'll present it to who I think is relevant.
I think especially with how evasive the husband is being, I think it's worth looking into. But yeah,
Sure.
continue.
No, I mean yes, you asked me a direct question, I'll answer it directly. Yes, I think there's enough here that somebody
not a direct
with some
answer. What the
authority
fuck?
should poke around and ask a couple of questions.
I agree.
Yeah, I said I think it was wrong to out it. If you want to rebut that, then you should.
I don't know if I want to rebut it. I think I would just say I don't care.
So you're.
I don't care that you think it was wrong.
So the reason you brought it up is to wake him up.
Hopefully.
Wait,
yeah.
Why don't you care that I think it was wrong?
Hopefully that's why.
Because you're a pornographer.
Because I don't like I know what I did based off of my calculation, which by the way you didn't want to hear. But I did my own calculation. And my own calculation says do it. So I'm gonna do it.
Okay. All right. What's the calculation?
Now you want to hear the calculation?
Well, that's the same thing I'm asking. That's what I want to hear.
I want to hear the moral calculation. I don't want to hear the play-by-play of what message you received from home, because I've literally heard you tell this story like 5 times in the last 24 hours, and I think everybody else has
so moral calculation, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think that Steven's portrayal to his own audience as a person like who's incredibly well considered and you know, engaging with you know, his snarkers in a moral way, and who's engaging in responsible sexual relationships since 2022 because he hasn't done anything and all that kind of stuff. I think it's a farce. I think it's a facade. I think it's a mask. I think that between 3,000 and 15,000 people listen to this man on a day-to-day basis, and I think that his word means something to those people. So if he's going to continue to present a farce to these people, I think the public is better served by this farce being smashed than it is by allowing him to continue with the mask.
Do you think that? Do you think his viewers are more so victims than the women that he abuses?
Wait, sorry. Go ahead.
I
say
think,
that again.
I think you're more protective of him.
I do, like, just to be clear, I do think that like Destiny's audience is insanely fucking cultish. Like I think they are very fucking cultish, and that you can watch the way that they kind of all go out like fucking soldiers and just start like repeating talking points that mean absolutely nothing sometimes in the context of an argument. And I watched this this video yesterday, and somebody accused they made an accusation of someone, and then the evidence was what it was. It was a video. And the other person on Twitter replied and was like, this is out of context, and you just outed yourself by even making the accusation. You're a fucking idiot. And like, wait a second, there's like an argument to be had here as to like why this isn't good enough evidence or whatever. But it's not out of context. I watched this shit when it happened. I remember this. Like, this is not out of context in the least. And you're kind of outing yourself by accusing them of clipping this out of context and then just dismissing it just by saying it's out of context and then moving on. Like, this is fucking insane. But yeah, this is a thing that definitely exists. Or you know, I've talked about, like, you know, I've had my debates with Destiny where literally at the end of the debate, Destiny and Pisco both admit that they were wrong, that I was right, that they were like, that they misunderstood me. I would say bad faith and straw manning, but whatever. And then people still, when I publish the video on my channel, they all still flood into the fucking comments and are like, you're a fucking idiot, and just like repeating the arguments from Destiny at the beginning and ignoring the concession at the end. Then Destiny hops on like a couple days later And so I ask him again, hey, you concede that, right? Like, you agree with me, yes? And he's, yeah. You were right on that. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Show that to the fucking nutcases who are all arguing with me about this and, you know, still fighting me on Twitter and everywhere else. And no, he was just kidding. Okay, go get Pisco. Types out like a whole fucking thing on Twitter saying, yeah, no, you were right. Like, and we misunderstood. We fucked up. Okay, cool. No, that's not. No, you're taking that out of context. Like, all right, motherfuckers, this is this is actually insane. Where you're like arguing that somebody won an argument in an argument that they conceded. Like, this doesn't make any sense, dude. This is actually like cultish fucking behavior. This is actually some wild fucking weird shit. It really is. Oh no! Fuck.
His viewers, you speak with more protection towards his viewers than you even speak about the women in which you've alleged that he has had impropriety with.
Okay, well,
Not to be rude. Not to be rude, but I also think that's a man thing. Wait, what? Like, cultish behavior is a man thing?
I care more about disaffected young women than I do insane women. Wait, I care about disaffected young men than I do insane women.
Well, it's not even...
Everyone needs to stop convicting people guilty prior to real justice system action. Nah, fuck that shit. It's also so immature and is, in my opinion, more harmful and damaging. No, it's not. No. Okay, just to be clear, that you're totally incorrect here. Like, people can have their own opinions on who is guilty. Like, that's literally what the justice system is the majority of the time. And it's giving it to people to vote on these things and like make their own decisions and come to a conclusion, right? That doesn't like it doesn't take away like anybody else's ability to come to their own conclusions and disagree with what it is that the justice system says. One. Two, the justice system holds a bar, like a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, that is like the legal standard to be convicted of a criminal act. We do not hold that standard. As humans, we do not hold the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt for everything. We hold a standard of like more likely than not most of the time, depending on what it is. But that's why we're talking about here in this scenario, when we're looking at something that is like a serious allegation and is like a reputational damaging accusation, that there is like a higher standard for being the one to out this with an accusation. Now, the rest of us, we can look at the information. If it's public, we can look at the information. We can come to our own conclusions and kind of like give some sort of probability there. Like, I think this is likely, or I think this is more or less likely, or blah, blah, blah. I do think it's a little annoying when people come, like, they think something is more likely than not, and then they just make the they make the claim as though it's like, for sure, I know this is like 100% blah blah blah. But yeah, so like OJ Simpson, like, I can think that motherfucker's guilty. I don't give a fuck what the criminal justice system decided. I don't really care what the criminal justice system said. I still think OJ Simpson's guilty. Like, that's not changing based on what it is that the jury said. The jury was fucking stupid. Like, it's not like the jury had some sort of like magical powers or, you know, some shit that I didn't have. Like, I can still look at the evidence and come to my own conclusion just the same as them. In Destiny's case, it's civil. Let us be civil, acting like you know what's best and what should happen to him for punishment is delusional and for sure harmful. A small group. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, what you're saying is like cultish sorts of thinking. Like it actually is. Like this is, you would never say this in any other scenario. Like you never would. You never say this shit in any other fucking scenario. Like if people do something bad, you come to the conclusion that something did something bad. There is a moral weight to things that is a separate from criminality. Criminality and morality are not the same things. You're allowed to look at things, have your own calculation on it, totally separate from the criminal justice system. That like in Destiny's civil case, right? Destiny's civil case, his Tom, you've literally been smeared. Okay? The people getting facts wrong is totally different from having fact. Like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Anyways, the Destiny's civil case will not decide whether or not he's innocent or guilty. It won't. Like, just so you know, there is nothing that can happen in that civil case that will change my mind on things with the information that we already have. There's nothing that will happen like in that civil case that will change my mind based on like, you know, what happened with Pixie or anything, the morality of it. The defense in the civil case is not Destiny didn't ever send these pictures to other people or anything. That's not even the defense there. So like the defense there is this happened, he did send the picture, but he sent it before the law went into effect. And so now you're saying, well, if they say that he's not found civilly liable, then that's what's going to decide it for me. What? That has nothing to do with the fact that he did it. He's admitting to doing it, but just before the law went into effect, that changes your mind on whether or not it was moral or immoral is based on whether or not the law was in effect yet. That makes no sense. That's not reasonable. That's very cult-like fucking thinking. That is wild. Yeah, the civil case outcomes will change nothing. We've seen the others. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like the trying to use the cases or the standards within the law to talk about like morality or how you think of a scenario. It's just not how people do things. There is some murky situations. I can have my own opinions for sure, but laws exist for a reason. Morals exist for a reason as well. Separate from the law. Laws exist for a reason. Morals exist for a reason. Even Destiny will tell you this. Literally, even Destiny will tell you this. Destiny will say, like, laws are totally separate from the law. Or, sorry, laws are totally separate from morality. If you're using laws to come to decisions on what is or isn't moral, like, you're probably just a very immoral person. Like, he will literally say this. He said it 1,000 fucking times. This is not, like, a standard that I'm making up here. This is literally everybody's standard. That if you're using the law to decide what is or isn't moral, then you don't think lying is wrong. Like, you don't ever think lying is bad until you lied on the stand. Like, you have to be sworn in. JSTLK combines them. Well, JSTLK is fucking retarded. That wouldn't be surprising. I don't know that he actually does that, but if that's the case, that wouldn't surprise me based on the information I have available to me on him already. So I know I totally agree on morality, but that's what we're talking about though. Like nobody's saying like they're deciding whether or not somebody did something. I'm saying we can decide whether or not somebody did something, whether or not they were wrong, separate from the legality of it. Like we can decide somebody did something immoral, totally separate from the law, which is but I also think Destiny agrees that he messed up and regrets it. Well, I mean, you would hope. We'll have to wait to hear it from him. We'll have to wait to hear it from the horse's mouth. But yeah, you would hope. But that's my point though, is that like just saying like, oh well, he has a civil case and we have to wait for the law to decide. Like no, we don't.
Sure, it's not.
That's your job.
It's not even.
You're
insane.
supposed to be the martyr and collector of insane women. I'll be the martyr and collector of insane men.
I mean, yeah, but what about their agency? Like, they choose to watch every day. They know exactly who he is. I mean, do you think that there's been like do you not think that there's been worse things that Destiny has done publicly? That like his audience is tuning in. They know.
I'm saying that you would have to wait to like hear it from him, but he hasn't said any of those things, obviously, because there is a civil case at hand, so he can't say it. But there's a lot more like spite happening in the meantime that makes it sorry Tom, having morals is actually wrong. Lane 1. Well, fair enough.
Know exactly who he is. They don't care. They don't care about what you're saying.
Do you have an example?
Like what do you mean? Like of things that he's done?
Yeah,
you know, like
that's worse.
Like I think non-consensually send pornography. I think is probably worse than unless he did
weirdly enough, as as somebody who has like a conservative temperament or whatever, I think the kiddie roleplay shit.
Yeah, again, I agree with that, Lane, to an extent, but the extent is like until you're like factually wrong. Once you're factually wrong, that's the point that I'm drawing the line. When you are factually wrong, yes, everybody wants to have an identity. Everybody wants to be part of a group that is like-minded, that like thinks like them, that has similar values to them. And I talk about this a lot. Somebody like Dean Withers, I can't stand Dean Withers. I could never watch his fucking content. It is literally the most like just in-group echo chambery bullshit of all time. But like, I think that's like good for politics, and a lot of people need that sort of, just watching somebody beat up on a dumb MAGA person over and over to feel good about themselves and to feel energized and shit. Like, tribalism is always important, but yes, that is to the extent to where you're wrong. And so in the examples that I gave, where I'm talking about like, yeah, people coming in like, oh, you're a fucking idiot, you didn't know what you're talking about, Destiny destroyed you. Destiny fucking conceded, no, you didn't, you're crazy, you made it up. Like that, yeah, you're just factually wrong at that point. Like you're just factually incorrect. And yeah, I'm saying that's where I would draw the line. It's just when you're factually wrong.
Is worse than the non-consensual video shit.
Well, I think that maybe that's just because you've been brain poisoned by like online political spaces, because there's not. I think the breach of consent is the problem, right? Like if you're doing roleplay. I mean, listen, you haven't lived unless you've pretended to be a 30-year-old molesting your 15-year-old husband. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of the trick of the trade. That's what you do when you're married.
Okay, how young do you want to go with your husband?
However young I fucking want to, Connor.
Yes, I like to curl up in my girlfriend's lap and suck on her tits and call her mommy, and she pets me and tells me that I'm a good boy. That is, I wouldn't even call that a kink. That's just normal. That's just like, you know, instead of like coming home and being like, cook me dinner, bitch. Like, where's my food? I worked all day. Like, instead it's like, yo, where's my tits, mommy? Baby hungry.
However long
See?
I fucking want to. That's not the problem.
See, no. I'll say this. I knew this was going to be a joke, and I knew that this was probably going to be the wrong audience to come with
It's
this.
not a joke.
Yeah. No, okay, then maybe it isn't.
It's not a
this
joke.
is the
You
wrong-
should be able to do stuff like
this
that. The
is-
problem
hold
is
on.
that the children were involved, correct?
Okay. No.
Like actual children. No?
Yeah, okay, so this is what I was saying earlier. Is that like for me, if like kids were involved and shit like that, that is where like this would become like a fucked up scenario. Outside of that, there is nothing to even talk about here. It's just like people being grossed out by other people's kinks, which is like whatever.
No,
Who cares?
no. The children being involved or potentially involved makes it substantially worse and more alarming. Okay? But
Right.
I think, hold on, I think you role playing, because I asked you how young, and you said however young I want. So your husband pretends to be a toddler? Does he wear diapers?
Yeah, sure.
I need this conversation to get some kind of structure. I don't think arguing about who is sexually weirder, Destiny.
No. I disagree with this. This is like, to me, like the brunt of the issue here is that Conor is just weirded out by other people's kinks. That is where the conversation should be. Is that Conor, this is like his whole thing is like, oh, it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong about that thing because it's still bad. And it's like, well, no, like it's not still bad. There's literally no problem here. If you're wrong about the kids being included, then there's literally just no problem that exists here at all.
Or Leah and their role playing, and
It's gonna be me.
But see, Max, no, I'll bring up the beef I have with you.
Endlessly,
I'll bring up the beef
randomly
I have with you.
comparing. Okay, that's fine. I just want.
Okay.
I just need some more structure here, or I think I can't do this.
Okay. Well,
okay.
You're running the combo. I'm going wherever you want me to go.
I'd like to hear
your worldview of you can fantasize about whatever you want, I think opens the door to this narrative of where is the harm, and therefore, if people cannot articulate a specific harm, then you effectively are giving them a green light to engage what I think is antisocial behavior. And I would view the reason why I brought it up, the example, as absurd as...
You're talking about antisocial behavior in a place where that's not social. In the privacy of your own fucking bedroom, that is not a social place. Yes, antisocial behavior in social scenarios, that can be fucking weird. But you're not talking about in a social scenario. You're talking about in the privacy of your own fucking home, in the privacy of your own DMs, in the privacy of your own bedroom. Like that is not that. The antisocial actions there do not mean anything.
As it was, or at least I hope it's absurd, is because I'm trying to test the limit of what I believe to be antisocial behavior. And I think that in this community, Twitch and YouTube politics in particular, but also in the sexual communities that spin out from this, there is a host of antisocial behavior that is like presumed to be normal.
And you're engaged with
And
it.
I don't like
and
so
you're normalizing that. Wait, I'm so confused. You're normalizing that literally every single time you talk about insane women. What do you think antisocial behavior is, Conor? What do you think what do you think is antisocial?
I think antisocial women can have sex. I think they shouldn't pretend to be children while they're having sex.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You just talked about how you are antisocial behavior.
You're overwhelming Max's feelings, and I would appreciate it if you considered his feelings. He once more structure to the conversation.
Yeah, and
Leia.
I'm giving him structure, but I'm gonna make my point quickly. Is
No, you're not. You're hurting his feelings. Let him direct the conversation. I care. I care about Max's feelings because
I'm a woman. I'll
he's
stop.
a mentally ill man, and I care about him more than mentally ill women.
I'm a woman. I'll stop.
We're getting into these arguments about what abstract terms mean is the problem. And when we do that, the conversation doesn't go anywhere. So what antisocial, what mentally ill, what reckless, what malevolent, what these words mean, it just feels like we're predator, we're going in circles.
So you put us in a direction, Max, and I will go where you're going.
Okay, I would like to respond to what you said.
Okay.
It feels like antisocial is grouping together things that can affect other people and things that can't affect other people. So when I say
affect other
cannot,
people is actually already my objection, but sorry, continue.
Okay, so maybe we're disagreeing about the way they would affect other people. So to me, when I say you can fantasize about whatever you want, I mean the confines of your own skull or in a conversation, a private conversation with another person. I don't think that you can be antisocial in that arena. I do think once you start creating a paper trail and talking about it, and other people start talking about it, and especially if you're a famous person whose sex life is constantly leaked and broadcast everywhere, then you are involving the people that you're role-playing about by doing that. So that's where I see the moral problem.
Okay. What I am arguing is that your brain is a vital organ. It is physical the way that other things are physical. That what you think actually becomes physical pathways inside your brain.
True.
And so what you choose to think about is actually, you're going to disagree with this, it doesn't exist in a moral vacuum. If you obsess, and I know that you're probably going to say obsess is the separate word that you want to delineate right there, but what I'm saying is...
let's drop it. Just say think it. I don't think you're
okay.
going to say that it's okay to do it
think
once.
Think about bad things, your chances of thinking about bad things is going to increase. And the more you think about bad things, the more likely it is that and it's going to be a runaway train.
Slippery slope.
Yes.
Where the fuck do you get that from, though? Like, you're just categorizing bad things at that point. Like, if I go and I watch, like, porn of, like, midgets getting raped all the time, am I more likely to rob a bank now? Like, is it like any and all bad things are becoming like more likely, or is it just that bad things that I'm fantasizing about? Because I don't think there's literally like no evidence to this. We know that, again, like incest porn is some of the most popular porn on Pornhub. We do not see a rise in incest. BDSM and rape porn are things that have become more and more popular over time. Rape and those sorts of actions have gone down drastically since the rise of rape pornography. Like we're literally seeing the opposite all the way around. So I don't know where the fuck he gets this shit from that's true.
People say it's a fallacy. I don't think it's, considering our world.
It is. It's not just fallacious. It's like MAGA like thinking. It's common sense bro logic, where it's like, well, it just makes sense. It just sounds good, dude. So that's why. Like, obviously it's true because it just sounds true. It's a truism. That's what it is. It's a fucking truism. And it's not true.
World. I don't think it's a fallacy at all.
But do you agree that you're saying there will be a downstream harm? You're not saying the harm is already done. You're saying that there will be a harm, more likely chance of a harm later. When
I'm saying that
take action based on the thoughts.
It correlates
He's saying the harm is being done to your psyche, that the act of thinking about it is slowly harming you.
It correlatively increases the likelihood of a harm, and therefore, if you can't articulate a benefit, then you should probably abstain from that behavior or thought
But we agree
pattern.
that it in itself is not harmful. Just like pouring gasoline all over your house is not, it doesn't burn it down. by doing
Correct,
that
but then
itself.
you're inhaling gasolene fumes.
Well, let's say fumeless gasoline. Let's say invisible fume. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
that's not-
you're saying that
Sure.
you're
That's not what he's
increasing
talking about.
flammability, not actually
Yes.
burning the house down.
Yeah, okay. Yes. But since like we can look at society in aggregate, the amount of houses that have fumeless gasoline inside them is probably going to correlate with the number of fires in society.
Okay.
So I'm
it's
an
not-
advocate for not putting fumeless gasoline in your house.
And pedophilic role play is that.
In a metaphorical sense, yes.
Okay.
Lee, are you bored now? Do you need to distract us with another naughty word?
No, I'm actually just waiting until you let me speak again, if I'm ever allowed to do that.
Ooh.
You're allowed to. I just think Max was a little concerned.
Not
that
even
the
allowed
conversation
to
was getting away
talk.
from us, and we're talking about a serious
It starts to
topic.
feel like I'm participating in the thing that I'm criticizing if we start comparing A to B to C to D to E to F, and then there's no ground or clarity, and it just benefits the cult, and I just don't want to be part of it if that's what we're going to do.
Well, wherever you guys want to go, I'm down.
I'm having a really hard time trying to find out what your thoughts are. I'll be honest, when I watched you come out with the information, it really felt like you were doing it as an own. Like, it didn't feel like maybe, and now the more I talk to you, it actually doesn't feel like you care very much about it. It like,
in what regard?
like it doesn't feel like you think that he's done this like extremely morally bad thing. You just needed to win in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes.
No, I think this is
Yes.
pretty fucking bad.
But in what way? So what consequence?
Again, from my understanding, he knew about this for like a month before he came out with this. Am I wrong there? Am I incorrect? He has said that like he knew about this for like a month before. I know that he supposedly wrote like a document on why he waited. I didn't read it, so maybe I'm like way off here, but yeah, from my understanding, it was longer than a month. Okay, so yeah, so he knew this for over a month. And then in the middle of getting into a fight with Destiny publicly about snarkers, and Conor just kind of mindlessly giving tacit defense of them over and over, and Destiny getting more frustrated, Conor just started blurting out things that he had been holding, that he, like all of these things that he had in the holster, just waiting to fire off, and just started throwing them all out there out of nowhere, just completely out of left field. You know about this since November. Sheesh. Okay. So yeah, so even more so, it just seems like, yeah, he wasn't as bothered by the action.
Well, number one, that's not for me to determine because, like I said, I don't
Well,
have
you
proof
were
positive
determining
that
it.
anything criminal. Hold on, anything criminal has happened. But what I'm saying, so no, the damage to the reputation. any reputational damage that I have done is deserved. Okay? But reputational damage is not the the consequence that I care most about. That's not what I care about.
Okay, but that makes your actions immoral. Like, there's a reason why being right is important. There's a reason why accuracy is important, and there's a reason why having a platform and having the more people that watch you when you talk about things, there's a reason why you start to gain more and more of a responsibility in those scenarios, is because you are giving information to people. You're choosing to put yourself up there to where a lot of people are going to hear what it is that you have to say, and then you're telling people this information in hopes that they'll listen to you and believe you or trust you. If you're just sitting on your back porch with one other guy and you guys are getting high and just like talking about shit, and you're telling them like, yeah, I heard that like the fucking the satellites that the Jews are putting in outer space are helping Elon Musk steal the election and shit like that. Like, okay, it's a little wacky. Probably not good that you're like spreading misinformation like that, but not as bad as sitting in front of 150 people and saying it. Probably a bit worse. Probably a good bit worse to do that. So the idea that you're like not worried about reputational damage that you're doing to people while sitting up there spreading the information that we would think you believe to be true. Like, the whole idea is that you want to make sure that you're right. You want to make sure that you got the facts right, and you shouldn't spread misinformation, is because spreading misinformation is bad. Unless you want to be Trump and just sit around just not giving a fuck about the reputation harm that you do when you get shit wrong over and over.
I care about, there's probably two things going on simultaneously. Number one, I feel like while there may not be a crime that has occurred, we are dancing around crimes. We are dancing freakishly fucking close to crimes. And that worries the fuck out of me. And then number two, so that should be dealt with as its own. Number two, whatever this like narrative, and maybe you guys don't exist in this space, or at least you might not participate as much. Stephen was building up a narrative where he could justify doxing and digitally harassing anyone who criticized him.
Sure. No, I know.
That's what he was
he's
doing.
Completely out of control. He's an ego death right now.
Well, right. So for me, it was important because I was a part of that structure. I've been critical of J-Stock. I've been critical of Queeman. I've been on, quote unquote, on Steven's side in the Snarker Wars because I've minimized his harm and I've maximized the sins of his enemies. So I was a part of that structure. I wanted to this is kind of like separate from the sexting thing, but I wanted to step away from the.
I don't just personally, I don't think that was ever the case. I don't think I think that like he constantly treated people like, Queeman and Chud Logic and these people as like honest people and people who like cared about the truth and getting shit right and doing their research and crap like that. And I that was everything that he just said was not something that I ever got from any of these fucking conversations when he was involved.
From this organization, this institutional momentum of silencing critics through internet pressure, and say, no, these people have a fucking point. You are being a piece of shit. Now, maybe you shouldn't be incarcerated. Maybe you shouldn't be added to a sex offense registry. But no, you're a fucking asshole. And you're not.
Yes, but that you can't do that. You can't do that where these people are sitting here saying that he should be that he's a predator and that he should be on a sex offender registry, and then be like, yeah, like they might be wrong about that, but you still did something bad. Wait, what? You can't. That's not how that works, dude. Like that. This is like somebody being like, yeah, you didn't rape the girl, but you probably should have been nicer to her. What the fuck? Like this is absolutely insane. Like you can't act like they have a point. They have a point, dude. All right, I know that they're saying that you raped the woman, and it turns out that like you just smacked her on the ass. But they kind of have a point when they say that you brutally raped her, because smacking her on the ass is still bad. So yes, okay, smacking her on the ass is still bad, still like type of sexual assault. That is like, these are drastic differences, dude. These are on really fucking big spectrums there, where like brutally holding, they said that you tied her to the fucking radiator, and like, hold up, dude. These are not the same things. They don't have a fucking point. There is no point there.
Not listening to the people who are criticizing you. And I felt like that was important to do as well.
And you felt like he wouldn't hear that unless it was in front of an audience.
Yeah.
Do you think that any amount of any of us saying anything and trying to wake him up has done anything?
No. But that's where it's important for me to step away. A lot of people wanted me to fucking tuck my tail and just walk away. That's what they said. That's what Wick said. That's what Hutch said. They said, put your you realize that you're a part of something that's fucked up. It's gone too far. It's crossed several lines that you don't like. And instead of bringing to light why you're stepping away, you should just put your tail between your legs and walk away, because you don't want to hurt the reputation of your former friend. No. It's not what's going to happen. We could probably spend the next 30 to 45 minutes discussing how Steven has crossed the line, or we've already been discussing how he's crossed the line sexually. We could probably spend 30 to 45 minutes on how he's crossed the line in treating his critics and enemies.
Right.
I think we're all in agreement there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you planning on doing now? You're out of the orbit. You've said that you're out of the orbit.
What, Leo? Oh. What are you doing?
Well, I'm interested. I'm asking
you're not
questions
just
that give me.
You're like grilling him.
I'm not grilling him.
It's fine.
What?
You are grilling him, but why?
I'm not grilling him.
What
I'm
the
asking
fuck?
questions. I want to know where he is psychologically without asking like, how are you psychologically? I'm trying to get the real answer instead of like,
we know where he
how
is because we've both been through this exact thing, and we did and said all the exact same things that he.
Yeah, chill out, Lav. What's with the fucking Inquisition over here, dude? Holy shit. Fucking, this is way too harsh. This is blood sports at this point. Sheesh.
He's saying and doing.
Right.
Well, I don't know if it's the exact same, but yes.
You've gone full fucking Pisco over
pretty
here.
Close.
Well, I'm just trying to see where he is in that. I'm not like, hey, are you on like Tanner stage
Okay,
I'd
rather answer the question than litigate the question. So
yes or no?
I'm out of orbit. I'm still going to cover his content. I analogized it to R. Kelly. Do you guys remember the song Ignition?
Do I remember it? Of course.
Great fucking song.
Okay, well, Ignition is so good, I don't care that R. Kelly peed on 13-year-olds, right? Mm-hmm. So, Steven is an interesting enough internet debater that even if he role-played, I won't even be specific, even if he did some nasty sex freak shit I'll cover his debates when they're interesting. I'll agree with him when I
Yeah,
think it's
separating
correct.
the
I'll
art from the
disagree with him when I
artist.
think it's correct. I'll
Okay,
criticize
so
him when
I'm trying to
when I
find a
feel like
through
it.
line, and this is why I asked you several questions, even though Max is
Literally answering your question, but
Yeah,
go ahead, Leah.
No, I found a through
Leah,
line.
you just seem like you're like seething with rage, and I wish you would just say what.
Oh
I'm
my
finding
goodness,
a fucking
dude.
through line.
He's
I'm
so
building
fucking
evidence.
annoying.
I'm trying to have a conversation with.
I don't even believe him. I do not believe him. I think he's fucking trolling right now. I think he's trolling right now. I think he's just fucking with her. I think he likes to do this. He does this all the fucking time. I think he's literally just fucking with her. There's no shot that he thinks she's mad or anything. This is insane, dude.
Without raping him, and you're like, you're getting upset. Stop talking, Max. Don't talk to me anymore for the rest of the night. You're on timeout. You're on 0%. I'm just kidding.
Jeez, you guys are sensitive.
You're not on 0%.
It's a
Hanging out.
No, he's
don't call it the most
freak
rape podcast ever. Call it the most sensitive Jews podcast.
No, it's
ever, okay?
it's two control freak Jews in a room. But no, I'm trying to understand through all of this because you're saying, and now maybe I am actually grilling you because I think that this is interesting because you somehow think that you have moral authority against antisocial behavior while you say the most antisocial things I've heard out of anyone. Even Steven. You say say more antisocial things than even Steven would say, I think. At least loudly.
What?
Like how you don't care about if R. Kelly pissed on 13-year-old girls, or you don't care about the victims, you don't care about women, you think that
Ignition
rape
is good.
victims
Are you saying ignition is bad?
You think rape victims have agency. You think all these things or you think that they have more agency than even is allotted. No, we're not even talking about that, Connor. Fucking let me finish. You're saying all these things that are expressly antisocial. If we're even talking about if you fall under the philosophical school of thought, which I think is close to something like Immanuel Kant about rules and about of who we should be, who we ought to be, you're falling flat of even your own. What I'm thinking is okay, or would Destiny's actions be permissive if he was yeah, I'm fucked up, I'm super fucked up, it is what it is, I can't stop doing this, I'm fucked up, would that, if he was yeah, I have a problem, I need help, would that change anything for you? Could he still keep messing up and keep messing up?
If he was actually on the hold on, this would be more explained by Christianity than Kant. So
well, I think a lot of
Kant
stuff is Christian.
Oh my God, Leah, please.
Yeah,
allow on the idea. Okay. I was in the church for 18 years. Right. Okay. I was taught that rapists and murderers and even child molesters are capable of achieving atonement and forgiveness through God. Maybe not on the material plane, but through God. But there's a specific sequence of behaviors that you're supposed to engage in once you realize that you've fallen short of the grace of God. And I do not want to be erupted. Both of you shut the fuck up. Okay, thank you. And that includes atonement. Acknowledging that you did something wrong and trying to implement some kind of justice in the world for the wrong that you've done.
That's not just a Christian ideal though. Literally everybody, in order to know that somebody understands that they did something wrong, you want to hear them say that they did something wrong. That's a normal thing. So that you can expect that there's going to be some sort of behavior change. So normally somebody can fuck up, but they can turn around and be you know what? I fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna work on that, and then you can decide okay, do I want to give this person another chance? Do I want to let them stay in my life and keep being friends with them or whatever, based on the fact that they do seem to understand that this was fucked up? That's just a very normal pragmatic thought process that you don't need to be a Christian to have.
It's supposed to include mercy from the parties that you have wronged, where while they don't have to forgive you, but they have to kind of agree to not take vengeance upon you. And that's supposed to be a social function. And then there's forgiveness, which might only come from God. But the point is that you could atone. But first, before you even like get onto the path to atonement or mercy or forgiveness, you have to recognize that you are guilty of sin. Now, I know I'm talking to two fucking atheist Jews here.
How dare you?
But the point is that in order, when you say, oh, well, if Steven recognized that he was fucking up, would that instantaneously change my calculation of the consequences that he should suffer? No. He would still have to go through the process I just articulated.
He needs to get help.
I agree.
I agree.
I truly think his time would be better served by speaking with a therapist about his childhood trauma, trying to recognize the way in which he's sociopathic, trying to realize that being pro-social benefits him, not just other people, because sociopaths are very difficult to reform. Yeah.
I don't think it's a sociopath.
Seems like Max has something to say, so I'm sorry for telling you to shut the fuck up, Max. If you got something to say it.
I think if you're gonna make a Jew joke, it should be funny.
I'm not funny because I'm not a Jew.
That was funny. There we go. 2. I don't want to do what Steven needs to get help session.
What
I
are
don't know
you?
what we're talking about.
What are you even? What are your thoughts on it then? What is
Why are
your
you
full
here?
formed thought on all of this now?
On what's happening?
We'll do it. We'll do it. I don't know if Connor has fully fledged his out. We'll give him space to do it. I want to hear yours. I'll do mine as well, but let's hear yours.
I think that Conor is where we were and where every orbiter, streamer member of the DGG cult finds themselves eventually, where something clicks, you realize you're a part of something that you should not be part of. Your identity is destabilized because you don't know.
This feels like projection. No, duh. This is an intervention. This is an intervention for Conor. It's time for him to admit that he has a problem. That it's not his fault. They're going to ask him to say it. They're all going to start crying, and they're going to keep repeating it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You fucking piece of shit.
What you've been doing, and you don't know who your friends are or what's happening. And you think that if you explain yourself, you can make it click for other people. You think, well, I saw this thing and it clicked for me, and surely it'll click for some other people. It will click for some people. You'll peel off a layer of the onion, but like you said, you bump into 50 assholes. You're the problem. At this point, the list of
this game, sometimes when I look at it, I think, oh my goodness, this looks so fucking inhumane, dude. Like when I die and I watch all of these people just fucking like rushing to eat my dead corpse, and they all just look like they all look like drug addicts, just rushing into one another, and like half of them end up dying because they're so giddy to try to eat my dead corpse. Like it just looks so fucking sad and like just inhumane sometimes.
the villains in the mythology.
I think this game is a metaphor for capitalism. That's what it is.
This cult is so long that they do really have an endless ability to metabolize anything. And I know you've heard the counter narratives. They don't make sense at all. Like, she was lying to make him look bad, and we now have proof of this. That the standard of what proof is completely changes. But Hutch was like, I don't even see how this is perverted. He just completely blanked out what was being told to him. It's very
that
total.
Was, sorry, that was actually that was actually really funny to me, where we're literally
shut
talking
down.
about
It's weird.
jerking off to fucking kids.
So
And
weird.
his analogy slash joke was, well, because of neuroplasticity, if
Yeah.
you do doggy style, then eventually you're
attracted to
going to want to
dogs.
fuck dogs. And I was
Which
like,
in my
Wait, who said that? Who said that? Who said due to neuroplasticity? What? Who said that? This is making fun of Connor's retarded stance. Yes, but this seems like a take from my tweet. You did, Tom. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like a fucking take from my tweet. That's what it sounds like.
my experience is true.
way to miss the point completely. That was like it was so amazing. Like I'm truly sometimes blown away by what passes for content with some audiences. But maybe this is cope, but I'm gonna say it. I feel like back in the peak of the debate scene from like 19 to 22, there actually was a lot of really interesting shit happening with DGG. And it primarily was because like Steven himself focused on argumentation, rhetoric, knowing what fallacies were, calling them out like in the moment, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that attracted like a lot of like really intelligent people. And
Really,
I feel
really
maybe
autistic
this,
people, for sure. Yeah.
well, sure. And then I feel like there's really, at least with the people who are coming after me, I think a majority of like the actually smart people who still respect Steven's intellect and rhetorical capacity, they've basically said like, we're just not going to look at his personal life. We're only going to look at his political commentary and his debates, and we are just not going to look at his personal life. I think that's a substantial amount of his audience that still sticks. I think the people who are interested.
No. A large portion of people who started watching Destiny were conservatives who would hear him say shit like, but why do you care if someone's gay? Or, but like, why do you care if someone's trans? Who does it harm? And these people would start to think about it and be like, oh, huh. I guess you're right. Like, I'm just kind of grossed out by some shit, but it doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't mean it's immoral. And then they carry that sort of, logic moving forward that you apparently missed out on those streams. So that's, I think, the big difference. But yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this earlier, but I was going over this tweet earlier where I posted this on Twitter and said, before Conor tells everyone my business, I wanted to get ahead of the narrative and tell everyone myself. I've had sex. I even did it doggy style once. I'm sorry. And yeah, like a lot of the comments are shit about like, missionary is the only acceptable position by the clergy. Did you do your Hail Marys? Some of them are saying this is you're a zoophile now. Yeah, see, so a zoophile, eh? Gotcha, creep. Like, this is a lot of the responses. Even, I think, Ukrainian Anna said doggy. That's it, buddy. He draws the line at bestial fantasies. You're a danger to yourself and society. Like, this is literally my fucking tweet. This is literally my fucking tweet. So I don't know who made that point. Did any of you understand who the fuck they were talking about? Was it Hutch who said that? I don't know who the fuck they were referring to, but it was Hutch. Okay. I didn't hear him say Hutch, so I that's why I was confused. I was like, where the fuck did this come from? Because I thought he was talking about MrGirl at first.
In constantly protecting him from any personal criticism are truly some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever had the displeasure of talking to on the internet. And they are a shadow of what DGG was 2 or 3 years ago. And so as a result, I actually don't sorry, one more thing that I thought while you were talking. My sense of identity, because I did military and law enforcement and got a bachelor's degree and had a family and was married for 15 years and all that kind of stuff, my sense of like existential solidity is not fully outside of this space, but it's sufficiently outside of the space that I don't have to reinvent myself now that I'm no longer a part of it. I just have to be a little bit more me now that I'm not a part of it.
I don't know how much I got of that, but I think that I think you talking about your military experience is interesting, and even your cop experience is interesting, and your church experience
What do you
and
mean
everything.
You don't know how much you got of it? What do you mean you don't know how much you got of that?
Well, I was just like I was staring at how,
I talked for a long time.
I was actually staring at how bald you were, and I was like disassociating a little bit. So I was like, I needed to bring myself back to reality. I also started getting sad because I also did hear about your divorce, and I wanted to also say that I'm sorry that happened. I know that divorces suck, and I liked her, and
that's okay.
You're cool and whatever.
Here's another thing that I would love people who don't like me to hear. I'm not in the process of getting divorced. I'm divorced.
Great.
My negotiations were no. This isn't to you. This is to other people.
Okay.
My negotiations were 1 day. Okay. And it resulted in a favorable agreement to both parties. So,
but
like,
it's still
this
sad.
whole
Same thing
narrative
happened to
of, like,
me. It's still divorce is sad though.
No, it sucks.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably top 5 toughest things I've ever done.
Yeah, it's.
But there are people.
WTF over 2. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. You guys can all use your newfound cheers emotes in the fucking chat. Fill up the screen. Fill it up. Fill up the screen. Do it. Do it. Fill it up. Fill it up. Fill up the screen with the emotes. Don't stop. Don't stop. What the fuck? Yes. Yes. Fill it up. Yes. More. More! Yes! It's happening. Yes! Let's go. Let's fucking go. Alright. Well done, guys.
Who are saying, oh, the reason why Conor is criticizing Steven so harshly is because of his divorce. I promise you, that's not what's happening right now.
Don't even give credence to. You don't even have to give credence to that. Like nobody who is like above.
I know,
IQ,
but it's coming from creators, not just chatters.
Well, they are also retarded. It's like the dumbest thing ever, and that's what part of what being in.
Thank
this
you,
space
Dream
is, like,
Speak,
having to
homie, for
fight
the
all
2
the
jewels.
dumbest shit like that possible.
Sure.
But what I was going to say before Max keeps interrupting me, holy fuck, you guys are both misogynists. I'm like the most raped person in the room, genuinely. Is I think that there's an interesting parallel between every single one of these things that you've devoted your life to and it's that you like Destiny has a way of finding people who have very little sense of self when they come to him. I think that part of like you want to be part of something. Like that is your like you need to be part of something, Connor.
I don't want to be. I don't. You're just attacking him. Why? Are you
I'm
doing
not
this?
attacking
That's
him.
not even an
That's
attack.
not even an
You
attack.
clearly are. You clearly
It
are.
was
You're just like,
fine.
it's
That's
was
not
nothing
even
wrong
an
with that.
attack.
It's not. It's not.
He's
fine.
so
I don't wanna
fucking
be,
weird,
I don't
dude.
want to be.
All she said was
I'm
that
saying
you
what I'm
pursue
saying
purpose.
I'm saying this
Dude,
is what
he's
makes
trolling.
you susceptible. We all have things that make us susceptible to these things.
He's fucking
And I was
trolling,
about to
dude.
argue against that because what I was about to say is that I think Leah's touching upon something that's true, that I pursue purpose. Where I think she's incorrect, though, is that I have found purpose in other spaces so frequently that I don't think I was as susceptible, and therefore I am slightly less hurt than a lot of other. I'm still hurt.
No, sure. I don't
I'm
think
totally
you're.
hurt.
I don't think you're.
But I'm just not as hurt as a lot of other people.
I don't think this is right. I think if
Oh my God,
Leah, I think if you think that this is a cult, and you do, and I do too, and you think that Connor just left it like 24 hours ago, I don't think saying like getting into an argument about how much of an identity he has or what the makeup of his psychology
That's
is.
not even what I was saying. I was literally.
It is what you're saying.
We were having
So
a talk
it is.
about. We're having also simultaneous talks about agency, Max. Which
you
means
are obviously like furious.
I think
with
you
him.
two are sensitive
I'm
Jews.
literally not. I like Connor. Connor's always been very nice to me.
Being angry at somebody.
What
doesn't mean you
for?
don't
What
like them.
reason would I be angry with?
I
like,
have
for
no
what
fucking
reason?
idea. All I know is you seem like you're like seething, and everything you say is some.
I think you're trying to
Max,
make me like the angry,
Hold on.
seething
Can
woman.
I
and I'm not.
psychoanalyze? I would love to psychoanalyze.
What
Okay,
is
may I
going on?
psychoanalyze?
You're projecting. Are you angry?
No. Let the goy speak. Okay. So I think that Max is seeing something that has happened to someone who is one of Steven's closest orbiters, and he wants to create a piece of content that is maximally informative to people who might be in a similar place or might be curious about the topic, that effectively gives them something high calorie or thoughtful to dig into.
That's
Leah.
part of it, but there's
Okay.
also a negative impulse to not want to gang up on you.
Okay. Well, and then that's where I was gonna go with Leah. Leah is probably happy about some of these developments, but there's probably number one, she's a playful character, so I think that's part of it. Is she's just being playful. But I do think that there is a part of her that is probably happy to poke potential sore points because she told me Destiny was bad a year and a half ago. And I said, no, he's not as bad as you think he is. He's going to be okay. We're going to give him hugs and pudding cups and blankets, and we're going to watch TV shows and be friends.
But Leah is doing the same exact thing she was accusing you of doing earlier. Where if the reason Connor defended Destiny a year and a half ago is that he was trapped in a cult, that also reduces his agency and accountability
And I'm not-
for saying those things.
Right,
But now when you're like, see, bitch, see,
I
why
didn't
didn't you
do
listen?
that.
Look how stupid you
I
look
number
now.
one, I don't think she
didn't
was being
do
that
that.
abrasive. And number
She
two,
is being that
Max,
abrasive. She's just not saying it. But that is, I do think that
number
is what
two,
she's.
Max, I will say that
He's
from my
fucking crazy,
perspective,
dude.
maybe I am raped and this is cope, but I feel like I have agency. I feel like I evaluated the information that was
We all
presented to
do.
me a year and a half ago. And hold on. And I made a big boy choice. I am a big boy and I reap what I sow. So if I made mistakes, or if people are criticizing me on the internet right now, or if Steven and my relationship is done, and people want to say, ha ha ha, we told you so. It is what it is, man.
I don't think
what
it.
it
I
is.
don't think it is what it is.
I also,
don't think that's
you're
right. I don't think that's right to do.
You're coming from the space also where, and we've had contentious talks about this, even just us, where you think that we're more victims than I will admit that we are. Like, I don't, I think I have a lot of agency. I think during the whole time I was very aware of what was happening. That doesn't mean that I'm also not a victim. It doesn't mean that I also wasn't still a villain in the in the cult, but I do think that talking about it in like a probing.
Lav was my favorite villain in the cult.
In a probing way, I think is a much more helpful discussion than like being like, yeah, he did this to us, guys. Like, can you believe it? Like, because I'm not still, and
Well,
maybe
and
I'm
Max,
maybe
I
I'm
think you
still
should
in
be
the cult.
sensitive.
Maybe I'm still in the cult, but I think, I don't think that Destiny is like a huge villain. Part of me really loves to spar with Steven. Part of me really loves the high octane drama of it, right?
Adrenaline.
Like it's something that I like, that that's more suited to my personality. I like stuff like that.
I want to psychoanalyze before Max yells at you. Max, I think this would be analogizable, metaphorical, to Leah's work in the sex worker industry, where effectively she can still be an active participant and have agency in something that she believes, or at least previously believed, I don't know what your beliefs are these days, but previously believed could be quite toxic
I
and
still
harmful.
believe that.
Right. But see, here's the thing. Really low IQ people, sorry, this is a point that I've wanted to make for like 3 years. Really low IQ people think that recognizing that something's bad for you, but still doing it out of material necessity or money or whatever, you can still recognize something's bad for you while participating in it. Like, so for instance, like I knew law enforcement was psychologically caustic to me. I knew it was destroying my body. I knew it was destroying my mind. And yet I still participated in it because I loved it.
We all do that.
Sorry.
Max, you do that too. And Max, you better fucking get your little pouty face
Like capitalism. Am I right, guys?
off that fucking face. If you want to talk about something and you want to move the conversation in a way that you'd like to move it, speak up like a big boy. Instead of just sitting there pouting and being like, you're not having this conversation that I want to have. Then, okay, let's have the conversation that you want to have, Max.
It just feels like, I don't know. That feels culty. The whole direction of this conversation feels culty.
Could it be post-culty?
No. It feels like it's still...
You're still there.
Not post.
You're still in it.
Feels like we're still in it, yeah.
Isn't that fairly normal, though?
Yes.
Everything's a cult, I guess.
Like, isn't it fairly normal? Sorry,
Everything's
if I
a
could articulate this. Like, is me being in the place that you guys think you were pretty similar to in 22, bringing up your old memories, your old reminiscence, your old positive and negative experiences, and therefore my messy feelings are making your feelings more messy?
I want to be like a crash pad to help you land. And it feels like Leah wants to be a bed of spikes to own you about how wrong you were a year and a half ago or whatever. And so I'm fighting her, and it's hard to do. And I also don't, I guess I do. I don't know.
The thing that I want to push back though,
and then you have to keep distancing so while I'm trying to empathize with you, you have to keep saying, no, you're an antisocial Jew over and over again, which is, so now you're both fighting me. So now you're making this an impossible task for me to just like be nice to you.
Max, is there like, do you think that
literally
there's
all
like,
I'm trying to do.
do you think that you can have like one
he's
interaction
saying
that's
something
normal?
real, and I want to address it.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not. He's doing his normal thing.
It
where
is
he's
real.
Just, no, it's not. He's doing his thing. He's doing his thing that he always does. Go ahead. No, let's do it. Let's do it.
I have heard.
No, let's do it. Let's do it. I love this. I haven't had this conversation 70 times. Yeah.
Dream
Well,
only
I've only
tipped
had it-
$3. Oi, Tomais fair, mighty.
What? Fuck. What the fuck did you just say? Oi, Tom. I see Fea Maite. Bro. Don't ever say that shit to me again.
It twice, so please indulge me.
Right.
I think Max. I've heard him.
Oh, Tom is fair, mate. Okay. Hold on. Fair enough.
Earnestly express in the past that, and sorry if I expand into areas that you haven't actually articulated, but this is what I took away from it, is that DGG is a digital tribe around one creator, one character. And it can be a rich and interesting and crazy and cool space. And so people can become enraptured in the tribal digital cult. So when they experience cognitive dissonance and they feel like they need to leave, there's not really an obvious safe crashing pad or landing pad, as Max said. And I heard him articulate like, hey, we actually want to help people like leave and find a new community and this, that, the other. But what I would say to Max, while I appreciate the kindness that you've extended me with that statement, and I do believe it to be earnest, I have kind of like my own space with my own community. I live stream. I got 50 to 150
You must
people.
let him set your
Hold
boundaries
on, I'm
for
not
you.
done.
You have
70% of them are liberals, and they might be former DGGers, but 30% of them are conservatarians, and we effectively bully the liberals all the time. I've been very outspoken about my sexual modesty compared to all you fucking degenerates. Like, I'm accepted in my own little space.
I'm normal.
And so, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, but I just might not accept your gift because I'm not sure if I need it.
That's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to accept it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the gesture with which it was extended, or the emotion with which it was extended.
I never know. Genuinely, I never know if Max, you're doing this. I don't know if.
I think Lav just manipulated Max out of doing the thing by calling him on it.
If you're just so lib-cucked that you're doing like the virtue signaling thing for you because you actually believe it. Or if like
why would he believe it?
You're so I mean, you're so obsessed with boundaries and you're so obsessed with like all these whatever. I mean, it is what it is. The same reasons that
There's still a lot of here's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. There's still an incredible amount of cross-pollination between DGG, I think Max's sphere, and commentary. And I know that might not be like fun to hear,
so many
because
people
commentary
don't
bros
realize
can be like
that.
quite abrasive, but I do think that they have landed in commentary. They've landed in MrGirl's community. They've landed with Hutch. They've landed with IRI. There's a lot of DGG refugees.
You know,
I'm just letting them think.
Me thinking that we should be nice to people who leave the cult.
being nice. Connor, do you feel like I've been mean
You're
to
not
you?
being nice. You're not. Yes, you've been mean to him. You're not being nice.
I
You can't
think
possibly think that.
I think if I was actually leaving a Branch Davidian cult, then I would have thought that you were a little abrasive and proddy. But for Twitch and YouTube politics, I actually think you're being pretty fucking nice.
Listen, if you were one of my clients and I was talking, that's one of the problems is that Mr. Girl is Dr. K, and he thinks that everyone is his client. Like, actually, I'm talking to you like I'm talking to you like a human being with no moral authority over you. Max does not talk to you that way. I'm talking to you as someone who's like a human, and who's like, oh, we both did fucked up shit. Kind of weird being on the outside, right? But we're both on the same level. Max thinks that he's God.
I get that vibe. I take it. So, for instance,
Yeah,
like,
that's actually
you can razz somebody because you hate them and you want them to destroy them and you want them to feel bad. or you can razz someone because you want to have fun with them and you're fucking with them because you view them as like a friendly associate.
Yes.
And I was taking Leah's fucking with me as the friendly associate razzing, not as the you fucked up, let me make you feel bad razzing.
Yes, it's just like a
Leah
it's
and I,
personable.
weirdly enough,
It's
like
pro-social behavior.
we don't talk a lot, and we haven't talked a lot in the past couple of years, but I would say that we always, relatively speaking, had a banter relationship.
Yes, it's always been, you know, good, and we haven't, you know, there's no beef ever.
But you're gonna throw an elbow every now and then.
Of course, and you would too. You call me a pornographer, you call me a bunch of stuff. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yes.
But
I'm Irish, she's Jewish.
and this is and you know what? It's very similar. Irish Catholics and Jews, yeah, you know, the socialization is similar, except we talk about our problems and you guys don't.
Weirdly enough, my Irish parents were raised around a bunch of Jews, so I'm very self-aware of my feelings.
Oh, that's funny. But you're still a man, so not that self-aware. But Max, you do this thing that pisses me off.
Sorry, can I say a joke real quick?
You sure can.
I'm dating a school behaviorist.
Holy shit! Okay. That almost took a turn. That was I'm dating a high school and then stopping and starting over. That is a choice.
Something like that. Somebody who specifically works with like really, really non-functioning autistic people. And so far, it's only been, you know, a month, but we have a very beautiful relationship because I am an emotional arsler and she helps me with that.
I think it's similar with me and my husband. My husband. You know, my husband does.
Yes, my worm is a grower, not a shower.
He's like, he's
well,
like really into it.
I saw you. Yeah, now Max is gonna hate this totally.
And I have the same job as your girlfriend.
I saw you bait posting painting a miniature. I was like, oh shit, that's fucking cool as shit. And then like the next tweet was like, lol, gotcha, you fucking nerds. And that.
No, I like Age of Sigmar. But I have nobody to play it with because Tim plays 40k, and I think that's stupid. I think that's so stupid. I think it's so much the lore of it. But anyway, we're getting at it. But I have the same job as your girlfriend, and I think that's we find each other. You know, the emotionally the female emotional rapist and the emotional retard, I think, always find each other. But what I was going to say to Max was that he continuously does this thing where he thinks he's like helping people, but he treats everyone like fucking clients. And you're doing it now. Can you be normal?
It's fine.
I think that
Max
there's
is
a
Max. Let Max be Max.
I think there's a lot of double speak going on here about if the women are mentally ill or they're not mentally ill, or Conor was brainwashed.
But you get mad at me when I prod.
I do. Ideally, hold on. I would leave in the next 15 minutes, but I will stick around for another 45. If we are going in places that Max wants us to go. So I will stick around for longer if there are stones left unturned.
Okay. I think we have gotten all of the nothingness out of this that we're not going to get out of it. Where was the other thing? Oh, does this not come up? Oh, wait. It was on the other one.
But this is a way that the whole system is subsidized, and it makes it cheaper to like send a first-class letter.
Right.
Because they don't have to do very much work to deliver these things.
Yeah.
Because they don't even say, you'll notice they don't send it to you.
No, yeah, current resident.
Current resident.
Piss me off.
Which means that they literally cannot misdeliver it.
Yeah.
You give it to this address, not this person.
So how do you can't unsign up for
So
them?
you can unsign up for them. So
You
there's a
can?
few different places you can go. We'll put them on screen.
This is huge.
And we'll put them in the description. You could go to the places, you could say, don't send them to me. Now you're going to individual companies, and so you're not gonna get rid of all of them, but you're going to individual places that do this, and they're the biggest ones. You can also sign up for a service that costs money. It's not very much. That will do its best to make you get none of this.
I do think I would pay. That's what the post office should offer. Pay the
Ooh,
post
make the
office
post
to
office
stop
do
it.
it, yeah.
And then they get money still.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you.
It's a good idea. We need to get the post office some new lines of business.
Yeah.
What else should the post office do? I feel like the post
Well-
office could get up to some other business. Some people want to make the post office a bank.
Why?
Because it's like there, like all the infrastructure is there, and if there was like a government-run bank that was basically helped people who couldn't have a normal relationship with a bank because they don't have enough money,
Yeah.
they could just sort of be like a
payday loan place.
but not terrible.
But not as horrible. Yeah.
like
Okay.
actually not do the payday loan thing where you,
Yeah.
but like just be a good bank for people who otherwise
Okay.
don't have banks.
That's not a bad idea.
So that's the thing the post office could do. I think that like we can make it into like an escape room kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like they got all these PO boxes. Maybe it should be like you got to figure out how to get into the PO boxes.
Yeah, people love mystery boxes.
Mystery boxes.
So we should start just like
Weird post office because they got into stamp collect. Like they like make stamps now and people like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So maybe they should just like branch out from there and do like blind boxes of like
Labubu
eagles.
stamps. Yeah. Genius.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
I think they should do that.
In the comments, let us know how the post office should really just make bank in this world. They should be more successful than Amazon. They do
They
better
should
stuff
be more
than
successful than Amazon.
They're great.
Jeffrey Bezos saved the post office.
I wonder for how long Jeffrey Bezos could fund the post office and make it free for everybody.
All of our problems. How could Jeffrey Bezos solve this?
I think that's that's an interesting way to look at a problem. Like
Oh,
how
no.
many Jeff
Oh,
Bezos'
sorry.
worth
I was
of
about
money
to kill
would this
you.
cost to fix?
I think we could get there. I like that.
So that's the situation. I was surprised.
No, I never thought that they would pay people or that they got paid to do that.
The post office?
Yeah, I never
yeah.
realized.
Oh yeah.
It's so genius.
Well, they got to get paid to do all the stuff that they do.
Yeah, that makes
Nobody ships for free.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Free
Well-
shipping is free, but shipping isn't free. You're paying for that.
You haven't met the parasocials then.
What's that mean?
You don't know what parasocial is?
I know what parasocial is.
Oh, but
Oh,
there's people that
shipping.
watch
That
it.
kind of
There you go.
shipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm dating many a men.
Oh.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I'm impressive. And a few women. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't get shipped that often.
I think because you're like,
What does that mean? What does it mean to get shipped? Does anybody know what the fuck they're talking about? The parasocials. Fan matchmaking. Sorry, we started this podcast earlier. We were watching it for a bit. And then I asked everybody, I was like, so should we watch like Lav and MrGirl talk to Conor? And some people voted yes. Some people voted watch both this and that. But we were already like halfway through this one. So now that I'm completely mentally exhausted from all three of them, honestly, I'm going to go back to this where this is Hank Green, or Hank, is it Green? Yeah, Hank Green. Talking to Cutie Cinderella on her podcast. Like you imagine relationships between people you follow. That's called shipping them? Okay. Weird.
People are very respectful.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're like the smart guy. You're like the
Wait.
smart guy, so they're like, he's.
This is bringing up some bad memories from high school.
No.
What? I don't.
Like,
you're just
they
so
don't-
smart. You're just like a friend.
No, like they don't want to pick on you.
Okay.
Like they're like.
Oh yeah,
this
that's
is-
my
like, they
experience as well. People never want to pick up the smart guys.
Well, the smart guy gets picked on when he's young, but when he's old, he's respected. And you're not old.
70 years old, Blair.
You're not old. You're a very respectable age. But
that's also. I don't want you to say I'm a respectable age.
You're hip and young, and you've got it.
That's what I thought.
You're the huzz.
Oh, I can't be.
Oh.
There's no way
you're
I
not
could
the huzz.
possibly be the huzz.
Okay, well,
I don't know what.
You don't want to be the huzz?
I don't know what that is. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
You know so many words. You've said several words here that I do not
There's
know.
no way that has
Yeah.
happened.
Uh-huh.
I get them all from the youths.
Okay.
I'm very tapped in.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
what
know
the
that
huzz
one.
is
That's from
either.
the 70s.
So there's the huzz, which are the hot people. So those are like kind of like the fun way to say the hoes.
Oh.
But like we've taken it back. We own it now.
Oh, we're
They're the
huzz.
huzz. Yeah.
That's entirely new to me.
But if you're ugly,
Uh-huh.
then you're the chopped huzz, so you're the chuzz.
Oh.
And if you're old, then you're the chud, so the chopped unk. Or the
Chunk.
chunk, sorry, the chunk.
Because I'm the chopped unk.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my god.
I may be the chunk.
But you could just be the unk. Don't make yourself the chunk if you're not the chunk.
I mean, it's up to the people to decide.
Guys, let him know if he's the chunk in the comments. You know, that's so mean to your wife.
Oh, that's an interesting.
Yeah.
That's an interesting spin on that. I do that all the time with people who are, you know, the old "don't be mean to my friend."
Yeah.
You know, being mean to yourself. It's
Yeah.
like, well, like, how do you think I'd feel if somebody I know said that about you? What you just said about yourself. That's such a clarifying. Did I confuse you?
No, I get it. Like
Yeah.
you're saying, you're trying to like, but the thing is, my sense of humor, people like
Tom's the unk. I'm the cap. Or the no cap. Or some shit like that. On God.
Yeah.
I'll be like, I'm so fucking ugly today. He'll be like, don't say that about my girlfriend. I'm like, your girlfriend fucking sucks. Like,
It's not.
your girlfriend has attitude problems
That does
and
not work on me.
She's not funny and she's got horrible adult acne.
Yep, that's what when I think of you, I think attitude problems,
Adult
horrible
acne.
adult acne. The categories
Thank
I put you in.
Thank you very much.
Oh boy.
Yes. I'm ready for my next one.
What's the next question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What is stopping a hipster from sending his Discord kitten a carrier pigeon?
Yeah.
Why did pigeons stop carrying and could they start again?
So we answered a similar question last season on this show. So I can answer this very easily and quickly, but I mostly left this in because I needed to ask you what a Discord kitten was.
Yeah, so a Discord kitten is so it's like e-dating, so electronic dating.
Oh, we had that when I was young.
Yeah. It's just an AIM or
Yeah. Oh, IRC.
Oh.
Is how I would. I don't want to slip any
everyone
lore right now.
IRC.
You don't know IRC?
No.
Internet relay chat? I am old.
Okay, internet relay chat. That's where all the huzz were back then.
I thought that was, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
IRC. I don't remember that one. I just learned IIRC, if I remember correctly.
So like when you e-date,
Uh-huh.
you often link up in Discord and you'll like watch a movie with your little Discord kitten. And they
yeah.
call him a Discord kitten because they just sit there and they like wait for you all day
Why?
for when you're available because they're just your little kitten.
Wait. So first of all, does the Discord kitten definitely exist as a physical human?
Yes. Well, yes, but sometimes it's a catfish, but
Right. Okay.
sometimes it is a Discord kitten.
Okay.
Like, have you ever seen like that guy that like on TikTok and he's like, "Hello, princess."
Uh-huh.
He's the perfect example of someone who would have a Discord kitten.
Okay.
Yeah. But he's also a perfect example of someone that would try to teach a carrier pigeon. Like, that's the thing is I don't understand why people have just like stopped because I feel like, you know how like people smoke like the long cigarettes because they look extra cool. Like,
no, but okay.
I don't text anymore. I use a carrier pigeon because I'm like,
Yes.
so cool.
That's very hip. You could just send a letter.
Yeah, but
USPS.
this
First class mail. Subsidized by the coupon company.
Saved by Jeffrey Bezos.
Yeah.
Soon.
Not yet, but maybe.
Trademark.
We'll see. So I have an answer to the question. So the way that passenger pigeons, not passenger pigeons. so the way that
They have like mice on their back and they're trying to save them on commute time.
So the way that that carrier pigeons worked and still work, they still do exist.
Nobody uses them.
No, mostly not. Though here's what they do use them for. And I found out about this on the episode.
Okay.
So you can get carrier pigeons, and what they use them for is that they release them at like weddings and funerals, but then they fly back to the coop. So they like know how to get home. And they're actually, what they're called is homing pigeons. So the thing that they do, they do not go to a place, you take them to a place and they come home. So
Okay.
that's all they can do.
Okay.
So you have to get them to like understand where home is, and then you can take them further and further and further away, and then you can strap a message to them, and you can like keep them far away for a while, and you can strap a message to them and say like, okay, now I want to send a message home, and then you let the pigeon go and they'll go
So they
home.
can only go to one place.
They can only go to one place, and
Ever?
they can only go
That's
to
how
the,
they've always been?
yeah, and they only go to the place where they have like been accustomed to knowing as like where they live their life and get fed and stuff.
So did back in the day, they always had like a Paul Revere that would collect all the pigeons.
Bring them to a place,
Ding-dong,
and,
yeah.
then you'd send them back.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that could work for like a long distance
For
relationship
sure.
that's trying to be.
The kitten would have to have pigeons.
Yeah.
And then the e-boy
Yeah.
would have to
Good
take the
hands,
pigeons.
good.
Yeah, okay. Would
That's
have to take the
awesome.
pigeons to his home.
Yeah.
And then release them back, and they'd go to the kitten.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It'd be very cute.
I just do it. Ludwig's in the basement. I just drop a bird.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just use a chicken for that, like a rotisserie.
Yeah. Like a cooked one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good to know. I think it'll step up my romance game.
Okay.
Imagine people are like secretly cheating with carrier pigeons, because you know people have been caught cheating
you
on
swapped
Google
the wrong
Docs.
one.
Yeah.
When you like you send the pigeon you
Yeah.
think's gonna go to your like kitten number 1's house, but it goes to
Yes,
kitten number 2's house.
exactly.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Be careful with your
How do you
pigeons.
get caught cheating on Google Docs?
You never heard of that? Dude, that's so crazy.
We live in different worlds.
Dude, I don't know. I don't
well,
think so.
I'm not saying that like, hey,
Oh,
I'm like
so my
reminding you.
world's
I'm just realizing
Oh,
it
okay.
as
You hate
we
Disneyland.
talk.
Okay, cool.
Your world sounds great. I'm
Thank
not
you.
saying I'm saying it's different.
I needed that. Listen.
How do you cheat on Google Docs? Or I mean,
so-
obviously not.
This is not. I'm not a cheater, by the way. This was a big scandal that
Okay.
happened. I won't. You can Google it. I mean, it was.
Oh, cheat. When he says cheat on Google Docs, he means through Google Docs. Like you add somebody as like an editor or something like that to your Google Docs and give them editing privileges, and then the two of you can literally just type back and forth to each other on the Google Doc. That's. I'm gonna have to use that the next time that I cheat.
Respect. She won't. It was Lily Pichu. Lily Pichu got cheated on Google Docs. So she was on a trip, and I guess instead of texting, because you get caught texting, a person, her significant other and their person, they would just be in a Google Doc and type to each other and then usually erase it. And it was a living Google Doc, but they didn't just do add emails. Anyone with the link could view it, and it got leaked. And
whoa.
Yeah. So if they would have had carrier pigeon, it would have been totally different.
Who got the link? You can't just
I
like
don't-
make it up. You
I
can't-
don't know what happened. I think because they're all streamers, so maybe someone left a tab open.
Somebody saw the tab and typed in the whole
Yeah.
string of weird
And then
letters
they
at the
got
end of
in
the Google
there
Docs.
and they didn't erase, or they did like it was erased, but you have the history or
The
something.
histories.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
I
that's
know.
intense.
Cheaters are crazy.
That's the kind of thing that the post office should be doing to make adventures for people.
Yeah.
And you pay to have the adventure.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Also, like I don't know, I think cheating the old-fashioned way with
fuck
letters would be
happened
smart.
I don't know. That feels easy to
because then
intercept.
you have to burn it. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You're just.
You just like opening your mail at your boyfriend's
Turns out
house.
I'd be a bad cheater, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't put a lot of
Turns
mental
out
energy
I
behind
haven't
it.
put a lot of energy behind that.
Can you give me
Google
just a
Doc
sort
me.
of like 2-sentence explanation of how the e-boy and the Discord kitten would have this relationship, but in that voice that you used earlier?
No, I would respectfully rather kill myself, Mr. Green. No, thank you.
Okay. Well, it was worth a shot.
I've learned, that's one thing I've learned is that the internet's forever and sometimes it really stresses me out.
Oh man, you know it. I made thousands of YouTube videos.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't care about like, okay, I do, okay, the biggest thing I care about is like an ex-best friend's mom who like loved and appreciated me. And she's like, oh, Blair was so respectful and she'd always come to the house and she'd make cookies and she'd bring fresh flowers and da-da-da. And then they like cut to me on my podcast, Whine About It, where I'm like, oh yeah, and then in high school, shoved a cell phone up her vagina so someone could call it. Like, and then I'm like, oh my God, you know, that's part, I had so many vagina questions to ask you, but I didn't want to ask them because I didn't want.
Yeah, there's, I imagine like at some point, I'm probably gonna have to have like conversations with like girlfriends' moms and shit about like sock accounts and sex pesting and like shit like that, where I'm gonna have to like explain a lot of really weird stuff that's gonna be really no fun. Yeah.
Want someone to think they're inappropriate.
Well, I'm also like not the best authority.
What?
There are more qualified people probably.
Okay.
But I do my best to admit when I don't know things.
Well,
and
you don't know how long a spider could survive in a vagina if it crawled up there? Because I was curious.
You know, one time there is a case study of a ladybug who I don't know if survived, but
My mom has quote mined in preparation, Tom. No way. No way. Are you fucking with me right now? I was about to say, dude, you're gonna have to get that shit. I need to know all of these before I walk into this fucking... She's a boomer. She doesn't know how to open YouTube. Sure, but that doesn't even matter. That's not like, that's the way that a lot of people think, but that doesn't matter because like you'll have like, you know, your brother knows how to open YouTube. Your sister knows how to open YouTube. Your sister's husband knows how to open YouTube. Your mom's friends might know how to open YouTube. Your mom's clients' friends might know, you know, like there's too many, and the way that they like relay that information to her can be very, you know, different depending on like who the fuck they got the information from. And so there's there's just I mean, I guess because all of them are right-wing, we can just do the thing. I had a while ago where some people sent my boss some emails and shit, and they were trying to say that I was like a pedophile and a neo-Nazi, and they used like really fucking weird out of context quotes. And so I just told them that this, like, my boss at the time was this like hardcore MAGA dude who really like donated a lot of money to Trump's campaign and everything. And the I ended up just telling them like, yeah, this is just far left cancel culture communists and shit. And which I was correct, by the way, like, but I knew like that was just kind of really all I had to say in order for them to not care. So he promoted you. I don't think I said the gender of the person, and that's really sexist of you to assume that it was a guy. I never would have just assumed that just because they were a boss, that it was a guy. And I think you need to deconstruct your thought processes around what it is that women are capable of. But yes, he did.
Like went through and was discovered in a colonoscopy intact.
Whoa.
I don't know if it was alive in there.
Yeah, but vagina has different acids.
Oh, for sure, different situation.
It could destroy.
But
And I
stomach
also
is
wonder how
very
much it could
acidic.
destroy. Like what level
What
of
can
bug.
the vagina destroy?
Yeah.
What level of bug?
I'll let you work
But
on
also
that.
what level of civilization?
Yeah, yeah. You just shove stuff up there and it just slowly disintegrates.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how could you make your vagina more acidic so eventually you disintegrate a man? That's what I want to know.
I'll look into it.
Thank you. I
Future Hank
appreciate
is
that.
not going to take that one on, though.
Okay, future Hank.
Okay.
Pussy. All right, next one. Oh yeah. Is
Thought
there
that
an
was a bot.
actual purpose? What happened? Oh,
It was
ladybug.
a live ladybug.
In the colon.
Laser has done the search through the stomach. This is great.
No, maybe it crawled up. You don't know.
Great point, Blair.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
I immediately thought it crawled up.
No, I immediately thought it went down.
No, because the acid in the stomach would kill it.
I think it would be way easier to get through the top than the bottom. It's tight down there.
It depends.
It depends. I'm
I don't know
just
what they're talking
like
about with
I
the
am
ladybug.
like riding on cloud 9 that we got out of that vagina discussion and right into the next question
Well,
without me feeling very
I also
uncomfortable
feel
at
like
all.
period blood should have more purposes. Like, why should I have to
What the fuck did I miss?
in the colon?
Laser has done the search. Yeah.
Yeah. And how could you make your vagina more acidic so eventually you disintegrate a man? That's what I want to know.
I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Future Hank is not going to take that one on, though.
Okay, future Hank.
Okay.
Pussy. All right, next one. Oh yeah.
Is there an actual purpose to being
Is there
married?
an actual purpose? What happened? Oh,
It was a
ladybug.
live ladybug.
In the colon.
Laser has done the search through the stomach.
I don't know. I literally don't know what they're talking about. I have no idea what's going on.
Great.
No, maybe it crawled up.
Get vintage over.
I don't know her at all. You know, interestingly, she's actually going through a pretty big. It's Ludwig's girlfriend. Yeah, like it's, you know, kind of his wife. They've been together for like years at this point. I think they even live together, but QT is 100% right, and there is a growing body of research into using period blood as a non-invasive diagnostic. In 2024, the FDA approved the first pads that could measure the hemoglobin markers for diabetes. Okay. I wasn't listening, so I'm totally lost on what they're talking about. But yeah, she's actually going through a pretty big drama right now where she said, I'm going to start copywriting all of my ops. So like if somebody is like doing a hit piece on me and they lie about me, they like spread misinformation about me and shit like that, I'm going to copyright them. Which I want to be clear. I want to be like as clear as I possibly can be. I 100% support this. I could not support this more. Like, I could not support this more. If there's people who are like creating careers, maliciously making content about people where they just lie and make shit up, fucking yes. Like people already, they need to have some sort of like permission structure in order to use your content. Okay, you're already being nice by just allowing your IP to be used all over the place without doing anything about it. But if they are just spreading misinformation and kind of lying about you, copyright the fuck out of them. Copyright the fuck out of them. Get them taken down for sure. So yeah, so she said that that she's doing this from now on, and I'm totally in favor of it.
Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jeffrey Bezos, fix this.
If you can spend $500 million on a boat, you can have a smart tampon.
Yes.
That tells me my iron.
Is there an actual purpose to being married? I was raised in the patriarchy, so I am unsure.
Oh, okay.
My purpose was to be that.
To get married and do the thing.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm a spinster.
Oh, have you reached the age?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
I think in my entire family, I was raised Mormon. My dad is one of 8 kids.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like 80 cousins.
Mm-hmm.
And I am the oldest unmarried.
Oh.
And there are many beneath me that are young, and they are all they are all wed. So it's very dark.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have my oldest sister got married pretty young, but she's divorced now. Then my next oldest sister got married, but she's a lesbian. Then my younger brother got married, and he's married now and moved to, I think, Utah. And then my youngest brother is getting married now. He's currently engaged and will be getting married soon. So I will literally be the only one. And like, if you asked my parents like 10, 15 years ago, like, who's going to be the first one to get married, they all would have said me. Like, they all would have said me. They, you know, if they said, oh, who's going to be the first one to like give us grandkids, they all would have said me. And then, yeah, that is not how that ended up playing out. So
I just don't care for it.
Yeah, directionally different is okay.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of ways to live a life.
Thank you. You should be a bishop.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
The bishops?
The bishop does not say that. The bishop says get married.
Okay.
But I think the church could use some more bishops that would say that.
So yeah, there's lots of purposes to marriage. I really went down a rabbit hole with this question because I was like, what is marriage about? And then the more I looked, I was like, oh, actually, this is an extraordinarily complicated question. If you look anywhere beyond like the last 50 years, like, especially if you look cross-culturally, like, a weird thing about marriage is that almost all cultures do it and have been doing it for a long time. And when I look into why, it seems like pretty clearly that a sort of very strong hypothesis in anthropology right now is that there's a bunch of reasons why marriage is valuable. But like the biggest one is simply so that you can have more parents. So like when I married my wife, I got a second set of parents. And like, you know, human culture is when generations were much more compressed. So people would be having babies earlier in their lives. They'd be having more babies. And there'd often be like parents and grandparents and maybe even some great-grandparents. It was just really valuable to have more potential support. So you're
well, I've heard this before because, yeah, the nuclear family kind of like ruins that, where you're supposed to move out and like live with your wife and your kids and everybody, and so like the whole idea of like it takes a village and everything just kind of goes away. And but I would say that like currently, yeah, like in America with this sort of style of things, that just the like agreement for a long-term contract, that in and of itself is really all people are looking for, is just to say like, yes, I am willing to like commit to a long-term relationship with you, that like one thing goes wrong and I'm not going to be like, you know what, I'm out of here. Like, you tie your finances to each other, you move in together, you possibly have kids together, but like you do a bunch of things that are tying yourselves to one another long term. And the act of like marriage is kind of an agreement to do everything possible to make that work. And so that kind of like contract gives people a sense of security. And then on top of that, there's like legal benefits for it and insurance benefits and things like that in America. But yeah,
expanding your potential support system for yourself and for your children, and like that becomes a really important like unit of a culture, of society, of a community, is like this family group. And the marriage was a way of sort of like bringing those people into it permanently and seriously. Now this has gone every different direction that you could imagine. So like lots of situations where there's one man marrying many women, some occasional situations where like one woman marries many men. It tends to be much more based on role as well. So like women would marry women, but usually that would be in a situation in certain societies where like one of the women was taking on a more male role in society.
I see.
Anyway,
Okay.
there was like, but there's like the point being, there's a billion different ways. I read like
You
3
gotta
chapters
have
of
a
a book
man
called Marriage, a
in the
History
relationship.
in response to this question.
Yeah.
And I would like to continue. I'd like to finish it. And you should read it. It's fascinating. I bet you'll like learn a bunch of stuff. I haven't run into any Mormon stuff yet, but I bet there's Mormon stuff in there.
Yeah.
Now is the much easier question to answer. So there's basically like 3 buckets of purpose to marriage. There's a legal bucket. So if your spouse is in the
I feel like
hospital,
that's the only reason.
yeah, I'll get to the other ones. But, but there's a bunch of like good, like we have institutionalized marriage legally, and there are a bunch of actual advantages. Because if you assume marriage is real, then like society and the law is like, okay, yes, you get these advantages, which is why like it's a really big deal if society is like, yeah, but those 2 can't get married.
But why are we being nicer to people that have found their partner? I feel like we should be nicer to the lonely people.
Absolutely.
We should have like a singles HOV lane. Those are the people that need it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's the right way to do things, but it is like the situation that we have.
It's weird that there's advantages for people that are happy and in love.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Or maybe they just made an agreement 25 years ago.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Okay.
A singles HOV lane is actually pretty fucking funny, dude. That's actually hilarious.
So there's also like some social stuff here, which you may have encountered, where there's just like, when you say my boyfriend, people feel differently than when you say my husband.
I say my Discord kitten.
Oh, well, that makes it much better. That makes it very easy.
They take me very seriously.
Yeah. So you're the e-boy in the relationship?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Can you give me a couple sentences?
No. Nope.
And that's like society-wide.
Right.
You know, there's just like, it smooths and it conveys information very smoothly. And there is like no way. I have like one of my son's closest friends, his parents are together but not married. And like, it's just...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so they've been dating forever. They have a kid together. They're just not married.
Yeah.
And they plan on like raising this kid together.
Like her and Ludwig?
And they like live in a house together. But like when I had the first conversation, like I was like, when did you guys get married? Because we were talking about me and my wife. And they're like, oh, we haven't. And it was like just kind of a little bit of social friction that's eliminated by the institution. And then I think really legitimately and honestly, as a married person, there are personal purposes to getting up in front of your friends and being like, this person and I are gonna do this. We're gonna make a go of it. When we're having a hard time, we need you to support us. Like the hard parts are not gonna like immediately end this relationship.
Right.
Like just doing that, having that ceremony be done has been very valuable. And like making the choice in public and straight to the other person's face, and like vows that you get to write and construct yourself. But like you get to say the thing that you believe is gonna hold true for the rest of your life or however you imagine marriage. And then like having that simplicity carried forward. And we do see that people who are married, and this is so full of confounding variables. So like don't take it super seriously. But we see that like on average, they live longer. There's this thing I have seen where it's like men who are married live longer, but women who are married live shorter. That's not true. That's just sort of like a thing.
Okay.
I've heard that a ton of times, dude.
I think that there was like a study in the 70s.
It's like a meme.
But it is since
people just jumped onto.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's more wealth built usually in partnerships.
I cannot believe he just killed me. That was one of the sickest fucking kills I've ever seen in my life, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That was one of the fucking sickest moves. Holy shit. That guy, you have to understand, like, if he was like half a second off, he was dead. Like half a second off, he's fucking killing himself. That was, you got sopranoed. That was actually, you got, shut the fuck up. You sound like such a fucking loser, dude. Oh my goodness. God, I hate that fucking. Look at this. Look at that. That was absolutely fucking dirty, dude. So like I'm coming through here. He's running up in here. I'm thinking he's about to run right into my fucking head here. He is so cooked, but he just makes it right into that tail. And so then he's got nowhere to go. Like there's nowhere for him to go. He's not getting out of this. And so I'm curling up just to make sure he can't hit my head. And he speeds up. You see he's turning white here. So he speeds up and comes and curls right into my fucking head. Now, honestly, I feel like he should have died there. I'm not sure, but because yeah, that who hits whose head, like I don't know, but that was dirty, dude. He took a fucking chance, because if he didn't kill me there, he's running into me here. Like if he doesn't get me, he's running into me right there. There's no chance he gets out of it. Like he's immediately running into my body there. That was absolutely dirty. That was an amazing play.
But this is really hard to see because, of course, there's like all kinds of other things that are involved in like whether somebody's in a marriage. Like people are more likely to get married if they're healthy. People are more likely to get married and stay married if they have money.
Yeah, if they have money.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my thing is like, doesn't that just make it harder? Because like a divorce is so much harder than a breakup.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds miserable.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like a part, like almost by design.
Yeah.
And like.
So why get married if you're gonna like? Obviously, you don't get married to get divorced, but like I was saying, just flip a coin.
I mean, you gotta get married because you think you might not get divorced, and it's not just flip a coin because like it's that relationship.
Right.
You know, you could say that like for
Can you tell
like
I'm cynical?
as a very.
Well, and also it seems pretty obvious that like marriages last longer than not marriages, right? Like a marriage is going to last longer than dating, on average. And so the commitment does at least add like a lot of time, if nothing else. So like, especially if you're abusive and you're afraid like she's gonna leave you because you're abusive, you want to go ahead and get married to her. So you can be abusive for at least like as long as possible.
Very weird. As a very weird. I think that you're dating many different people, is what I've heard.
Yes, someone's gonna actually believe that. I'm just kidding. I'm very happy. I'm in a relationship. I have divorced parents and I've got the whole shebang. And
yeah, I mean, so this is gonna be a really weird example, but like around half of people who get cancer are gonna die of that cancer, but like 90% of people who get the kind of cancer I got are going to be fine. And so like, it's like, you know, broadly, but like, think about your relationship, not about like how things go in general on average. It just sounds like
it's just so much paperwork.
There's some paperwork, but like, there's also a party.
Yeah, I can throw a party any day though. I'm literally throwing one this weekend and it's great.
But like my favorite thing about my wedding was seeing all of my friend groups together. You know, seeing my high school friends hanging out with my YouTube friend. Well, I wasn't a YouTuber then. but hanging out with my grad school friends, hanging out with my family, and like all those people together in a place like my life up to that point kind of captured in that.
I think this is my hot take. I think you don't throw enough parties if you feel that way.
You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm trying to figure out how to do that more.
Okay.
That's the thing I'd like to do more.
Yeah, because it sounds like you need to have...
I had a friend say this to me recently. Entertaining is an amazing hobby. And I was like, that's the frame I need.
Yeah.
Like, I should be treating this like model trains.
That's how I treat it.
Yeah.
I do a dinner and I like do themed menu cards and I do play and I do a tablescape and then we all watch Beauty and the Beast because we made a Beauty and the Beast, you know, it's fun.
I've never been invited.
Oh, would you like to come?
I live in Montana.
Well, okay.
I saw somebody break down Beauty and the Beast the other day. I saw this video where a guy was kind of like breaking down all this different stuff. And he's like playing the beginning song, and that like a lot of people miss so much about Beauty and the Beast because they're not picking up like all the context from the beginning song, but that it really tells you like a lot about what a piece of shit she is. And they go through the song where she's like kind of like shitting on the town that they just moved into, and that this is like a poor, like horrible town with nothing to do. And but then while she's singing this, there's like tons of people just like walking around and handing out bread, and like all sorts of like people engaging with each other and singing and dancing, and they all look happy. And that the fact that she's shitting on this town is just so weird. But it tells you that like if her and her dad just moved there, she says that they just moved there because of her dad and his problems, and that like wherever they came from, whatever it was they were doing before, like they were obviously really fucking rich, really well off. But then later they show her dad, and he's like an inventor, and he is like creating all this weird stuff and always trying to make new shit. And that it's obvious that like, yes, he's like made the family go kind of bankrupt by doing all of his like weird little inventions and being like very quirky, always just trying to come up with new shit and spending all the family's money and everything. And that they're not horribly off. They're not like, you know, they're not actually bankrupt, but they've lost a lot of their fortunes because of this. And that they've had to kind of downsize and move into this other place. But that they show her like, you know, all she wants to do is read books and crap, but they have like a library in the town, but she's like complaining about like that there's not enough books to read. And they kind of make it seem like a lot of the people don't like her, and they like kind of look at her strangely, like she's weird. But a lot of people think it's just because she's a nerd and that she reads too many books. But in reality, like it's because she's a snob, and she's just kind of like a rich girl who like is just way too pampered and spoiled, and she's just kind of a fucking spoiled brat. And that like they have like a great library with tons of books and shit, so it's not like a really poor place again, but she talks about it as though it is. And then when she goes to the mansion where the Beast lives, like she doesn't like the place, and she doesn't seem to like him very much until like she sees how nice all the stuff is, and that like all the really nice and like expensive stuff. And she like talks about how great a lot of like the stuff is because of how shiny it is. And like she gets to be pampered, and they make really nice dinners and 4-course meals for her and shit, and they have servants who are waiting on her hand and foot. And that like this is what really draws her in, is that she finally gets like the rich girl lifestyle, and that in reality she's just a fucking gold digger, and she doesn't really care about anything else. She just cares that like she's drawn into like the big mansion in the first place. And so this is kind of telling you that like this bitch, like they ain't saying she a gold digger, but you know, it's kind of interesting.
That might be part of it.
But
that sounds
let us know when you're in town.
amazing.
We have a great time.
The post office should sell that.
How would they do
Just
that?
like the package.
What's they can't send food.
No, like the themed menu cards.
Oh yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, maybe some decorations to go along with it.
They could become new that paper place.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
that
why don't
means.
they take over the paper stores?
Paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is weird. The post office hasn't thought of that.
Yeah, just like cute little stationery things.
Yeah.
I think that they do have sometimes. They have little stationery things going on.
We don't even know enough about it. And
It's
we're
true.
just like, we're like,
It's true.
do this.
One thing I'm not is the Postmaster General.
Yeah, me neither.
But somebody is.
Somebody is.
And I'm sure they're questionable.
They're in
at
the
this
comments,
point.
actually. They're pissed off right now. They're so mad. They're like, no one understands me.
Oh, one of the things I wrote in this is, why do you ask? But you kind of told me.
What do I ask? Yeah, I think I'm getting to an age where there's a lot of pressure. Everyone's like, when are you getting married? When are you getting married? And I'm like, what's the point? Like, we're great.
Yeah.
That's fine. I fear once you do the song and dance, then it makes people feel trapped and it changes their, like, it changes something about them. And I don't, that's what I fear. I don't want anyone to feel trapped.
Well, I think, like, you have to look at the people, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So, like
yeah.
you should take your feelings about that seriously.
Well, I just think I've always thought this.
Yeah.
Always. I just get, because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's also one of those things where you sit there and you think, did I inherit that? Like, did I inherit that from like my parents? Because they didn't work out. And
Yeah.
Freak out.
Totally.
Yeah. Who knows? But yeah, that's my biggest thing is I think there's just societal pressure.
Also, after
I've
marriage,
had
you get
for
to start
10
kissing.
years. That's huge.
Yeah.
But kind of gross sounding. So
All right.
I'm not super interested.
All right. Kitty, we have one question.
Okay.
Left.
One left. Is the medicine you read about saying that there are pills to increase your pet's lifespan real, and can I buy them?
So no.
Oh.
Probably. So there's a bunch of different.
Great.
Have you bought them?
So you're telling me my dog's gonna die?
I am telling you your dog's gonna die.
That sucks.
That's like
Okay.
100%.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
that's gonna happen. But looking into this, the weirdest thing that I do think is kind of weird is that there are no medicines to just make you live longer.
Yeah, that is strange.
And I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a biomedical researcher, and I'm not in the pharmaceutical industry. But
Is that strange?
it seems a little like, I feel like that's not a forever situation. I feel like eventually there will be.
I don't think so. No. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think that that's a stupid thing to even think. I don't think that that's odd. And I don't think that that will ever happen. Ever. Unless we're just talking about like a multivitamin. Why? Because your body is so complex that there's so many things that you go through in a lifetime that drastically change the way that you engage and the way that your body works afterwards. Like, it's always reacting to whatever it is that you're going through and then trying to adjust and then doing that from now on, right? So if when you're, you smoke a lot of cigarettes, right? Well, what the fuck is there that's going to make you live longer if you get lung cancer? Like, what kind of pill would be like, oh, this is just gonna, like, the things that you die from are not just like, you don't just die from old age. That's why. It's because they're talking about this like you just get to 100 years old and that's when you die. And we have to figure out how to make it to where you just don't die at 100 years old anymore. But you don't just die at 100 years old. Like, you can die at 200 years old. It's just like you have to live a healthy enough life and do enough things, and that is mixed with, how happy you are and your mental health, your physical health, your, like, all of these different things really seem to change the health of your body. And just like doing a thing, like, here, take this pill and this will make it to where you have good mental health, and it'll be like you exercised every single day, and it'll be like, that you weren't anxious all the time and didn't have bad depression anymore. Like that. No, that's never, that can't happen. That's not a thing. You're asking for it to like account for just so many different aspects of life that nothing ever will be able to do that. Nothing will ever be able to account for just all of these different things. Like, some people just get blood clots, some people get cancer, some people get AIDS, some people get hit by a fucking car. Like, there's just too many things that people die from that you're just never gonna be able to have a thing that stops all of that from happening.
A drug or drugs that are just like, you should take this after a certain age because on average, people who do this will live longer.
I wonder if it's just
not
vitamins.
because it's treating a certain disease. Well, doesn't seem like the effect of that is that big.
You're
like
right.
we've looked at a lot of those things. But there are some medicines that like most people over a certain age, like statins, which control cholesterol.
Yeah.
But that's about controlling cholesterol. It's not really about longevity, and they aren't prescribed to everybody. They have side effects. This is another thing. Everything has side effects.
Yeah.
And then like the only thing that is like recommended for all people over 65 is flu vaccines, like vaccines for,
Yeah.
and that's kind of a longevity medicine. Like the flu does kill a lot of older people.
Yeah.
So like that does result in them living longer. But that's would never consider that a longevity medicine. But it turns out it's really hard to do this kind of research on people for a couple of reasons. One, the regulations are strict. Two, people live a long time. So to see the result, it takes a long time. And also people have like wildly varying situations. And you can't be like, okay, all of you eat the same food for the next 20 years.
Right.
But you can do that with dogs. So you can say to a bunch of dog owners, you can say, okay, we're gonna give you this medicine. You can have the dog take it every however long, ever is an injection or if it's a pill. And dogs live way less time, so you can see the effect sooner. And if that's like a year of a dog's life, then that's maybe like 7 years of a human's life.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
This is the math that we do as people, but it's more complicated than that. There is this company that's doing this, and it's really, it seems like in part a way to get to a drug for people, but they're starting with the dogs. But as of right now, they're still in trials, and you can't get the medicine. And there's some good ideas for like why this might have this effect. Like there's some mechanistic thoughts about how the drug actually works, but we don't know if it works yet. We don't know what the side effects are
Oh, they're
yet.
just talking about it.
Well, they're testing it.
Okay.
And so the idea is that it will maybe be approved in like 2026 or 2027.
2027.
So that's like a year or two.
My dog's 14.
Okay. How big is your dog?
He's small.
Okay.
He's 15 pounds.
Good.
So
that gives you a little,
hold
that gives you a
on.
little time.
He's doing great. He's
Okay.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll make it 2026.
Yeah, but like it
Sure.
is ultimately not a dog immortality pill.
Yeah.
So
they
that-
haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, the veil approaches regardless.
Interesting.
But I was interested to sort of think about that from the angle of like, oh, okay, I kind of see why these people are going for dogs, because it's just a lot easier to do that research on dogs
That
than
is
people.
interesting.
And they've done it on mice, and they see effects in mice. And there are other things out there that we don't know if they work, that they will sell you as supplements.
Right.
And, well, do they work?
We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried them?
No, because they're for dogs.
Oh, right. Sorry. I forgot.
Also,
I forgot
I'm
about
not
that. I forgot.
70 years
Well,
old.
right,
I'm
right,
like
right.
Howie Mandel.
You're not. Well, Howie Mandel, you should try the dog supplements and see if they work out. That'd be very helpful.
Stop taking the feel free and start taking the dog pills.
Exactly. Exactly. Can we get an apple check?
So we got apple check. How my apples looking?
Come on, moment of truth.
Moment of truth. Ooh, ooh. Oh, they looked different for a second.
No, they look different.
They do look different.
Yeah.
This one is a little more brown. This one is brown, and this one isn't brown.
There you go.
So something did happen.
Vitamin C.
Earlier, they tried to deoxidize apples to see if they could kill them or make them go bad faster. That was scary.
C stop. So is that why you put vitamin C on your face?
Yeah, so vitamin C can gobble up those extra electrons and kind of neutralize the oxygen, make it stop doing its crazy stuff.
Because oxygen makes you look old.
I mean, aging is the big thing that makes you look old. The
Yeah,
sun, that's what you really want, is to put sunscreen on your face. A SPF moisturizer.
Right.
That's what my wife buys me, and then it sits in my drawer.
Yeah.
And what does it matter? I don't go outside anyway.
And don't be expressive. Stop making facial expressions. That's what I do. I try to be as deadpan and serious looking all the time so that I don't age, because I never make facial expressions.
Yeah, no one's mad at you.
And I look, as
It's like billionaires online.
we have discussed, I look very young.
Yes, very young. That was a joke. Before everyone comes at me, she's being so disrespectful. I promise.
Oh,
It's a joke.
Man, the internet's so hard.
They've done a lot to me. Can you tell? Guys,
I've been injured by you.
Yeah, please. I was joking. I was just joking.
Our new Sky Daddy, the comments.
The comments,
Yeah.
yeah, they are more judgmental than God himself. That is true.
Cutie,
Cutie.
Oh,
no, you go.
Gosh, stop talking. No, Cutie, thank you for coming to Ask Hank Anything and asking your questions.
Thank
I
you.
learned a lot researching them. The world is complex and amazing. I hope that you're not too stressed out. It seems like the world is a little bit out to get you sometimes, or at least that's how you feel sometimes.
I'm okay.
If you want to ask me anything, you could leave comments. I'm going to be looking through those comments and picking out some questions that I like, and I'll give those some answers. You can also upvote any that you see. If you see questions down there that you'd like me to answer.
I'll go ahead and answer some too.
And
in the
Claire
comments.
will also answer some questions. If you want more Ask Hank Anything or more of the many other cool things that we do at Complexly, you can make sure that you're subscribed to the Complexly YouTube channel right here at youtube.com/Complexly.
Thanks for watching. You can support Complexly and get bonus videos from...
Well, where are we at? $40 left. What do you guys say? Y'all just watch me fucking kill it at Slither for the next 40 minutes. I am training to be the I'm just kidding. #1 Slither player in the world. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Huh. There was some podcast with Hassan on it from days ago that I totally forgot about. Now I don't. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Well, let me get my snack out of here. Okay.
What do you think?
Even if it's 3 percentage points. No, bro, what do you mean? What
No,
do
I'm
I
saying,
think?
yeah,
Can a
so
woman run the
can a
country?
woman run the country,
Oh,
Trevor?
my man. Anytime.
Any day.
Let me put it this way, Eugene.
Yeah,
I'm
tell me.
even going to go a step further, my friend. I'm even going to go a step further, my friend.
He's going a step further.
Let me say this, my man. In a world where we have lived through multiple world wars and famines
What are you guys
and
doing?
civil
Get out of the
wars,
way.
and in that world, that's
Get
not
out
the
of the
time to say, can women do this or not? Does that make sense?
100%.
If our plane
You're
was
saying
flying,
men ruined it already.
I was saying if our plane was flying with no turbulence, no crashes, no disasters at all, if our airline as men was running flawlessly, then I'd be like, ladies,
on time,
ladies, take a
no
back
delays.
seat. This is
Yeah,
not
we
the
got
time for
this.
you to be flying this thing. We got it. The fellas got it. But I'm just saying, the way the fellas have been handling things,
the fellas don't got it.
Right now, how much are you paying for gas? That's the fellas. I don't see any women involved in those negotiations.
Invasions?
I'm just saying.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard was supposed to be, but you know.
I'm not saying the women.
Because honestly, I mean, Pam Bondi and Tulsi Gabbard were definitely two of the dumbest people part of the Trump administration. So I don't know.
It would be better. I'm not saying that.
You're not saying they'll be better.
I'm just saying that
they'll be okay.
We should not act like the thing that is happening now is the one.
Wait, but sending out one lady to go against many fellas that
Yes.
are out there running countries
Yes.
and starting wars and conflicts.
You know who was one of the
Do you
most
think
effective?
that woman would
you know who was one of the
stand
most
a chance?
effective?
Margaret Thatcher.
Angela Merkel.
Oh God.
Angela Merkel was one of the most effective in that. Now, she's not perfect by any means, but I've yet to meet a perfect president.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it out there.
Yeah, I am diametrically opposed to all of these conversations. I say no women. No, I'm kidding.
Damn, I was like, that one. That one.
No, I think
we got it. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
No women for anything ever.
This is What Now with Trevor Noah.
Not just president. Just no women.
Why would you not want to put it up there?
Wait, the cap was gone.
Trevor,
yeah,
no.
but he put it on the floor.
No,
so I was like, put it.
No, he
put
doesn't
up
want
there.
it.
No, I want your hat.
He's an anti-communist, vicious anti-communist.
He's actually anti-cap.
He's really upping the
His
accent.
father was killed
for
by
this
a
one.
cap.
No cap.
Yeah.
No cap.
Okay, good.
His father was killed by a cap, and his grandfather was killed by a cap.
Yeah.
And from that day onwards, he vowed no cap.
I'm a EFF loyalist.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
lying.
So tell me why.
I'm just kidding. I mean,
okay. I was hoping you'd say
no.
why.
I mean, I think the environment of panic around him is very funny.
Definitely.
Or was.
Yeah, now it's
well,
just
now
sad.
he's
Now it's just sad.
What's happening? What I mean, obviously you can't speak for everyone, but what are people saying on the ground in South Africa right now about Julius?
He lost people when he was on the side of illegal migration.
Oh,
So
really?
Illegal immigrants. So he said there's one Africa because his plan.
Wow, so he's racist? Oh, man. I mean, no, wait. He's not racist, or he's a... Which one is it? He's in favor of illegal immigration. So that means he hates white people and wants to genocide them. Okay, that's right. So he is racist.
Was 4 years ago, he wanted to branch out the EFF into other African countries.
Oh,
and then he
damn.
failed. And the one place that he failed the most was Zimbabwe. Because the vice president of Zimbabwe said, you keep your things over there.
And then don't bring them here.
And then the same Zimbabweans that were saying, we love this guy, did not vote for him still. They voted for ZANU-PF. And then now there's a new group in South Africa called March on March, which is a social movement group that is now demonstrating and picketing against foreign immigrants. And is saying there's a deadline by the 30th of June. All the illegal immigrants must be gone.
We always have that in South Africa every few years.
So he's saying they must stay. And then they're like, you've lost touch.
So he was too woke.
Yeah, for his
at the wrong
crowd.
time.
Yeah,
For his crowd.
He went off the deep end on too woke.
Yeah.
They were like, we love when you were singing "Kill the Boer," but then you started saying, you started talking about this Pan-African nationalist movement. I don't fuck with that.
Yeah. And
South
also-
Africa for South Africans only.
And also when you look young with extreme views, you're more palatable.
Oh,
Is he-
interesting.
is
Remember
he
when
young?
He was young.
Okay, I was
So
gonna.
now
say,
he doesn't look
that's
so
a good
young
point.
anymore. Yes,
That's
when,
interesting.
when you see those images of Nelson Mandela being defiant, Rivonia
Yeah,
trial,
yeah,
he was
yeah,
young.
yeah.
Chris Hani, when he just came back from exile, he was young. So he was also the young guy in the ANC telling people that their time
They've
is
lost
up.
their way.
Yeah, but now when you look old, but you still fighting, people are like, no. At some point, you have to, you know. And Andrew Tate with a gray beard would not fly.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
a
I'm
gray
saying
beard.
with a gray beard.
With a gray
and-
beard. Oh,
Yeah, and
God.
if he's 17,
I'm,
he's
I'm
like-
starting to get a
Andrew
gray
Tate
beard.
does
Fuck.
have a gray beard.
Then you got a few more years of revolutionary in you, and then it's over.
Yeah.
Actually, let me.
That's why Hassan's now getting all the pushback from Democrats and everybody. It's because now he's looking old, so now it just looks desperate.
Let me ask you a question. I always wonder this for anyone who gets to step into
Andrew
an
Tate.
environment that they haven't been into. If you walk into a room now, like you've walked into this podcast, right? How would you introduce yourself? How would you introduce yourself, and how do you think people perceive you when you walk in?
This is an interesting question. I don't think about it at all. But I would introduce myself as I'm Hassan
is such
Piker.
a fucking.
That's it.
He is such a fucking liar, dude. He is one of the most self-conscious people. That like who did he think was gonna believe that? Who did he think was gonna believe that? Oh, I don't think about it at all. Yeah, I don't even think about. Don't even think about what other people think of me while I'm sitting here, obviously trying to make my voice sound deeper in a very inauthentic way. Yeah. Don't even think about it.
If people ask me what I do for
Yeah.
a living, I just say I'm a political commentator.
Okay,
That's
and
it.
then they would say like, "Oh, what politics do you commentate on?"
I just say, well, it depends. If I'm talking to a Border Patrol agent. This did happen. This happens a lot. I'm leaving Canada. I was on a day trip. I talked to Gabor Mate at the Web Summit in Vancouver. And I realized I have a jacket on. There's a hammer and sickle pin that a fan of mine gave me.
No.
It's on the jacket. I'm wearing a Democratic Socialist of America New York City hat. I immediately take it off. I rip the pin off and I walk up to the counter. And the guy's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" It's a day trip. That's strange. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a speaker." And he's like, "Oh, what do you talk about? Like, what do you do?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm an influencer." And he's like, "What do you influence on? What do you speak on?" And I was like, "Well, what's going on with young men." And I tried to keep it as like broad as possible.
I would just be like, I had a sex tape with Kim Kardashian that got leaked a while back, so now I stream on Kick.
Possible.
Yeah.
And then he got excited. He's like, "So are you a political speaker or a religious speaker?"
He knew you.
And I was like, "No, I just talk about lifestyle."
He knew you.
No, if he knew me, he would have kept me.
He was in the world.
No,
He was in the world.
Really?
Wait, so were you going into Canada or
No,
leaving?
I was leaving Canada, but the American Border Patrol is inside of Canada. So there's a couple places
Oh,
like
yeah,
in
yeah,
Ireland,
yeah, yeah.
America, and
Yes,
I think Mexico
yes.
as well, where they
Yeah.
have like stationed their own Border
Yeah,
Patrol
yeah,
guys.
you can do the border process on that side.
Yeah, yeah.
So that on this side you can just land domestic
Yeah.
and be on your merry way.
Yeah, and it's good though, because like usually those guys are more woke. Like those Border Patrol guys are more woke
On that side.
On the American than the American ones, I think. So they just kind of go, "All right, well, you're fine. Get in there."
Yeah, but the reason I ask you is because you have, especially right now, you have such an insane reputation that precedes you, depending on where people get their news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I find it so interesting. So if you read, let's say, what people would term mainstream or legacy media, like old newspapers and stuff like that, I would say that you're categorized as an extreme leftist who is like radical. That's what they say, right?
No way.
And then if I
No
go on
way.
like Twitch or any of like the younger, web places, wherever they are, people are like, "Yeah, this is Hassan's a political commentator who's actually speaking about what's happening and is not afraid to tell his truth." If I go to
His
right-wing
truth,
media, I mean, that one's obvious. You're a terrorist. I think
Yeah.
you know this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Sometimes they call you a radical terrorist, and I'm like, I don't understand the difference. Is there like a tame terrorist?
Yeah,
Is
there's a moderate terrorism.
Yeah, there's a
and then
moderate
there's a
terrorist.
radical one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only
moderate terrorism is Nancy Pelosi.
Oh,
We're
okay.
both communists.
I see.
But she's a more moderate terrorist.
So you're a radical terrorist, and she's a moderate. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's that.
The
so
sickle
there's
and
that
hammer
version.
gave it away.
Yeah. But like, where do you situate yourself in it, or do you even think you sit in one place? Because I'll tell you why I asked this question. I've learned from myself personally in life, depending on who I meet, they have a very different starting point as to where to position me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I want to know if you position yourself in one place, or if you're just a human being navigating. Like, how do you position yourself?
I'm just a normal guy. So from my perspective, I just see myself as a regular dude who has a lot of strong opinions and isn't afraid to talk about those opinions. And I know that sounds almost like a political answer, but it's just true. I don't think of myself as like a famous person. I don't think of myself as like a dangerous radical, obviously. I just want what's best, what I think is best for a society.
Huh.
No
And that's
way.
But you are famous now.
I guess.
No, not you guess. Come on, Hassan. Come on, Hassan. Don't be humble here with us.
Hassan is number one on the call sheet and fighting it. No, just serve the other people first. Oh, come
No,
last.
whether you like it or not, like, because you have been thrust into a spotlight where people listen to what you're saying, people look to you. I would even argue that you have the ability to shift and move people's votes and opinions in the country now.
Apparently, don't talk about that too much though, because everybody gets mad at me when people start addressing that.
Wait, really?
Liberals get mad at me about that exact influence that they think I wield. I don't think I'm like a kingmaker per se, the way that it's been presented.
100%, yeah.
I do have some influence, certainly, and I think it's mostly within the active.
Like, I think that a lot of times, like, people may like overreact to like some of the shit that Hassan says, and like act like, you know, stuff that he says is way bigger or way worse than what it actually is. And but at the same time, like, lots of times when we're watching Hassan or reacting Hassan, there's always some like dumb motherfuckers like, but why do people even care what he has to say? Like, why are you even reacting to him? Like, just move on. Like, why does it even matter? Like, damn, dude, like, you're literally talking about the biggest fucking politics streamer in the world, and you're sitting here acting like, but oh, he's just some nobody, like, who cares? Like, this is what I had a mod for a long time who used to always do this, where like she wouldn't even disagree with what it was that I was saying. She probably did disagree with it, but that's not what she would say. She would never say like, oh, you're wrong. Instead, she would just be like, yeah, but like, who cares? Like, nobody thinks Hassan is some like smart politics person, okay? Like, nobody watches him for his politics takes. People watch him just because like he's good looking and he's, you know, he can just be fun and entertaining. Like, that's all. And she would do the same thing with Vosh and shit. Like, you're just so wrong. Like, you're just so insanely wrong. Like, people are watching this guy and then like going out and vehemently defending him and his takes and shit. Because yes, no, they do agree with him, and they're heavily influenced by what it is that he believes in. And even if you think like, okay, like the disagreements that people have with him are not that big of a deal, like it's not that ridiculous. Like, the fact that he is the biggest politics streamer, that to me is a big deal. Like, it really is. Like, I don't care like how much you agree with him or what. I think that like he is dumb enough and wrong enough and fucking retarded enough to just go ahead and just, you know, treat him like the dumbest motherfucker who ever existed. Because when it comes to the proportionality of the weight of his words and how much weight they carry, I think that it's all right to just go ahead and treat him like the dumbest person who has ever walked this fucking earth, because that's that's the only way you're gonna knock this dude down a couple pegs. You gotta engage with him, not like what he said was that bad, but instead like, well, if he continues to be the fucking biggest politics streamer on the left, like, we're just kind of fucked. So
The space of the party, the door knockers, the community organizers, the labor union organizers, rank and filers, and whatnot.
Okay.
So we do have the capacity to you know, offer a lot of help to candidates that align with us, and I think that's very frustrating for obviously the Republicans who think we're dangerous terrorists, but certainly even for some centrists in the Democratic Party as well, because I've been getting attacked, obviously, my entire life and my entire career by Republicans, neo-Nazis, the far right, and everything else.
Yeah.
But I would say that in these last couple of years, I've also started getting a lot of ire from Democrats, moderate Democrats, corporate-backed Democrats, neoliberals in general, like the third way.
Out of nowhere, they're treating him the way that he treats them. Isn't it fucking crazy, dude? Isn't it wild that, like, after a while, people just started saying, you know what, it's a little fucked up that he keeps talking about all of us like we're the worst things in the world. Why don't maybe we treat him the same way?
And all of these other institutions like lobbyist groups that want the Democratic Party to maintain this moderate pivot permanently, constantly conciliatory to right-wing culture war framing. And I obviously oppose that. And I think that's precisely the reason why Kamala Harris lost. It's the reason why Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump now twice. And I want to change that.
So stupid.
But these lobbyists don't want to change that because that's where their bread is buttered. And they get very pissed off.
You say your whole life and your whole career, but take us back. What brings you to this point? Like, we meet you at this moment in your life, but like, how does Hassan Piker come to be? Like, where were you born? How were you raised?
I was born in America.
No, I'm not saying it like a border agent. I'm saying like, to me, I'm saying like a life story. You're so defensive about it.
I got scared.
This man is like, I'm like, where were you born? I was born here. I'm born in America.
Still lingers.
I don't know if you heard, but the federal government's coming after me.
We actually need to talk about that. Yeah, but no.
So I need to say it. I was born here. I'm an American citizen. I could run for president. I would never do that though. So don't get scared.
Oh man. You know what's funny about this is I do find it hilarious that over the years, in a good way, I'm not saying this in a bad way at all, but over the years, the border agents at American airports and ports have become increasingly immigrants.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So it's interesting to be at the border, interviewed by an immigrant who's now, I'm assuming, an American citizen.
It's an amazing experience for an immigrant.
Yeah, but it's also interesting.
They get it.
Yeah, but it's also interesting when it feels like they're more likely to kick you out.
Yeah. No.
Never had that feeling.
You've never had that feeling.
Never.
That's crazy.
No.
In fact, I feel like it's a.
Oh, it's
give
like,
him hell. I have a 9-hour shift, but you, on the other hand,
that's
30
beautiful.
days,
No,
have
I
a
like
good
that.
Time.
I like that.
I've never felt that way.
You have an unbelievably positive outlook.
Yeah, but he's a positive guy.
That I think is borderline naivete and maybe even dangerous.
You know how many times I've gotten through with that attitude?
That's crazy.
My Spanish is great at the border. What are you talking about? I have the control.
I have the exact opposite experience. Really? That's crazy. Where I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. Every time I have to deal with Customs and Border Patrol. I mean, I've been detained by Customs and Border Patrol.
Have you been flagged?
As well. Yes. Both when I'm flying in, because they do the triple S or whatever.
I've got the triple S.
Yeah.
What's the triple S?
Yo,
so random
fellow triple S.
Random security.
I think it's actually 4 S's. It might be 4.
Wait, they pull you to the side?
Yeah. And
but they
don't
tell you.
So you get to the window.
Okay, so I'll explain.
Yeah.
You have your ticket for your flights, right? Yes. If you have it on your phone, it just tells you, no, you can't check in. Doesn't tell you. It's just like you just need to speak to somebody when you get to the airport. Just speak to somebody. You're like, why? I want to check in. They're like, just relax. You checked in, but we won't give you your boarding pass.
Just talk to someone.
You get to the airport. Mm-hmm. When you get to the desk, they ask for your passport. They ask for everything. They then print your boarding pass. They say nothing to you. And then on your boarding pass, underneath like a bunch of random, you know, all the stuff, ticket number, boarding time, all of that.
I think there's also some bullshit numbers there that don't mean anything.
There's just 4 S's.
Yeah. Random security clearance.
Yeah, it just goes SSSS.
Super secret security search.
Is that what it is?
I don't think so.
Oh, but that would be good. That would be good.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you move through the airport.
Yeah. So still nothing.
Nothing happens generally.
Your bags are checked in.
But then when you get to the gate,
the boarding gate.
Yeah, the boarding gate. Everyone and then they pull you aside and they, excuse me, would you like to take off your underwears, please?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they do a special
cavity search.
They don't do cavity search, but
they go like
squat and cough.
No, no squatting. Just coughing.
Well, maybe they do it. Maybe they do it to other people. But
wait, so they pull you to the side?
Yeah.
And then you have to go into a little secret room, which is not a secret.
Some airports just create like a partition.
Yeah.
So you're outside but inside.
Yeah,
and they empty everything.
Yeah, and sometimes you're with a big group and they're all walking, and you get pulled to the side, and you're like waving at them, like bye, see you on the flight, hopefully. And that's usually when you're on foreign soil coming back into the United States of America. Because they have like double, triple TSA basically when you're an American citizen, I guess, coming back. But I got detained at O'Hare Airport by Customs and Border Patrol on my way back from France.
No
I was about
way.
to speak at University of Chicago at the Politics Institute, and they pulled me aside, and they had revoked my global entry, which I never got to use, which is really annoying. I hate that. It took so long. I had to do all these interviews.
Yeah, and you have to give your life to
Yeah.
them.
And they gave it to me. I got the card, and I never even got to use it. The first time I use it, I get detained. And yeah, they pulled me aside into a secondary detention area where there's like an interrogation room, and you sit in there.
Lie.
Yeah, it was in the news. Yeah, it was. They did this secondary detention and then interrogation where they asked me, like, what are your thoughts on Israel? What are your thoughts on Donald Trump? Have you ever been in contact with like anyone from Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah movement, like the Houthis, all this?
So just to be clear, the first time that he told this story, none of that was in the fucking story. None of it. Nothing about Hamas, nothing about Donald Trump, nothing. Like, the first time he talked about all of this, he did not say that they asked him about Trump. He didn't say that they asked him about Hamas. He didn't say that they asked him any of these other fucking questions. And then all of a sudden, he went on to another fucking podcast. I forget which one it was. But he went on to another podcast on like, or it was like a show. I think it was like an actual news show. And he had told this story like 4 fucking times at this point. I'm not even kidding. He had told the story like 4 fucking times at this point. And then all of a sudden he went on to MSNBC. And now there was just like a whole new fucking story where, because everybody who like, a ton of the people who are critical of him, they kept listening to this story and they kept going, dude, like, why is he acting like this is such a big deal? Like, nothing bad happened here. And he's acting like, you know, they were being like discriminatory and this was so horrible. And like, there was nothing out of the ordinary here at all. This is all so normal. And then, yeah, he went on to like a MSNBC news show where they talked to him about it. And now all of a sudden he's like, yeah, they were asking me about my opinions on Trump. And it's like, wait, what? What the fuck? If that happened, okay, that would be weird. Like, that would be weird as fuck. That would be really strange. I would have a problem with that if that's what they asked you. But you didn't say that before. You haven't said that in any of the other, like, you know, parts where you talked about this on stream or the other interviews about this. Like, you didn't say shit about this. And now all of a sudden there's like all this shit about like Hamas and Trump and all this. Where did that come from? Why didn't you say that the first time? And so, yeah, it just made me feel like, yeah, I don't think any of this ever happened. I don't think, like, I think he got pulled off to the side. I think that he did get checked. I have trouble believing that they actually asked him like what his thoughts on Trump were and shit. Unless it was just like a casual conversation between somebody who was like, you know, just like talking to him about politics. Because when I went to go get my visa, you have to go to what's called a panel doctor, okay? And a panel doctor is a doctor. It's exactly what it sounds like. Like, they run panels on you where you have to do like a bunch of blood tests and health tests and stuff like that, right? And when I went in, the doctor asked me like, yeah, so what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm a streamer. And he's like, oh, really? Like, what do you stream about? And I'm in Georgia, okay? I'm in Georgia. I'm trying not to like be too specific with this shit. I don't want to end up getting in a fucking debate these people, especially like not people who have like a lot of control over whether or not I get my visa or anything. I don't want to get into like politics with those people. I don't want them to like dislike me or, you know, write shit that I don't want them to write. And so I said, you know, I'm a streamer and I'm trying to avoid like all these questions, but he keeps pushing. He keeps pushing. And eventually I'm like, yeah, I do politics. And he's like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah. He's like, so which side do you land on? Where do you land? And I was like, oh, I'm independent, I guess, you know, just really. And he's like, okay, but like, do you like Trump or? And I was like, you know, not really my type of guy. Like just like I'm feeling like, okay, at some point, like, you're my fucking doctor, dude. Why are you asking me this shit? I don't wanna I don't want to answer these types of questions with my fucking doctor, bro. Like, why are you doing this to me? I feel like it's getting a little too personal, and I'm really just trying to, cause he, like, when I eventually he's like, you know, so but did you vote for Trump? And I'm like, yeah, no. His face was like, oh, like he gave a very like disgusted sort of face. Like he was very, oh, really? Okay. And so I kept trying to like avoid the questions and just like give as general of answers as possible. Now Hassan just now said that he was trying to avoid everything and give as general of answers as possible. That is the exact opposite of what he said the first time. Just before I go on with my story, just want to be clear. When he told this story the first couple of times, he said he was trying to give as detailed and as like much information as possible because he wanted to see where they were going with it. That's what he said. He said the first time he told this, he said he was trying to see what they were getting at with this. So he gave as much information as he possibly can and got way too detailed on purpose. So I don't know which fucking story is correct at this point because he's contradicted himself so many times. But anyways, but yeah, they eventually the guy was like, you know, so like why don't you like Trump? And I was like, you know, honestly, because I like the Constitution. And he's like, yeah, okay, sheesh. And like he was like, he seemed like very offended by my answer. And at this point I really didn't give a fuck. I was getting like kind of annoyed with the Inquisition and all the questions over and over. And so yeah, so eventually I was just given the answers, and he starts telling me like, yeah, my wife does like work with immigrants who come in, and she's a lawyer, and like has been like nonstop fighting the Trump administration, and like we're panel doctors, so we have to like do all of this stuff for immigrants who come in past the border, and we're trying our best to like stretch things as much as possible to like help people get in because the rules have become so outrageous and blah blah blah. And he starts oversharing as well, so like I was a bit more like comfortable with the whole thing. But like I was like trying to avoid answering these questions, but the guy, like, it had nothing to do with my visa. It had nothing to do with like whether or not I got my visa. None of the shit that he was asking me he was just interested. He was just fucking interested. Like, you know, people hear that you do YouTube or they do like politics, and they just want to ask a bunch of questions. Like they're just interested in what you do. And so I think like that could have been the case, but that's what I would say. if this wasn't a complete contradiction to what it was that his son said the first time, where, yeah, he said that he literally was oversharing on purpose and answering as many questions as possible so that he wanted to find out where they were going with this stuff. So it's very, very different than the way that he explained it before.
When you're sitting there in that moment, what was there a part of you that just goes like, just say nice things about Donald Trump?
No. I mean,
not even little bits.
Well, here's what I did. When they kept asking me about Hamas, what my thoughts are, I just kept repeating, Hamas is designated as a terrorist organization by the State Department. I just kept repeating that line over and over again.
Which is a fact.
It's just a fact.
Yeah.
It's not
your opinion.
It's not my opinion. Yeah. It's just a fact about Hamas. And then when they asked me about Trump, I was like, that's when I did pushback, where I was like, yeah, I don't like him. Like, what do you mean? Yeah.
Damn.
I was like, yeah, I don't like him. What are you talking about? I'm an American citizen entering my country. Like, that's ridiculous. And they didn't give me too much stress about that. But they did ask a lot about, like, the people that I had interviewed. There was this Yemeni teenager who was 19 years old. And the media dubbed him Timothy Chalamet. He was...
that was creative.
Yeah.
That sounds like something you would say.
It is, but I didn't.
No, you didn't say it.
Yeah,
but
he never...
but creative words. This one.
Kind of my vibe, but definitely not me.
Say that word.
Yeah. Timothy Chalamet. So... yeah, I did get that from Trevor, by the way.
No,
you did.
Whoa.
He texted it
Don't
to me.
Don't involve me.
He texted it to me. He was like, "That's a good one. You should use this."
Don't involve me.
I know my friend's words when I don't hear them.
Yeah. He's like, look. Obviously, he said, obviously, the Ansar Allah movement is doing the right thing.
Wow.
But
edit, asterisk, delete, asterisk, edit.
So, it's cool though. It's fine. You can deny it now.
This guy, you're playing here, my man. I wasn't born in this country, my man. You're playing games here, my man.
But yeah, they were asking me about whether this person was actually a part of the Houthi movement.
Yeah.
And I was like, I got lucky, I think, or they did this deliberately. The guy I was talking to was, going back to what you were talking about, an Arab CBP officer. So he was knowledgeable about the region at least.
Okay.
So I think he was like a counterterrorism guy. And I was just like, no, the dude's name is Rashid al-Haddad. He's Sunni. He's a Sunni Yemeni. And obviously his last name is not al-Houthi, and he's not Shia. So, of course, he's not a part of the Houthi movement, not a part of Ansar Allah. He's like, oh, okay, I understand that. But what's interesting about that is it's not illegal. Like, as an American citizen and as a member of the media, of course I'm going to sometimes talk to members of state-sponsored terrorist organizations. That's a normal part of the process, and it's protected by the First Amendment, right? And I haven't. So I told them that I...
Yeah, bro, tell all the fucking people freaking out about Don Lemon talking to the protesters who were outside of the fucking church.
Had not, but it is something that is very strange to ask someone who is a member of the media on their entry into the country, because I think they were trying to tie that back to offering material support. This is a real big point of contention right now in constitutional law as well.
Yeah.
Where the administration of the State Department, the government is trying to basically expand the boundaries of what constitutes for material support, because material support to terrorist organizations is very illegal. But
just to break that down so we're on the same page.
Yeah.
When you're saying material support of a terrorist organization, the United States government has said, like most governments, I'm assuming in the world, it is illegal to support a terrorist organization overseas financially, or with arms, or
and now it's becoming media, I guess.
Yeah. But now that's an interesting.
But now they are trying to expand it into speech, and one of the first things that they did was actually legal counsel, which again is a constitutionally protected right. So they were trying to prosecute lawyers that would defend
someone who's been accused of terrorism.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't work. they put that on the back burner. But I think now with this administration, they're trying to punish dissidents and they're trying to erode the First Amendment, really.
I mean, they could expand it if you look at the nth degree. They could expand it to you even having an interview with somebody, regardless of your support of them, because they could argue that the interview was platforming them, and so you've given them some of your material support, which is your subscriber base.
Yeah, and that's obviously totally ridiculous, antithetical to the First Amendment. So, what were you going to say?
No, I'm saying that, no, I was agreeing with him. I was saying the audience is now seen as material support.
Yeah. It's
this is scary.
I was about to say, are you not scared living this life?
So that is literally by definition immaterial support. Like support, verbal support, support in as like a what do you want to call it? Like giving I'm blanking on the word that I'm looking for right now, but like saying that they're great or that you like them or that people should go donate to them or like any of that shit. All of those things are like by definition immaterial support, whereas like material support is giving money to them, working with them, giving advice on like how to do terrorist attacks and shit like that. Like that is material support.
I mean, it's not great. It's definitely tense at times, but someone's got to do it, you know. And I the way I see it is like I'm speaking for the most part, voiceless people whose voices are never heard. And someone has to do that. And I do believe in the better nature of man, that if they encounter this information and have a sense of charitability, they will understand and they will change their minds.
Yeah, but what I mean is like, I'm just talking about you on a human level. How has it affected how you move through the world? So there's our front-facing selves, and then there's the us that we just live with every single day. Like the person who hears a bump in the middle of the night, the person who hears footsteps running behind them and it's a jogger. Like, have you found that your nervous system has changed over the years that you know, as your profile has evolved?
I mean, I've had to deal with cyber stalkers for most of my life before I gained like more mainstream credibility and more mainstream attention.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty used to being on the receiving end of death threats, doxing, swatting, things of that nature. And unfortunately, it's a part of the job. It shouldn't be. It's horrifying, but you just kind of get used to it after a while.
You say it's a part of the job, but I say this with all due respect. It's not necessarily. It's a part of what your job has sort of become. Like I think you have a lot of bravery in saying this. But there's a lot of people who don't have this as a part of their job. Like there's a lot of news anchors who don't have these issues. There's a lot of people who are, you know, they're hosting like a debate show on cable television.
They go in war zones and they come back and
they don't have this.
On.
So I would love to know like when it first started. Like which platform were you on where you started to notice, oh, I'm not just breaking through to the people I'm speaking to, but I'm starting to piss off the people I'm speaking against?
I mean, even when I was at the Young Turks, all the way back in like 2014, 2015, when I would like randomly appear on some of the shows, and then certainly after 2016 when I had my own show on the platform on Facebook called The Breakdown, where I started noticing that I think that was the first time I ever saw one of these forums where, you know, neo-Nazis come.
All right, I'm at 33,000 here, guys. I know that the clock ran out of time, but 33,000. I mean, my goodness, dude. I am absolutely on a fucking tear right now. It's kind of cool because the server is only at 28% capacity. So, do you ever do barbecue stream? I have literally no idea what that means. Wait, what is that the game where it's a game about streaming? Is that... Or am I thinking of something else? Aha, you got tricked. Oh, fuck.
Congregate where they were like mapping out the blueprints of my apartment and the apartment complex.
Are
in
you
general.
shitting me?
And you know, talking about how I had 2 pit bulls. You know, I had a pit bull and my roommate had one as well. And they were talking about how like you need to come in with like a stick of salami or something to like bribe the dogs, and then you know, and how they would just like break in to my house and kill me. And that was terrifying when it first happened. But that is so commonplace that I just don't even think of it. That was, you know, more than 10 years ago at this point. So it's just, you know, it's not something that I think about all that much.
Yeah.
This guy's name is Bernie Sanders Bot. Everybody knows he's going to lose. Everybody knew he was going to lose from the very beginning. Everybody knows he's going to lose now. And all the people afterwards are going to pretend like, oh no, we thought the Bernie Sanders bot was actually going to win. They never thought he was going to win. And the fact, that's just a fucking fact. And I don't want to hear any shit about Bernie Sanders bot getting cheated or the fucking shadow app or anything. I don't want to hear it.
Or place a lot of emphasis on, because I feel like that would almost allow these people to win, because they want to create an environment of fear, an environment of tension that disrupts what I want to do. And I'm not going to give in to that. And I mean, I even said this after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks after his assassination. Obviously, it didn't happen. But one of the things that people kept asking me is like, do you have security? Are you changing things? And for the first like week or so, I had to cancel some of my public appearances. But shortly after that, I started going back out there, going out in public, going to protests again. And you know, people kept saying like, well, aren't you worried? And my answer always is the same. It's just, I can't let fear change what I want to do. I can't let fear influence my life in this way. So I choose not to think about it. Many of my friends think I'm insane for that reason. But I guess sometimes you got to be a little insane.
I mean, if you want to change things, there's a certain level of insanity that's required. It doesn't matter what field you're in. If you're in science, if you're in music, if you're in comedy, if you're in political commentary, it doesn't matter what you're in. But I guess what intrigues me about you is how it doesn't seem to have necessarily changed you, or maybe it has, and I haven't seen it. You know, so when you stream, one of the things about streaming that's unique is that, you know, as the name suggests, it's like a stream of consciousness. You know, so when you were on the Young Turks, you was like very prepared, and you know, this is something that's going to be put out, and it can be edited, and it can be. But when you're streaming, it's you. You say something and it's out already. It's. I've always wondered how much stress that puts on you, because you know, when we're saying stuff, anything can come out of your mouth. Yeah. And then there's a moment where you go like, ah, damn.
Like all the stuff that's not going to make it to the final cut that you said about these state-sponsored terrorist organizations.
Timothy?
Which,
You see this guy.
Yeah.
You see this guy.
Which made me... it shocked me. Did it shock you?
Shocked.
Yeah.
I was flabbergasted.
Yeah. I had no idea.
I couldn't believe what was going on.
Man. I had no idea what opinions you hold.
So much.
But yeah.
But like I'm saying, when you're in that space, you also didn't change your so this is what I notice, and it's something that's always plagued me in American political commentary. A lot of how American political commentators act is not sort of how they are, and it's not how they feel.
Oh yeah,
It seems like put on a persona depending on who they're talking to.
and I feel like there's a lot of money to be made from doing this.
Oh yeah,
right. There's a lot of
fame and
there's a lot of fame. There's a lot of power, but my issue is that it's not them. So I remember when the first time this happened to me, it was a rude awakening. I had been on the Daily Show for like a year or 2 years, and I got invited to an event. It was like the 100 most influential like news people in America type thing, but it's only like journalists and news and whatever. And I get there, and I'll never forget somebody from an extreme like right-wing publication. They came up to me, and when they walked up to me, I genuinely thought they were going to fight. I was like, okay, I'm ready. I just thought, okay, this person's coming to fight. I've talked shit about them and what they've said. I believe it genuinely. They're going to fight me. And they came up to me and stretched out hand and was like, hey, look at this guy. Hey, Trevor, how you doing, man? What's going on? Oh, look at this. Not bad, not bad. And I promise you now, not even God as my witness. Kibuka, anyone who worked with me at the time can tell you. The next day when I walked in the office...
So those are higher than God?
Yeah, because
That's
you
crazy.
can't ask God. Maybe God will tell you a different
That's
thing.
crazy.
No, because God
the
is...
stuff that he said.
Yeah. Now he's
my
now we
issue
know he's
is-
a radical atheist as well.
No, because my thing is when people say God is my witness, you can't ask God yourself maybe. Maybe you don't even know which God I'm saying. But I can also give you humans in case you want to ask them.
So true. For reference sake, yeah.
The next day, the first thing I said, not only did I not engage in this conversation, I actually felt like an asshole because you could see he was looking at me like, why are you
What's
being
wrong?
like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've had this exact same experience.
But then I remember going, oh, you've had this. I
Yes.
remember going.
I have this experience. I've had this a number of times, and I do think like I don't think it means that they're like fake or anything. I think that there is, and I've said this a bunch of times, that like there's a level of there's a very different level of like engagement. There's a different type of engagement with people when you're online versus in person, because when you're in person with people, there's always like a possibility that the other person's gonna reach across the fucking table at you. And so you'll engage in a very different manner with somebody in person than you will, online. And so when I'm in person with people and they're all like walking up and shaking, hey man, hey fucking dude, I've trolled you in chat a bunch of times, man. How's it going, dude? Love your fucking content, like blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh really? What's your name? And they're like, oh, I'm that guy, who said this, that, the other, like blah 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 blah. Like, I'm not surprised by that in the least. Not in the fucking least. I'm aware that none of these people would be saying this shit to me if we were in person, and that like in person they would be much nicer, and that they would act like a real human, and that online like autonomy just takes humanity away from people. It makes these people inhuman. And I know, I have people that I know in real life who watch my fucking show, and I have family and friends who watch my show, and I have, I can't I can't just like completely act like a different person when I'm online and then get off and go engage with these people who know me in real life and then be like, what? Hey, what was that? What the fuck was that, like linguistic shit that you were talking? Like, what the fuck was? What was that about? Like, I can't just pretend to be like a person online and then go do something completely different. Whereas like these people, they don't have any like real world consequences. They don't have. Nobody knows. Who polygraph is or shit like that. Like the people can act a fool online and say whatever the fuck they want. And there's, the worst that's going to happen to them is their account gets banned and then they go make another one. Like that's it.
I'm taking this seriously.
I was like, oh,
It's
I'm
WWE.
saying what I believe, but
Yes.
you are in wrestling.
Yes.
I'm out here thinking I am fighting the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm Hulk Hogan. Let me tell you something, brother. And then when I meet him, he's just like, hey, I'm Terry.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I came here to destroy you.
Yeah.
Because this is how I feel. The reason I bring this up is because, you look at Charlie Kirk, you look at a lot of the rhetoric in America. I find it interesting how in all of those moments, people who were espousing certain opinions and ideas very quickly like pull down a mask and they go, hey, you know, I know sometimes in this country people get heated but you know, we need to, and I'm like, wait, what is happening right now?
We need to cool down the temperature.
Yeah, but I go,
That's their favorite word.
Yeah.
You've said that Donald Trump is the second coming of Hitler. You've said that this man is going to abolish the Constitution.
On a public platform.
You've said these things as a person.
Yes.
Then something happens, someone shoots at Donald Trump and misses, and then you come out the next day and you go, guys. I know that he might be the second coming of Hitler, but he's our president and we have to stand behind. I'm like, do you not see? No, but I'm like, do you not see the inconsistency of what you're doing?
Yeah.
And more dangerously, do you not see that you are creating kayfabe? You're creating wrestling with real people's lives.
Yeah.
And then when you start to get afraid, you go, why are you guys taking it seriously? And so I want to know from you, because you've remained like consistent through it all, do you find it difficult to just like be you when you know that some people are playing a character version of themselves?
So I had the almost identical experience that you're describing when I went to the White House, correspondence dinner, weekend activities. One of the weekends many, many years ago when I was at the Young Turks and they were throwing an event. I didn't actually attend the event itself, but I walked into a bar. And this is at the peak of like Trump won. All of a sudden, the entire press is there, right? The press pool is there. All these commentary people are there. And I think it was Kellyanne Conway that walked into the bar. And the room lit up because everyone was excited. Anthony Scaramucci, Sean Spicer, all these people walk in and these liberal commentary people, these journalists who've like, written scathing reports about these people were excited to take photos with them.
Yes.
And
yes, this thing. This is the thing I'm
that's
talking
where
about.
I was reminded of, and I hate this guy, obviously, rest in piss, Andrew Breitbart, but I was reminded of his statement about how DC is Hollywood for ugly people. It's true. I mean, sometimes you can be an asshole, but you can get it right. And he was right about that. It is Hollywood for ugly people, where it's for the most part, the kayfabe is absolutely real. Like these guys see what they're doing as theatrics for the most part. They don't like, not to say that all reporters are like this, obviously not.
Yeah.
There's some brilliant journalists out there and some great people in the commentary sphere as well. And there's certainly issues that they do care about, right? Where they are uncompromising, where their true side comes out, their true opinions come out. But for the most part, everyone in that bubble, in the media bubble, is playing a role, and they see it as such. And maybe it's not dissimilar to, I guess, like having a coworker that you disagree with vehemently, but you know you're chill towards them at the water cooler. I don't know. Maybe it's something like that, but I don't like that at all, because like these are my real opinions. I can't.
Oh, there's some people. There are some people, I saw them in person, I absolutely would go punch them in the fucking face. There are some people online that like, yeah, if I saw these people in person, it would be on site. Like 100% on site. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I don't care if it turned out this person was like 6'5" or some shit. There are some people, absolutely, I saw these people in person, I would go fucking knock their fucking shit out. There's not a part of me that makes me think, well, maybe, you know. No. If they ever, like some people, yeah, if they ever like walked up and were like, hey man, like put their hand out to fucking shake my hand, I would absolutely knock their block off. No fucking questions. No warning, nothing.
Lie about who I am.
But like for the most part, like that is, yeah, like beefing with people is one thing, or like disagreeing with people is one thing. But like for the most part, I don't know, if I met Ben Shapiro or some shit, like yeah, I would be cordial with him and have cordial like conversation, and like, you know, same with you know, Candace Owens and a lot of these people. Like there's not like a massive hatred for most conservatives or most people. Now I could understand if like a lot of them hear the things that I say and they would be like really upset with me. I could understand that. But yeah, like if there's people who have like said horrible fucking things about me, yeah, I likely would want to get into it. But if there's people that I've said horrible things about and they didn't like have a problem with it, I wouldn't think like, oh, this person's playing a character online. Like I wouldn't think that. That seems, I don't know. Even though I know that might seem a little backwards if I'm saying I would. But yeah, I don't know. I think that that's like a weird way of looking at it.
Because I'm live for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's impossible for me to put on a persona. I can be more buttoned up in moments like this on a podcast where I'm not like, you know, inundated with messages coming in from the side
chat,
on the chat. Because like the medium that I occupy is very interactive. That's what makes it so different.
Right.
But the issues I talk about are emotionally charged and very personal for a lot of people, right? It's very polarizing. And it's a perfect disaster to say the least. I mean, it's just you're talking about politics 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and anyone from all around the world anonymously can come in and try to pick apart what you're saying or piss you off or say something heinous.
In real time, yeah.
In real time. And many people do take advantage of that. That, in my opinion, creates really productive discourse and can be unproductive.
Oh, interesting.
But then on top of that, I have entire groups organized on the internet that sit inside of Discord servers and subreddits that spend a good deal of time watching and logging every single thing that happens on the stream so they can like clip something out of context and then disseminate it to a lot of right-wing groups. And I've noticed that this is something that happens almost exclusively to people on the left. People on the left have to face opposition from the entirety of the...
That's kind of interesting that like he's currently been like kind of backing and liking and retweeting shit from the snarker groups who are doing these things only really to people on the left, yet also acknowledging that this only really happens to people on the left, because he's making it sound like it's always right-wingers who are doing it, which I would agree it is like what I would consider to be right-wing behavior. Like it's right-wing online behavior. It's rare that like lefties go into right-wingers chats and sit there every day and watch people that they like vehemently disagree with, right? Like it's rare that they're, unless they're like trying to debate them or some shit, it's rare that they're gonna just go and watch those people. But there's tons, right-wingers will constantly go and watch lefties, and not only watch them, sometimes they'll watch them like daily, like they enjoy the content. Sometimes they go in just to like fuck with them and just to troll and just to do that shit. But like I can't watch somebody that I like think is an idiot and that I like vehemently disagree with and that I think is like a horrible fucking person and shit. Like I can't watch that person. Like I couldn't do that shit. But right-wingers can. They can just sit there and watch people forever that they seemingly hate. And so yeah, I consider it to be very like, yes, like snarker behavior is just very right-wing behavior. Like when you think of Kiwi Farms and 4chan and all of these websites, like you think of these as right-wing websites because the type of behavior that's engaged in there is very right-wing coded behavior. And so the types of stuff that these like snarker communities are doing while he is supporting them. And there were already like a ton of snarker communities that like Denims and the other like leftists were seemingly you know, getting a lot of support from, but while they're snarking Ethan Klein and other lefties, that's it's funny that like, yes, there's like an implication that this is right-wing behavior, but these are all lefties that are doing this shit in favor of him. That's wild.
Right wing, right? From moderate Republicans all the way to neo-Nazis and white nationalists alike. But they also face a lot of opposition from a big chunk of the Democratic Party's commentary base as well. Not necessarily the voters, but certainly from consultant groups, lobbyists, and you know, those invested in maintaining the corporate interests at the center of power in the Democratic Party. And AOC has to deal with this all the time as well. Bernie Sanders has to deal with this all the time as well. There's this like very different set of standards for people who are bold advocates to you know, make people's lives a little bit better than it actually is. People who do believe in that. People who are considered radical, I guess, for American politics. Not so radical for European politics. I mean, Bernie Sanders would be the average politician in Norway, right? His attitude,
his views, yeah,
his views
ideas,
are not radical at all. As a matter of fact, he would he'd probably slot into like a center, maybe even a center-right party in some of these countries, right? Or at least his output. But in America, if you're advancing the interests of Medicare for all, the interests of the people over interests of corporations and profit, you're seen as this like crazy guy.
A lot of people have started referring to you as the Joe Rogan of the left. How do you feel about that? I mean, I have my opinion.
It's absolutely fucking stupid. Like when people say the Joe Rogan of the left, they're not saying like just a big name podcaster or something like that, right? Like the left already had that. The left has already had tons of those. When people said the Joe Rogan of the left, they were talking about somebody who was able to have conversations with like all sides and make them interesting to where they could sit there and actually be interested and pull people in where you may not like be a right winger, but you can have right wingers watch you and they'll enjoy your content even if they disagree with what like your politics. That's not really Hassan. Hassan is not that guy at all, and he doesn't even really talk to people very often, but like that's just that's what people are talking about, and that is not him. So it's kind of stupid to say he's the Joe Rogan of the left.
But I want to know, because you're the person they're speaking about.
Yeah,
you know what you think about it.
I mean, I think Joe Rogan is a goon, but
a goon?
Yeah, he's
what a funny word.
He's kind of a dumbass, but
not a word my friend would use.
Goon. That's not me. I'm not a goon.
Yeah, Trevor would never say Joe Rogan's a goon.
No.
Trevor would say friend.
Yeah.
Confidant. Trusted confidant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ally.
Yeah.
Fellow bow hunter.
Yeah. Exactly.
Broadheads galore.
Elk eating. Yes.
Yes. I mean, I don't align with Joe Rogan on virtually any issue, especially as of late.
No. But I think what they mean is like
they're saying I'm like reaching out.
They're saying you are.
Yeah.
There's this school of thought that says you are what, ironically, the Democrats said they needed after Trump won, even.
Yeah.
And then going into like Trump's second term.
Trump 2.
Yeah, Trump 2. I like sequels. They went like, oh, you know what's lacking on the left? The left doesn't have a Joe Rogan. The left doesn't have.
Okay, so I am currently at my record. This is the biggest I've ever been. 45,000 is the biggest I've ever been. It said 45,000 even. I don't know if that was like it just rounds up. But back when it used to keep my records before my Chrome fucked up and keeps resetting everything and doesn't seem to keep any data, it said that it was 45,000. even. And I'm at 45,700 right now. So we seem to be, I think we're in Tom's record territory right now.
Of a manosphere. The left doesn't have a space where there's engaging, hard discussion that doesn't have a veneer of CNN on it, doesn't have the lobbyist stench on it. It needs, and then they said, this is the person. Hassan Piker is the Joe Rogan of the left, and that's what I mean. Is like, how do you respond to that?
So a couple things. When they were doing that, they kept coming to me and going, "You're the Joe Rogan of the left. What do you think is the problem with the party?" And I kept telling him, this is an issue that you can't podcast your way out of. Like, this is a problem. This is a crisis within the ranks of the Democratic Party. It's a messaging problem, but more importantly, it's a policy problem.
Oh,
right?
damn.
Having a bunch of sponsored or well-funded liberal content creators is probably good to combat some of the misinformation if they're focusing all their efforts on tackling the growth of right-wing.
This guy's name is I Consume Libtards. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? This guy is a right-winger. He doesn't like liberals, yet he watches them anyways. See? Point proven. Right there. Boom. He's got an American flag and a Trump hair for his snack. Point proven.
Independent media that's still firmly committed to the party apparatus as a part of its like propaganda machine. But you're not necessarily going
46,000. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. 46,000. 46,019. Tom, to me, snarkers make me think of Reddit groups. I more associate that with lefty tone policing. I don't really know much about Reddit groups. What do you, okay, so what do you mean? Do you mean like the tribalism that exists within like a specific group, or what do you mean by that? Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. I stayed on a really long time, well past my my clock running out, so do me a favor and hit the thumbs upsies. We're at what are we at? 37 likes? What the fuck? 37 likes? That's actually fucked up. That's actually pretty fucked up. 38 people hit the thumbs up. That's actually, I'm kind of offended by that. That's okay. 39. That's a little bit better, but this should be around like 60. It should be around like, so normally like whatever like you peak at, like whatever like the highest number of concurrent viewers you get during a stream, that's around where your likes should be. And yeah, mine have been way down the last like month. I don't think I'm using the term
Freddie
correctly.
Drongo tipped $10. Ooh.
Thank you, Freddie, for the $10 dono. Appreciate it, good sir. Let's get some cheers in the chat. Cheers. Did you win some money, Freddie? Did you win some gambling? I don't think I'm using the term correctly because I'm a boomer, but what happened with Lindsay Ellis comes to mind. Okay, I don't know anything about that. 40, I did my part. Okay. We did have a good weekend. Nice. Nice. Freddie likes to bet on the horses, and then afterwards he'll send a donut. Okay, we're at 42 likes. It's a little bit better. I probably should say something more often. But that's why I put the poll there. And normally the poll does increase the number of likes that I get. Yet we have 65 votes on the poll that asks if you're going to hit the thumbs up, and 65 people voted on the poll, and only 37 people had hit the thumbs up so far. So yeah, it seems a little. There's still people watching who haven't liked. Yeah, we're at 60 something people watching, and still lacking the thumbs up seats here. Oh. I did both, well. All right, well, I'm gonna head out. Everybody do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button, and even if you didn't like the stream, most of y'all didn't donate, so the least you could do is just hit a thumbs up button. I'm over here giving you my time, giving you my energy, giving you my heart and soul, and all I ask in return is just a thumbs up. That's it. That's all I ask. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'm going to Ricky. Well, I was gonna raid into another stream, but it doesn't seem like there is another stream to raid into. I saw Jordy was on earlier, but I guess he gone. We'll raid into T by T. That makes it to where, at least, if we raid into TYT, it'll make it to where it starts recommending my stream to TYT viewers, so we'll do that. All right, red faces in the chat once you get into TYT's chat, or you can just say Fool's Raid, but these are the red faces. I'll be back on tomorrow, so make sure you hit the subscribe button, follow me on Twitter, and join the Discord. The link for the Discord is in the description. We have a lot of fun in there, and we're going to do a movie night soon, so make sure you join. The movie nights are always a lot of fun. We'll see you then. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.